The masked man begged for his life, saying he was only following orders. The young man with the sword promised to spare him if he revealed the identity of the mastermind. After a brief hesitation, the culprit confessed that the queen had ordered the girl's death. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was pierced by a sword. He didn't understand why he was attacked when he had already revealed the mastermind. However, the young man smiled bloodthirstily and pointed out that he would never spare anyone who tried to harm his beloved. He stepped on the culprit's head, threatening to make him suffer immense pain. At that moment in Duke Eldred's mansion, Celine's room was filled with bright light. The girl had just learned that His Highness Wilfried had come to visit her. The young man knelt before the beauty, saying he had missed her terribly. She smiled and pointed out that it had only been 5 days since they last met. Although the man exaggerated the time, she understood he was serious. The girl noticed a red spot on his sleeve, but the prince said he had accidentally stained it while taking out the trash. Celine guessed that her beloved had killed again. Despite her best efforts, he remained as cruel as he was in the novel. The prince apologized, knowing the girl disliked it. However, he begged her not to leave him, as she was all he had. Celine admitted she could never hate the prince, so she had no intention of leaving him. She couldn't even imagine what would happen to him if they were separated. The girl cherished her prince and he promised to protect her with his life. In any case, this future was vastly different from what she had initially imagined. When the girl woke up, she found herself in an unfamiliar room and in a form that could be observed. It turned out to be reincarnation after death in real life, just like in comics and novels. The girl looked at her face and figure and realized this was Celine, only younger, a selfish villainess, the older sister of the protagonist in her favorite novel. This girl abused her status as a duke's daughter, indulging in pleasure and doing nothing. Celine was a detestable character who bullied her younger sister, Adele, and ultimately met an unfortunate death at the hands of the protagonist, Prince. The girl's previous life had been quite difficult, so she was very happy to be reincarnated into such a character. In her previous life, she had been plagued by illness since childhood, spending most of her time in a hospital bed, enduring pain and suffering day after day before her only pleasure was reading, but in this body the girl could walk and even run. Unlike before, the girl was so happy that she accidentally tripped. The maids immediately rushed to help her up. Celine noticed little Adele peeking at it all from behind the door. That girl was very charming. It was obvious that she was the protagonist, a kind-hearted beauty who was the complete opposite of Celine herself. According to the plot, she and the first Prince Louis were the main characters. They fell in love during a chance encounter. Originally, the story was about the couple overcoming many obstacles while dealing with the sister and the second prince, a black magician who was after the first prince's life and was also the final villain. In the end, the heroes found happiness and in the story, only Celine died. The only reason she was killed was that she had bullied Adele since childhood. The girl realized that if she had a good relationship with Adele, no one would kill her. She had possessed a villainess destined to be killed according to the plot, but most importantly, she was happy to have a healthy body. With this body, she could, of course, eat whatever she wanted and go wherever she wanted. Therefore, the first thing the girl decided to do was to improve her relationship with her younger sister, Adele. However, before she could do anything, the little girl immediately burst into tears and ran out of the room. Celine realized that she had been bullying her sister all this time, and her sister already had a very bad impression of her. The girl worried that her fate might already be sealed and unchangeable from that moment on. Celine tried to greet her sister whenever she saw her nearby. However, every time the girl either ran away from her or hid behind someone else. Her stepmother also ordered the maids to guard the girl and not let her older sister into her room. Celine was unhappy because she couldn't even get close to her sister, but considering how her sister had treated her before, it was only natural. However, this was no reason to give up, as the girl did not want to die in this story. She felt like she was about to start a battle with Adele, but for now she needed to focus on her diet. The first thing Celine did was start running, which was much harder than when she was sick. The girl was running in the garden and accidentally ran into her stepmother, who was walking with Adele. However, she just greeted them and then continued to run away, leaving them surprised. Her father watched the girl from his office window, not understanding what she was doing. The butler said that Celine had been running in this area every day. Recently she also began to approach Adele more often and frequently tried to talk to her in person. The butler pointed out that these were not hostile attacks but just attempts to talk to her. A short time later, the whole family sat down for dinner around a huge table. The girl served herself very little food, which surprised even the maids, as she used to eat a lot. The father turned directly to his daughter and asked what on earth she was up to. He had noticed the girl's recent mysterious behavior. Celine realized she wasn't very trustworthy, so everyone thought she was up to something. However, this was an opportunity to announce her moral transformation and confess to what she had done. The girl confessed that she wanted to sincerely ask for everyone's forgiveness because until recently she had caused a lot of trouble and worry for everyone. However, even someone as foolish as her had finally realized her actions. Now she promised to do everything she could to live up to the status of a duke's daughter and get her body in shape. The girl sincerely apologized to Adele because, unlike her, Adele was beautiful. Everyone liked her, so she hated her out of jealousy. These words made a deep impression on the little girl and everyone in the dining room. Celine didn't expect everyone to accept her apology immediately, but she asked them to continue to watch her. The father only asked the girl to try not to cause trouble for outsiders. Celine thanked them for their trust and asked for a tutor to be hired for her. The maids noted that the girl, who previously didn't even want to look at letters, now suddenly wanted to learn magic. The father heard his daughter's words and promised to take care of it immediately after that. The girl thanked everyone for their attention, bowed and left first. A week later, the girl continued to run in the garden and take care of her health. She noticed that she had recently lost a few kilograms and her muscles were gradually getting stronger, allowing her to run longer distances. The girl still greeted her sister kindly every day when she saw her. However, for the first time Adele did not run away, but bowed politely. In return, Celine realized that her words from a few days ago had worked. The girl noticed that her sister looked especially cute today and was dressed up. Celine guessed that an important guest was visiting and her sister would be meeting him. However, she was a little sad because no one wanted the guest to see her. To avoid running into the guest, the girl decided to run a longer route. However, a small cat suddenly appeared in her path, catching her attention. Celine loved animals very much, so she couldn't pass by without stopping previously. Due to her illness, she couldn't even pet animals, so she was very happy. The girl reached out her hand, but the cat got scared and scratched her. After a while they finally found a common language and the kitten even licked her. Celine ran around the yard with her new pet, looking very happy. Suddenly she stopped because a young boy called her name. The girl had seen him many times in the novel's illustrations, although he was still a child. However, this was definitely the main character of the story. The first prince of this country, now Prince Louis Percival, was standing right in front of our heroine, looking at her. Celine didn't understand how the main character could be in a place like this. However, she then remembered that just a short while ago her sister was going to meet an important guest. So, considering the plot of the original novel, it made sense for the boy to be here to see her sister. Because of her recent bad behavior, some people still distrusted the girl very much and did not want the prince to see her. However, the young Louis noticed that the girl's mood today was somewhat different from usual. Celine felt that nothing could be worse than meeting the prince in such a terrible state. His good impression was understandable, as it was obvious that the protagonist was simply stunningly handsome. He was a good person and didn't even show any hostility towards Celine, which in turn could cause more concern. While the girl was standing and talking to the prince, Adele appeared nearby, accompanied by a servant. Celine explained that she had just accidentally met the boy while walking nearby. The girl hoped to change her image by showing no interest in Louis, whom she had previously been obsessed with, so she politely apologized to him for her unseemly appearance. After that, the girl said goodbye to everyone present and then continued on her way. Adele was very worried, but still wanted to invite her sister to spend time together. Celine was happy that they didn't push her away, despite all the nasty things she had done before. The girl once again apologized for her previous inappropriate behavior. She promised not to interfere in other people's conversations anymore, which surprised everyone present. After that, Celine ran off, although she herself had hoped to see the couple's affectionate moments sooner. Later, the girl sat in her room doing her homework under the supervision of her teacher. The teacher's confusion was natural, as the girl used to throw tantrums and make many mistakes. However, recently she had become unusually diligent and, as a result, she was learning more and more about this new world and country. The girl was happy to be able to sit at a desk and study and looked forward to the next lessons. The protagonist, Adele, possessed the power of a goddess, but Celine thought she could also use ordinary magic. She closed her textbook and decided to go to the small grove behind the house to practice. The maids privately discussed the girl's words that she was no longer interested in His Highness the Crown Prince. The red-haired maid with short hair thought the girl had really come to her senses. However, the other girls were not so sure, thinking the little girl was up to something again. Jenna believed that people can always change as long as they really want to. Celine had been standing around the corner and heard the maids' conversation. She understood they were right, because if she hadn't been reborn then Celine would not have changed. However, the girl felt that the maid Jenna seemed to be kind to her. She hoped that more and more people would notice her changes little by little. After a short training session near her home, the girl lay on the ground to rest. Despite the hardship, she was happy to be alive again in a healthy body. Not far from her, Celine noticed a strange silhouette, hoping it was another big cat. However, instead of an animal, the girl found a little boy lying unconscious. She immediately checked his condition and tried to help the poor child. The boy was alive, so Celine picked him up, wanting to take him home as soon as possible and give him first aid. Suddenly, the girl noticed that the boy's body, exposed under his shirt, was covered in strange marks. Although the boy was about her age, he was too thin and very light. Some time later, the boy was lying in a bed in a room being examined by the family doctor. Celine hoped the boy would be okay and could overcome his illness. She was already happy when the doctor noted that he had no external injuries or diseases. However, the doctor hastily added that the boy was struck by a terrible curse. This curse was quite powerful and was gradually draining the boy's life force. Celine realized that this was the meeting between the secondary villain and the final villain from the novel The Second Prince, Wilfried Percival. She sat by the sick boy's bed reading a book while he was unconscious. From the textbook the girl learned that holy water was effective in alleviating the symptoms of the curse. It had been 2 days since she brought back the cursed boy and he had been sleeping the whole time, never waking up. They gave him nutrient injections, but doing nothing seemed no longer safe. The doctor explained that it was a congenital curse and so powerful that it could not be lifted. Therefore the boy was most likely abandoned by his parents and became an orphan. If this situation continued for a long time, his life would be in danger. The doctor examined the boy and understood that he was still just a child. Yet he had to endure suffering. But a curse was a curse, so everyone living in this house felt disgusted by him. The father didn't understand what the girl was thinking when she brought this cursed orphan home. Although Celine couldn't abandon the boy, she learned that he would be sent to an orphanage. The girl worried that he wouldn't receive proper care there. The father reminded her that the boy was not a pet, and he didn't understand why his daughter would save a complete stranger. Celine was sad because she couldn't say that she saw her former self in him. Back then she suffered from an incurable disease and was even abandoned by her own family, left to humbly await her death. That's why the girl hoped that at least this boy would not be alone. After she promised to take care of him personally, her father allowed the girl to do as she wished. The maids were also unhappy with the appearance of the cursed orphan from the forest and gossiped among themselves. The curse wasn't contagious, but people were disgusted by it due to widespread rumors about the misfortune it supposedly brought. From the day the girl brought the boy back, everyone became even colder towards her. However, Celine patted her cheeks and promised not to take it to heart. In any case, now the girl could start the treatment with holy water. So she went into her closet, went through all her things and sold what she didn't need. The maids were very surprised by the girl's request, as she wanted to get rid of most of her clothes. Furthermore, after selling them, the girl asked to buy holy water with all the proceeds. One of the maids guessed it was to treat the cursed boy. Celine decided she had nothing left to hide, so she confessed her intentions. The girl knew that in this world holy water was a very precious and expensive commodity. She had assured her father there would be no difficulties, so she couldn't ask him for money for the water. This was not the style of the old Celine. But by spending money on holy water she could eliminate unnecessary hoarding, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Afterwards the girl went to the boy's room to see him and found that he had a fever. Celine held the child's hand and mentally asked him to hold on a little longer until the holy water was delivered to her. After that the girl wanted to change the water for the compress and stay with the patient a little longer. Everyone hated the curse, so she had to handle it all alone. A little later the girl met her sister in the hallway who was very agitated. The little girl had to say she had business in the kitchen. Adele guessed that her sister was taking care of the sick boy she had brought home a few days ago. It was hard to imagine the old Celine voluntarily bringing back an orphan and personally caring for him. so this raised suspicion. The girl didn't want to cause more rumors. So she politely said goodbye to everyone and continued towards the kitchen. The servants were very surprised, but they still told the girl where to get ice and fresh water. However, the most surprising thing was that the young girl was very polite and even thanked them for their help. Even such a small thing was quite difficult for the little girl, as her body was not yet used to it. Suddenly, Jenna appeared in front of Celine and took the heavy load from her hands. The girl smiled and said that she was much stronger than she first appeared. Celine remembered that this was the maid who had defended her in front of the others. The girl said that she was willing to help the young lady if she needed it in the future. Unlike the others, Jenna knew that the curse was not contagious and was not something terrible. Celine was glad to have such a good girl by her side who could help her in the future. Jenna changed the bedsheets and said that the master could contact her at any time. Celine thanked the girl for her help and was glad to have someone on her side. A little later, the rest of the maids returned to the palace with several bottles of holy water. They explained that it was purchased directly from the temple, so the quality of the goods could be guaranteed. Celine was frustrated that such a large sum of money was only enough for 3 bottles. In the evening, the girl carefully brought the mouth of the bottle to the boy's lips and poured the drink into his mouth. She did the same with the remaining bottles until all the holy water was used up. The little girl prayed in her heart that the boy would at least feel a little better. Recently she had been doing all sorts of research and taking care of the patient, so she was very tired and sleepy. The girl lay down right next to the boy, not noticing that he was beginning to wake up. When the girl opened her eyes again, a boy was sitting opposite her. Celine was so happy that he was awake that she wanted to hug him immediately. However, the boy did not let her do so and sharply pushed her hand away. The boy was hostile and seemed to be afraid of the girl. Celine realized that he had always experienced compassion in solitude, so it was quite natural for him to be wary of a stranger in a strange place. The girl apologized to the boy for scaring him and introduced herself. She explained that she had found him passed out in the woods and brought him here for treatment. She also explained that she had given the boy 3 bottles of holy water, which helped fight the curse, so he felt much better. She had no intention of harming the boy, so he could spend his time in this room in peace until he recovered. After that, the girl told the boy to rest and not worry about anyone entering his room. She also warned that she would be back later to deliver dinner. After that, Celine walked out the door, realizing that this was the first time she had seen such a cold look in a person's eyes. She had no intention of forcing him to do anything, but she hoped he would open up to her little by little. In any case, the girl was glad that he had at least woken up. The next day Celine ran to see her patient again and she was very cheerful. However, the young man remained silent and did not want to interact with her. The girl decided to add some fresh air and opened the window a little. It had been 3 days since the boy regained consciousness, but he had not touched his food. Celine tried to eat in front of him to show that the food was not poisoned, but it seemed useless. She was worried that if this continued the boy would starve to death. So she tried everything she could to persuade him to eat. The girl guessed that the boy didn't want to eat because of his wounds, which was why he had been in bed for so long. She said she would leave the food tray on a nearby table and come back later. Every time Celine left the room, she convinced herself not to despair and to keep up the spirit. The girl returned for dinner and brought some flowers she had picked in the garden. At night she returned to the boy's room again, bringing him a change of clothes and underwear. The next day everything was exactly the same as the previous days. Every day the girl came, brought food for the patient, helped him get dressed and then left. The girl was frustrated because after all this time the boy still hadn't eaten anything. She even apologized to the chef for making him work in vain. Jenna assured the girl that the boy would soon get hungry and would definitely eat. Even the servants noticed the girl's desire to help the patient and felt a little uneasy about what was happening. Late at night Celine returned to her room, threw herself on the bed and covered her face with a pillow, although it was a little. She was losing motivation. Seeing no response, the girl analyzed what was happening and even thought that everything she was doing was in vain. However, she immediately dismissed these thoughts as she could not give in to weakness. However, Celine knew that if she continued at this rate, the boy would die. From her experience in her previous life, the girl knew that complete loneliness breeds depression. So the next day she returned to the patient again with a bright smile on her face and brought fresh food. The boy continued to sit silently staring. At one point, this was already the 5th day since he woke up. The symptoms of the curse were weakening, but without food his death was only a matter of time. so Celine decided to show a little persistence and feed the boy herself. However, as soon as she got close to him, he immediately reacted and pushed the girl away, causing her to drop the food on the floor. Celine was sad about what happened but apologized for going against the boy's will. She looked at what was happening before her and couldn't hold back her tears, so she tried to turn away as quickly as possible. The girl didn't intend to cry, but her tears wouldn't stop. She pretended that something had gotten into her eye and then ran out of the room, closing the door behind her. The boy noticed the tears on the girl's face, which finally awakened some emotion in his heart. Late at night he woke up, got out of bed and walked out of his room. The boy was walking down the corridor when he suddenly heard the maid's conversation from around the corner. The girls found it crazy that the Lord's daughter was hiding and caring for an orphan, only to be met with disgust in return. She even bought holy water with the money from selling her expensive dresses. Despite all this, the maid still had no sympathy for the young mistress. The girls were becoming more and more convinced of Jenna's words that people can change. The little orphan heard all this and then decided to return to his room. The next day Celine went to the orphan's room again, wanting to apologize to him for yesterday. The girl knocked on the door carefully, brought some fresh food and explained her behavior from yesterday. She noticed that the boy had changed into new clothes and thanked him for it. After that, the girl placed the food tray on a nearby table. As usual, however, before she could leave, the boy picked up the food and gradually began to eat. With tears of happiness in her eyes, Celine thanked the boy for trusting her. They sat like that for a while, the girl smiling and the boy carefully eating his breakfast. After that, the happy girl returned to the kitchen and told everyone that, although it wasn't much, the boy had started to eat. The heroine happily told the chef and maids in the kitchen about her initial success. The servants immediately began to think about what else delicious and nutritious they could prepare for the boy, although he only ate 5 spoonfuls of porridge the first time. Everyone was happy with this small progress. When the whole family gathered at the table, the girl told her family about all her successes. She explained that the boy was recovering and had started to communicate. However, he was still very thin and the girl dreamed of being able to share her fat with him. The girl added that the orphan's health had also improved, which made her very happy. However, the father was worried that the girl had not used the pocket money he had given her at all. The man reminded her that at the end of next month, His Highness the Crown Prince would be holding a garden reception at the royal castle, so preparations needed to begin. This was the first time Celine had heard of such a thing, so she didn't understand what it meant for her. Adele revealed that she planned to go shopping next week. Celine believed that her sister would look beautiful in the first dress she tried on. The girl accidentally said out loud that she wanted to pick a dress for her sister and was very embarrassed about it. She wanted to apologize for what happened, but Adele didn't let her. The girl said she wanted Celine to pick out a dress for her. At this moment our heroine remembered everything that had happened between the sisters recently. She was glad that the girl was finally starting to trust her and was no longer afraid. The little darling was so cute that the girl shed tears of happiness. She realized that not only the servants but also Adele were beginning to notice her changes. The parents were also happy to see the girls starting to communicate with each other. Celine went to her guest and told him everything that had happened at dinner. She wanted to go on a strict diet so that Adele wouldn't be embarrassed to be with her. The girl had lost a little weight from walking around while taking care of the orphan. She was in a good mood and asked the boy if he wanted her to buy him something. Celine wasn't sure if the boy could read, so she hoped he would like some kind of toy. However, the girl was in a difficult position because she didn't even know how old the boy was. In fact, she didn't even know the name of the boy she had found. However, at some point it occurred to the girl that since he was an orphan, he might not have a name at all. But the boy surprised her by slowly opening his mouth and admitting in a small voice that his name was Will. Celine was very happy that the boy was finally starting to trust her and asked for permission to call him by his name. She really liked his name. This meant they were a little closer. The girl thanked the boy for his trust and promised to call him by his name from now on. Celine hoped they could continue to grow closer to each other little by little. Meanwhile, the young Prince Louis sat at a table carefully sipping hot tea. On the table in front of the boy were several invitations to an upcoming ball. The boy was thinking that Miss Celine would also be at his reception. The servant noted that the girl would come even if she wasn't invited. The boy couldn't forget the girl's words from their last meeting and how she had apologized for her stubbornness. After some time the sisters went shopping to try on gorgeous outfits for the first prince's reception. Celine was delighted at how cute her sister looked in the dress. She even said that the dress was specially sewn for the girl, and it couldn't be otherwise. The girl had been looking forward to this shopping trip with great excitement and hadn't even been able to sleep for the past few days. She thought everything was so cute that she wanted to buy the whole store. No matter what she looked at, everything looked good on Adele, so it was hard to choose just one. Her pocket money was saved for this very day. The girl was so focused on finding an outfit for her sister that she completely forgot that she also needed to buy a dress. Adele was a little embarrassed, but still asked for permission to choose an outfit for her sister. Celine was only happy about this, as the novel's heroine seemed very cute to her. After a while the girls had a lot of fun trying on dresses for both of them. Afterwards they went to a coffee shop and chatted over drinks. Their route then took them through a shop that sold accessories needed for the ball. On the way back, Celine admitted that she had enjoyed the trip today and had even bought some gifts for her friend. The girl smiled sincerely and thanked her sister with all her heart. She explained that she had a lot of fun and was glad to be able to talk a lot with the girl. The heroine felt that the distance between her and Adele was gradually shrinking. Suddenly, the little darling burst into tears, which greatly surprised her older sister. Celine immediately went to the girl to find out what had happened to her. Adele admitted that she was just very happy to be able to go shopping with her sister. In fact, she had always hoped that they could become friends. Celine understood her words, so she hugged her sister tightly, acting cute and apologizing to her. Despite the fact that Adele had been bullied by Celine for many years, the girl still wanted to be friends with her. It's hard to imagine how much Adele had been hurt, how lonely and sad she felt after that. Both girls burst into tears from the overwhelming emotions they were feeling at that moment. It took them some time to come to their senses and calm down. From that moment on, Celine decided that Adele would always be her top priority and she would do everything in her power to make the sweet and kind girl happy. The girl promised herself that she would definitely become a good older sister. After a short cry in the carriage, the girl's eyes appeared red and swollen. Despite this, she smiled and told Will about what had happened to her during the day. She also showed off all the gifts she had brought him from the city. First came the clothes, as the little boy had almost none. After that, the girl took out some delicious sweets so that the boy would get well soon. She didn't know what boys liked, but she chose some toys anyway. After a while, Will was completely surrounded by all sorts of gifts. Celine even apologized for the number of gifts, as she had been so eager to make him happy that she ended up buying too much. The relationship with the orphan was improving, and the boy even thanked the girl for her concern. Celine was glad that the boy was happy, so she smiled sincerely. She hoped that when he felt a little better, they could play with the toys and taste the sweets together. In the end, the girl believed that this day had been a truly happy one for her, and so a whole month passed and it was time for the little girl to greet the crown prince. During this time, Jenna had managed to become her personal maid. Due to the former Celine's irritable nature, the servants had quit one after another and eventually the position became vacant. However, the father noticed that the girl would soon need a personal maid, so she needed to choose someone for the position. Jenna was a cheerful and kind girl and also very witty, making her the best candidate for the job. In addition, during this time the girl managed to change her diet several times and lose some weight. She never missed a single workout and never broke her diet, so the weight successfully came off, although it was still far from average. When Celine stood next to Adele, who had a small face and graceful lines, the difference was immediately apparent. After getting ready, the girl explained to her maid that she was going to visit her friend. On her way to see the boy, she met her sister, Adele, and her stepmother, who were happy to see her. Lately the girl had been building a good relationship with them, and tomorrow she even planned to attend a garden reception at the royal castle. Celine was relieved that Adele was finally no longer afraid of her. The girls even arranged to make dessert together after lunch. After that, the little girls said goodbye to each other and Celine continued on her way. She entered the room and saw a boy sitting at a table reading a book. The boy looked much healthier and friendlier and he greeted the girl. Happily, the protagonist patted his head and praised him for starting his studies so early in the morning. She knew that Will had successfully recovered his health and was eating enough. But the most significant change was that he had finally started talking to her and was gradually opening up. The boy still hadn't told her about his past, but he had no problem with ordinary conversations and knowledge, so the girl guessed that he had lived with other people before. Recently, the girl had been teaching him instead of a teacher, teaching him to read and telling him about the country they lived in. The girl was incredibly happy that the boy was so diligently learning everything she taught him. Will was a kind and honest boy, and the girl found it very cute how he followed her around like a little chick. This boy was also an important person in her life. Like a younger brother, there were still people in the house who were cold to him, but he was gradually succeeding in making friends with others. Celine hoped that she could give the boy enough help so that in the future he could live independently. The weather outside was great, so the girl suggested that the boy go for a walk outside. The children held hands and went into the garden for a short walk in the fresh air. On the way they saw a large number of mushrooms that looked very appetizing. However, Will said that these mushrooms were not to be eaten as his stomach would hurt after eating them. The boy explained that he had tried these mushrooms when he had no food during one such walk. Celine said that she dreamed that one day a prince would appear who would belong only to her. She also explained that she would not be able to visit him tomorrow. From morning to evening there would be a reception at the royal castle, so she needed to go there. The girl couldn't wait to see her beautiful Adele in a lovely dress. She said that her little sister was her top priority, after which she said goodbye and ran out of the room. Her words were deeply etched in the boy's mind, making his heart ache slightly. The next day it was time for the reception for His Highness the Crown Prince in the garden. Celine sincerely believed that her sister was the most charming, not only at the reception but in the whole world. Thanks to the girl becoming the protagonist of the novel, she was able to visit such a place for the first time and was very nervous, although she was sure that people would say the worst things about her. Shortly after the event began, several young ladies approached the girls. They were happy to see Adele, but they didn't know how to treat Celine. The girl heard some people whispering among themselves that it was better not to even make eye contact with her. The ladies also discussed that the atmosphere around the girls was strange and were worried for Adele. It wasn't so bad that she was disliked, and because of her status as a duchess, no one would say it to her face. However, the girl didn't want Adele to feel embarrassed, so she thought it would be better if she sat alone somewhere far away. However, before Celine could leave, her little sister ran up to her and grabbed her hand. This scene between the two girls surprised everyone present who could see it. Adele explained that she was very happy to be here with her sister today. Celine was happy to hear this, but she thought Adele was trying to protect her. Just then the crown prince approached them, greeted the girls and thanked them for coming to his event. The other ladies were delighted to see the handsome crown prince of their country. The sisters thanked him for the invitation and bowed deeply to the crown prince. Celine thought to herself that he was even more dazzling today than usual. She noticed that he was looking at her too intently, so she guessed that the dress didn't fit quite right. The girl wanted to leave her sister alone with the prince, but Adele wouldn't let her. The little girl pretended that she was going to her parents, so she asked them to take her older sister with them. Celine felt that she needed to show Adele that she was no longer interested in the crown prince. She hoped that Louis would refuse the request, but he smiled and agreed to accompany the girl. After that the boy took Celine's hand and carefully led her through the whole crowd. The girl didn't expect to be alone with the prince at all, so she didn't know what to talk about. However, Louis noted that everyone was surprised by the girl's changes. Celine explained that she had recently wanted to change, so she was willing to work hard to achieve what she wanted. She added that she realized she had been a really moody and completely unbearable person in the past. She was spoiled by her status and the benefits she had. She did whatever she wanted. She was jealous of the lovely Adele, who was loved by everyone, and she behaved very despicably. However, now she was determined to act in a way that would not cause trouble for anyone. The girl also apologized for being rude to the boy before and for causing him some personal trouble. The prince in turn said that he had never considered such emotional displays to be a problem. Celine noticed that it wasn't just Adele who was a genuinely kind person around her, but also Louis. The prince admitted that he had heard from the duke that the girl had recently been taking linguistics lessons seriously and was practicing magic. Celine never thought her father would mention her to anyone, as it made her feel like she was really becoming a good person. The girl added that she was also enjoying her weight loss and had already lost 10 kilograms. The prince admitted that he had noticed it immediately and complimented the girl. Celine knew it was just flattery, but she still felt very happy to hear it. After that the protagonist explained that recently she had become interested in studying the history of the kingdom and other countries. Teachers came to her house and the girl enjoyed learning new things. The prince in turn told the protagonist about his hobbies and interests. They talked for a long time about the future, which couldn't help but make her happy. Before leaving, the boy smiled and asked if he could see the girl again. Celine thought he wanted to visit to see Adele, so she happily agreed. After that they promised to contact each other and said goodbye. Celine was glad that her relationship with Louis had improved. According to the novel, the protagonist is eventually killed by Louis, so it wouldn't hurt for him to have at least a slightly favorable opinion of her. After that the girls returned to their estate and had a small tea party with Will. Celine admitted that at the garden party she hadn't managed to make a single friend as expected. Her image was poor, which repelled people. Adele promised her sister that she would help others see what a wonderful girl she was. Celine promised that Will could make friends too, although the boy didn't want to. The boy tried to get closer to our protagonist and always said that she was the only one he needed. The girl found this cute and she was glad that he was so attached to her. Adele noticed that the boy really liked her sister. Celine noted that Will was like her younger brother and she really liked him too. At that moment Adele remembered that the girl had talked a lot with the crown prince yesterday. Celine remembered that she wanted to show her that she was not interested in the man at all, so she took the girl's hand and told her that she didn't think about the prince at all. So the girl didn't have to worry about it anymore. Although she used to admire the young master, everything had changed recently. Will didn't know who that was, so Celine explained that Louis was the crown prince of this country, a very wonderful person. She explained that she used to like him, but after that she wanted to change the subject as quickly as possible. Her words were deeply etched in the boy's heart. He even clenched his fists in anger. A few days later, Celine was walking around the house and noticed that everyone was very busy because the prince was coming to visit them soon. However, she felt that it had nothing to do with her, so she preferred to study with Will. The girl taught him various things in her free time and the boy absorbed knowledge at an amazing speed, understanding explanations after just one hearing. Apparently he no longer had any health problems, so the girl believed that he would soon be able to do some light household chores. Then she noticed that the boy was distracted from his task and was looking out the window. Just then the young Prince Louis arrived on the territory of their estate. Will looked gloomy and noted that the prince was completely different from him. At that moment a maid came up to them and announced that Celine's father was calling for her and asked her to join the tea party with His Highness the Prince. The girl was surprised, as she had never been invited to such an event until today. So she apologized to Will and explained that she needed to leave for a while. But before the girl could get up from her seat, the boy grabbed her hand. The boy looked her straight in the eyes and asked Celine not to go anywhere. The girl paid no mind, patted the boy on the head and promised that she would be back soon. However, he was very insistent and Celine realized that this was the first time she had seen such an obedient and modest boy show signs of irritation. She didn't understand the reason, but she noticed that Will really didn't want her to leave. Celine herself wanted to stay with him, but she couldn't refuse the prince's invitation, so she carefully removed the boy's hand from her own, apologized to him again and promised that she would be back as soon as possible. After that, the girl turned away from the boy and headed for the exit of the room. After she left, Will looked very gloomy and dejected. Celine was having tea with the prince and all she could think about was how to get back to her friend as soon as possible. Louis noticed her thoughtful expression and asked what she was thinking about. Adele was also happy to be with her sister and was interested in which dessert she liked. The girl seemed embarrassed and didn't understand why these two were only talking to her. In the novel, the atmosphere between the main characters was supposed to build gradually, but in reality, for some reason, this wasn't happening. Instead of talking to each other, these two always tried to chat with our protagonist. Even someone as clueless about romance as her could see that there was no spark between them. Although they really wanted the girl to stay, she desperately needed to leave them alone. She apologized for what was happening and explained that she needed to go back because she had things to do at home. Adele immediately realized that Celine wanted to go to Will. The girl explained that Celine had saved a boy who was lying unconscious in the forest and was now taking care of him. The prince didn't understand why the girl was personally taking care of the orphan instead of sending him to an orphanage or entrusting him to specialists. Celine explained that she was worried about his poor health and had brought him herself, so the responsibility of caring for the boy also fell on her. She thought Louis was a good person, but still decided not to tell him that Will was cursed at that moment. Adele added that the little orphan was very attached to her older sister. Hearing these words, the prince wanted to meet this mysterious boy who was being kept in the house. Celine didn't understand why, but she knew that Will didn't like Louis, so she declared that the boy was very shy but that they would meet someday. The girl's intuition told her that it was better for these two boys not to meet. After this tea party, the young prince began to appear at their house more and more often. Every time he came, a small tea party was held and he tried to spend as much time with the girl as possible. Each time he seemed very friendly and interested in communicating. Even Celine noticed that recently the prince often came even when Adele was not at home. This time, after another visit from Louis, the girl came out to see him to the door. She wondered why the young man was visiting them so often. The butler hinted that His Highness had been told to choose a bride, as the influence of the nobility had recently increased. Celine guessed that the boy was considering Adele as a candidate. The man pointed out that it was necessary to choose a future queen from the family of Count Eldred, but it had not yet been decided which of the two sisters it would be. The girl thought it was just a formality. In fact, she was certainly not being considered. Celine had been very busy lately, so she already missed Will and reading with her friend. Will was unhappy that the girl was almost always with the prince lately. Celine herself knew that the number one reason for her busyness was the prince's frequent visits. Will had been following her more often recently. The boy didn't want to talk to anyone, not even Adele or Jenna. He wouldn't even make eye contact with other people. His attachment was cute, but Celine felt that refusing to interact with anyone but her was not good for the boy. However, it was impossible to rush him, as doing so had always gone wrong before. The girl snapped her textbook shut and invited the boy to go for a walk with her in the garden. They went outside and looked at the beautiful flowers that had just bloomed nearby. Celine noticed that the boy liked flowers and thought that in the future he could help the gardener. However, the boy explained that his favorite thing was not the flowers but the girl herself. Celine was confused by this, as she had expected him to say it was the sight of the flowers. However, the girl smiled and admitted that she also really liked the boy. After that, the boy took her hand, hoping that he was her number one. Will admitted that he liked the girl more than anyone else in the world. He looked her straight in the eyes and admitted that he wanted to be her first priority forever. Celine was a little confused by this pressure and the unexpectedness of his words. However, she smiled and said that she also really liked the boy and that she would always be with him. The boys continued their walk in the garden when Will suddenly stopped and looked ahead. Right in front of them, His Highness the Crown Prince and the girl's father were slowly walking. The girl didn't understand how Louis could be here, as no one had told her he was coming. The father explained that he and the prince had met at a meeting in the castle, so he had invited him over. Louis was happy to see the girl and to finally see the boy she had told him about before. The prince took a few steps forward, stopped in front of the boy and looked him straight in the eyes. The young prince smiled and asked the boy if he could know his name. However, Will looked very angry and had no intention of answering Louis. The girl immediately noticed that her guess about the relationship between the boys was correct, so she shielded the orphan with herself, saying that he was just shy because it was the first time he had seen such a high-ranking gentleman. The prince also apologized to the girl for scaring the boy with his sudden question. Celine thought the prince was too kind, but she was distracted by Will grabbing her. She felt the boy grabbing her close from behind, his hands trembling with fear at that moment. So the girl apologized to the prince and her father and explained that she needed to leave them immediately to take the boy to the doctor. The future heir to the empire did not respond to this, but only smiled mysteriously and watched them leave. After a while, Celine and Will were in the boy's room, sitting carefully on the edge of the bed. Terrible thoughts were arising in the boy's head, making him feel awful. The girl didn't know what was happening, but she understood that the boy was troubled. She noticed that something was wrong with him, so she tried to hold him closer to calm him down. The girl carefully stroked the boy's back, waiting for him to calm down. After a while the boy stopped crying and finally looked more or less normal. Celine announced that from now on she would try to make sure that all the pain he had experienced remained in the past. The boy wished that she would always be with him. Celine guessed that the boy had severe anxiety due to being abandoned by his parents and was afraid of being completely abandoned again. She remembered her life in her previous life and completely understood this feeling. So she held him tightly and promised that they would always be together. Hearing these words, the boy looked very happy, but the expression on his face was very strange. After a while Jenna, while getting her little mistress ready, noted that she had very beautiful eyes. The girl was happy to hear that other servants had started to communicate with her more and more recently. She noted that Adele had the most beautiful blue eyes, while the prince's eyes were a true golden color. Then Jenna explained that His Highness Louis's eye color was special. Golden eyes were true proof that he had noble blood. Only people from the royal family of their country could have a golden hue. Celine realized that such moments helped her remember that she was in a fantasy world. However, she also really liked Will's cute black hair and deep eyes. Jenna announced that the girl had lectures in the morning, followed by a magic lesson. After finishing these lessons, Celine hoped to spend time with Adele and Will, so she immediately went to her teachers to finish her business more quickly. Then she had a pleasant time in her magic lesson and practiced a new task. After that, the girl called her sister and friend and they went for a walk in the forest. Everything that was happening seemed very peaceful to her, and the girl hoped to enjoy it endlessly. However, she knew that in the near future, various troubles would befall the two main characters. The most dangerous of them she would call the Second Prince, who was the final villain. This prince was born cursed, and in his childhood he was almost ordered to be killed by his own father, the king. Thanks to his wet nurse, he managed to escape, but after that, in the novel, a cruel survival awaited him. He was the complete opposite of the crown prince, who grew up in love and care. His intention was to kill the entire royal family and Louis, as a hatred had arisen. Although it was natural, even if the second prince tried to carry out his plan, the power of the main characters and the power of the goddess Adele, which was about to awaken in her, would certainly help them against him. The girl knew that, according to the novel, Celine was the only one who died. However, thanks to these difficulties, the couple's love burned even brighter. Celine wondered what the second prince's curse was and whether it was different from the curse placed on her friend. The girl was very worried about Will and asked about his health lately. Although the boy said that everything was fine, Celine noticed that he thought for a moment before answering. She asked the boy to tell her immediately if he felt unwell. The boy sat like that until the evening and only before sunset decided to go back to the house. The girls wanted to play a little more, but Will said he was tired and should go straight to bed. Celine thought it was natural for him to feel tired after so much entertainment, so the boy said goodbye to the girls and they went about their business. At that moment Will returned to his room and closed the door tightly. He unbuttoned his shirt and it became clear that the boy was feeling unwell due to the curse. The pain was so intense that he couldn't even stay on his feet and fell right onto the floor. Will leaned against the bed so as not to pass out. After a while, Celine was standing in front of a mirror dressing herself and even winked at her reflection. It was only then that the girl noticed the butler passing behind her. She was embarrassed because she was examining herself from all angles after losing weight. The girl was very embarrassed to show herself in this way, so she turned bright red. Celine was glad to hear that after her transformation, her figure had indeed become more proportionate. In between her studies and magic practice, she continued to work hard on her physical exercises. Partly thanks to her diet, her stomach had also become smaller. All that was left of her past life was a difficult experience that had strengthened her willpower. However, she still had room to lose weight as she looked bulky. Next to Adele, the butler said that he had heard that horse riding and fencing also required a lot of muscle training. The girl was inspired by his words and decided to ask her father for permission to do all of this. She thanked the man and ran towards the office. Despite her efforts to lose weight, the girl had collected all the best sweets in their country. In front of her stood a line of girls her age who had come for tea and looked very awkward. Celine thanked the girls for agreeing to come to her house for tea. When the girl said she wanted to make friends, her mother suggested inviting her peers over. Celine thought she could rest easy, as her mother had carefully selected the girls, ensuring they were from good families and had a corresponding reputation. However, despite this, the atmosphere was very tense. Considering what the former Celine had done, it would also take time to change her image. That's why the girl needed to make a good impression. Now Adele Milo smiled and noted that the sweets her sister had chosen were very tasty. She explained that Celine wanted to please all the girls, so she had chosen each cake with care. The protagonist thought it was wonderful that her sister was helping her make a good impression. The girl had already imagined that today would end in failure, but was rewarded by Adele's kindness. However, unexpectedly, one of the girls asked Celine if she had resolved her previous quarrels with her sister. As our protagonist recalled, it was Miss Wilhelmina from the Marquis family who asked the question. The girl recalled that the sisters had quarreled for various reasons and Celine had made Adele an object of ridicule for those around them. The younger sister wanted to retort to the girl, but the older sister didn't let her. So Celine stepped forward and explained that she hadn't resolved the quarrel but had apologized and received her sister's forgiveness. She admitted that she had been jealous of her sister in the past and had often done very despicable things. However, Adele had forgiven all her sins, for which the girl was very grateful. After that, Wilhelmina smiled, glad that the sisters had reconciled. She noted that if Miss Adele had forgiven the girl, then there was no problem. After that, she was the first to taste Celine's sweets and invited the other girls to follow her lead. Only after these words did the others stop being wary and decide to try the cakes. Celine was glad to hear that everyone liked her sweets. After that, the girls started discussing the cakes and where else they could be tasted, and so our protagonist gradually integrated into society and made friends. Towards evening, all the guests began to leave, but the protagonist wanted to talk to Miss Wilhelmina. She thanked her for the tea party and noted that the girl had asked her various things in front of the others. However, she just smiled at the co-conspirator and pretended not to understand what she was talking about. Celine noted that the young marquise was a very kind and outstanding person, so she wanted to be friends with her. The girl gathered her courage and asked directly if her new acquaintance wanted to be her friend. Wilhelmina was delighted with such an offer and happily agreed to be friends. After that, the girls exchanged invitations for tea parties. During dinner, Celine told all her relatives what had happened. The mother and father were glad to hear that the girl had finally made a friend. Celine was very grateful to her little sister for helping her with the tea party. The father said that the teachers also praised the girl's success and said that she learned everything diligently and quickly. The man noted that the girl had been handling everything well lately. Celine was very happy to hear such an assessment of herself from her family and teachers. Moreover, it was the first time she had heard praise from her father. Therefore, the girl promised that she would work even harder in the future. After some time, Will became stronger and was able to help the gardener with small chores. Celine was glad that the boy was also trying and communicating with other people. They had agreed last month that the boy would try to help the gardener. After that, Will listened carefully to what was said to him and showed himself to be a capable worker. The boy noticed that the girl was watching him and went up to her. Celine patted him on the head and praised him for how hard he was working. After that, Will handed the girl a flower that he had grown himself for the first time. The girl was very happy to receive a gift from her friend. She promised that she would take good care of it. Will was happy to see the smile that his gift brought to Celine's face. The girl was happy because she was reborn in a healthy body, could study what she liked and make friends. At that moment, she thought that the happy and peaceful days would continue, but soon everything went wrong. Celine sat at her desk and carefully looked at the flower her friend had given her. The girl was very happy, as it was the first gift she had received from him. She didn't want the flower to wither, so she cast a super high-level preservation spell on it. Will suggested that the girl would be happier if he gave her many gifts. However, she was happiest when the boy was healthy and happy. As Celine said these words, she noticed that the man suddenly became very sad. However, Will held her hand and said that nothing was wrong. Although Celine said he had been a little depressed lately, every time she tried to ask him about it, he would reply that everything was fine. Afterwards, the girl went to her regular lesson with the magic teacher. She remembered that in the previous lessons they had studied fire and water magic. Celine possessed a great amount of magical power and had a talent for magic. If she had taken it seriously in the novel, her situation would have been much better, but at that time the girl still thought it was a waste of her abilities. As far as Celine knew, about 30% of the world's population possessed magic. The proportions of the basic elements, fire, water, wind, and earth, varied. It was important for anyone to first recognize which type of magic was most suitable for them. Today, the teacher suggested learning earth magic, although many daughters of noble birth were not fond of it. However, Celine was happy about this because with this magic she would be able to help Will in the garden. The teacher brought a small pot of soil and asked the girl to demonstrate her abilities. However, no matter how hard she tried, the girl still couldn't do anything. Celine even felt frustrated by this, as it turned out that earth magic was not for her. Just at that moment, the girl turned around and noticed a nearby flower bed. Among all the beautiful flowers, only one was different. It had been afflicted by some disease and was withering. Celine thought that if she could use earth magic, the flower's condition would be better. So the girl closed her eyes, concentrated and directed her magic towards the small plant. Suddenly, the girl realized that a very beautiful light had appeared from nowhere, something unprecedented. Right before her eyes, the flower bloomed again, becoming the most beautiful one in the flower bed. Celine didn't know what had happened, so she turned to her teacher for help. However, the man had a serious expression and suggested that the lesson for today should end there. Afterwards he quickly walked off somewhere, leaving the girl confused. A little while later, Celine was suddenly summoned by her father, and she wondered why the girl even thought she had done something wrong. On her way to her father, she ran into her beloved sister, Adele. She had heard from the servants that a celebration was planned for her older sister at dinner tonight. Celine was even more surprised, as she had no idea what this celebration was about. The girl walked into her father's study and noticed that the head butler and the magic teacher were both gathered there. Moreover, the atmosphere was very heavy, not at all festive. Her father had a very serious expression when he turned to the girl, and he said that the power of the goddess had awakened within her. Celine had not expected to hear this at all, because, according to the novel's plot, the power was supposed to awaken in her sister. Her father was curious if the girl knew anything about these powers. He had been told that during lunch today, the girl had healed a withered flower, which was a form of healing magic. However, Celine interrupted him and pointed out that it was impossible for her to have the goddess's power. After all, these powers were supposed to awaken in the protagonist, not the villainess. However, her father didn't explain further and instead had the magic teacher bring something to the girl. It was a large black stone placed on a satin pillow. The teacher asked the girl to infuse her magical power into the stone. Celine wasn't entirely sure what was happening, but she did as she was told. Immediately after, the stone suddenly turned a pale blue and sparkled before her eyes. The teacher explained that the stone, which contained impure magical power, had just been purified. Without a doubt, this was the magic of the goddess, as no other kind of magic could do this. Celine still couldn't believe that she really possessed the power of the goddess. Her father and the butler were delighted by this, as it was a very great honor, and now the girl would have to bless the entire kingdom. However, Celine didn't understand why the power had awakened in her and what would happen to Adele now. The girl was afraid that, because of what had happened, the story of the novel itself might change. The heroine only came to her senses when she heard that they were going to announce her as the fiancée of His Highness Louis. Her father explained that the goddess's magic was special. It was cherished above all else and, moreover, the prince was interested in the girl. Furthermore, Celine had indeed changed a lot recently and was showing the excellent qualities of a future princess. However, the girl didn't want this because if she became the fiancée, then Adele and Louis couldn't be together and everything would change. The girl had no idea what she should do in this situation. After talking with her father, the girl went to find her friend, her mind in turmoil. Last night a celebration was even held to celebrate the awakening of the goddess's power within her. It was the first time the girl had seen her father so happy, as her ability would bring honor to her family. In 2 weeks, a respected bishop would return from another country, and it was planned that he would confirm the presence of the goddess's power within her, which could change everything. Celine had done her own tests, and it seemed she really did possess this power. She couldn't believe that the villainess possessed the protagonist's power, as this would completely change Adele's original story. Besides, getting engaged to the prince was not in the girl's plans at all, and she hoped to somehow avoid it before Adele's goddess power awakened. Will noticed that his girlfriend seemed upset and asked her what was wrong. The girl smiled and said she was just thinking about things. Suddenly, the man clutched his chest and Celine realized something was wrong with him. However, the boy pretended he was just hungry and had a stomachache. The heroine left him alone in the room, promising to quickly get some lunch. Only after the girl left was Will able to show his emotions. He was in immense pain. Later, while having tea with the prince, the man said he had heard a rumor that the girl was found to have the power of the goddess. Adele was very happy for her older sister and believed in her abilities. However, Celine tried to pretend it was just some small misunderstanding. But they didn't believe her, because the girl had healed a withered flower and even purified a special magic crystal. The prince was also convinced that there was no misunderstanding in what had happened, which left Celine not knowing what to do next. The prince said that, to awaken the power, the chosen girl possessed such a beautiful heart, such a rich kingdom bloodline and such abundant magical power that the goddess herself had fallen in love with the being. Hearing his words, Celine was somewhat surprised and didn't know what to say. The rumor had spread throughout the country and people doubted if it had really happened, as Celine had a bad reputation among the populace. However, even the previous Celine was very talented in magic. The heroine understood that this wasn't baseless, as her family was a famous clan with a long history and many of its members possessed a great deal of magical power. Even Adele was like an angel favored by the goddess, and it was logical for the power to manifest in her. The prince also said that there had been cases hundreds of years ago where the power had awakened in several people, but for a long time after that such a thing had never happened again. His words calmed Celine down, as she had thought she was an anomaly, whereas according to the novel, only Adele should have had a high chance of awakening the power. However, if her power only manifested in the future, then by that time she and Louis might already be engaged. The girl was acting very strangely out of worry, so the prince and Adele talked about her condition. To cheer her sister up, Adele even brought her favorite desserts. The girl jumped up from her seat and ran to the kitchen wanting to serve them at the table in the garden. Because of her departure, Celine was left alone with the young prince. The girl felt very awkward, as the prince also understood that she was very likely to become his bride. However, the girl sincerely believed that Adele not her was the best bride for the prince. Suddenly Louis approached the girl and invited her for a short walk the next weekend. Celine didn't understand why he was inviting her, but she couldn't refuse the crown prince anyway. So the girl smiled brightly and agreed to accompany him on this outing. She also suggested asking for Adele's consent. When the girl returned to the table, however, the prince just smiled at this suggestion and pointed out that he had never intended to invite her sister. The boy smiled and admitted that he wanted to go for a walk with her alone. After he left, Celine told her sister what had happened and Adele realized it was a date invitation. Adele was very happy for her older sister and seemed very encouraged. In her previous life Celine had not been in a relationship with a boy, so she had never even thought that she might be asked out on a date. Adele was glad that her sister's charm had even captivated Prince Louis. She noticed that her sister was not very happy about the change in her feelings. In fact, Celine was a little uneasy about what was happening and wanted to clarify some things with her beloved Adele. First she looked directly into her sister's eyes and asked her what she thought of the young prince. She wanted to know if the girl saw him as a man. However, Adele thought for a moment and then said that she hadn't thought about the young prince at all. Celine hinted that the man might be her type or at least somewhat attractive to the girl. However, Adele was completely certain that the young gentleman did not attract her at all. Celine had not expected things to turn out this way at all, so she didn't know how to react. According to the novel's plot, the girl should have already developed corresponding feelings by this time, but in reality everything was completely different. Instead, Adele was eager for her sister's date next week and asked to be trusted with picking out her dress. Celine felt a little awkward about what was happening, but at the same time she was happy that Adele was so lovely. However, she still understood that a whole host of problems had fallen upon her which others didn't even suspect. The next day, Celine went to the Marquis's estate to see her friend and tell her about the secret meeting with His Highness. Although the girl wasn't sure if it was a real date, everyone else thought so. Wilhelmina pointed out that His Highness Louis would not invite a girl for no reason, although Celine was nervous because it was her first time meeting her friend alone. She found the girl easy to talk to and they had a pleasant time. Wilhelmina noticed that Celine wasn't very happy about the date, as it was a great honor for the girl. However, her friend said that she actually dreamed of marrying someone out of love, not because their families decided so. Wilhelmina was surprised by her friend's romantic side, as she had no idea she had one. As Celine correctly pointed out, among the nobility most marriages were concluded for convenience, but there were also marriages for love. One such example was Celine's own family. The former duchess, who was the girl's biological mother, passed away immediately after giving birth. Soon after, the duke fell in love with the baron's daughter, his current wife, and then Adele was born. So it was easy to guess where little Celine's anger came from. Wilhelmina hoped that her friend would one day meet a wonderful man she could love. The girls even made a pact that they would tell each other about their loves first. A few days later, the time for the date with the young prince finally arrived. On this day, Jenna made sure her lady looked even more charming than usual before she went out. Celine told the maid to carry out the strategy they had discussed. For when Adele returned a few days ago, the girl had called for the doctor twice, but the boy had locked himself in his room out of fear both times. So today the doctor came without warning. The girl was worried about her friend and had no choice but to take drastic measures for his health. Afterwards, the heroine said goodbye to her maid and went on her date with the young prince. First, Louis picked the girl up, then they watched a popular opera at the theater and went to a chic restaurant to taste exquisite dishes. They had a great time, and at some point the prince remembered that the girl was going to see the bishop the next day. Celine was a little worried about this, because since that day she had not used the goddess's power again. Tomorrow, the respected archbishop had to make a decision. And all this time the girl had pretended she had no power. But she certainly couldn't fool him. Besides, she still couldn't figure out a way to avoid all this. Celine tried to find information about the goddess's power again, but learned almost nothing new. Seeing his date's reaction, the prince decided to change the subject and distract the girl with dessert. The man didn't understand why she needed to keep dieting, as she was already very beautiful. Saying these words, he reminded her of Will, who always said the same thing to the girl. For a moment, because of this same phrase, Celine even thought it was Will sitting in front of her. Moreover, it briefly seemed to her that these two, despite having completely different auras, were very similar. But, unlike Will, Celine was sure that Louis was just being polite. The man noted that her father would not be too happy if he brought the girl home too late, so he suggested they get going. After that, they left the restaurant and went to the square to hire a carriage. While the prince was taking care of these matters, Celine noticed a crying boy nearby. She immediately ran up to him and asked if the child was all right. The boy was crying because he had scraped his knee and it hurt a lot. Celine carefully looked around to make sure no one was watching them at that moment. Then she leaned down and used her goddess power to heal the child's knee. The boy was happy that the girl had helped him and relieved his pain. However, the stranger just smiled and asked to keep what happened a secret from others. Unfortunately, the girl didn't notice that the young prince had already finished his business and was watching everything that was happening. He really liked the way the girl treated the small child so tenderly. Upon arriving at the girl's house, the prince offered his hand to help her down the carriage steps. The young man admitted that he had enjoyed their walk very much and asked for permission to invite the girl again. Celine couldn't refuse him, so she agreed to see him alone again next time. Although she was not very happy about the prince's interest in her, she had enjoyed the time more than she had imagined. After all, the prince was a good person and the girl hoped that she could be with Adele soon. As soon as she returned, the girl went to her maid to ask what had happened in her absence. However, before the girl could answer, her lady little Adele burst into the room. She looked very agitated and rushed to her sister with tears in her eyes. She couldn't explain anything clearly except to say that it was about Will. Celine immediately went to her friend and found him lying in bed. She immediately realized that the man was in terrible pain and asked the doctor what had happened. The doctor explained that when he came to examine the boy he was already in this condition. It was impossible to predict how the curse would develop next, especially if it was so strong. However, from what the doctor could see, the boy had been enduring it until the very end. Celine wished she could buy holy water again to ease the boy's suffering. However, the doctor noted that the holy water only provided further relief, but the curse itself had spread, so it would no longer be effective. Celine realized she no longer knew how else she could help her friend. The girl was very upset when the doctor explained that there was nothing more they could do to help the little boy. Will had been unconscious for a whole day and it was clear from his face that his condition was getting worse. Celine had tried everything, even giving him holy water, but nothing improved. The doctor immediately warned her that curses were very difficult to fight, so the girl shouldn't blame herself. However, Celine was sure that the boy had tried so hard to hide his pain only because he didn't want to worry her. Just then the maid came and said that they were going to the temple tomorrow, so everything had to be prepared quickly. She was also worried about her lady, as she hadn't eaten since yesterday. Celine understood that staying with the boy wouldn't change anything, but she still didn't want to leave him alone. Jenna brought a book about the temple that her father had told the girl to read, as well as a snack, so she could study without leaving her friend's side. Celine was very grateful to her personal maid for her help during this difficult time. The girl became completely engrossed in the rules of greeting, how to walk through the center of the temple and other small details. At some point she came across a section in the book about the power of the goddess, as the first ruler was saved by this very magic. The king, who was cursed by an evil dragon, was healed by the power of the goddess. At that moment Celine realized that the goddess's power was also effective against curses. In the end, the girl read the entire book but still couldn't figure out exactly how to use this magic. The only thing she could do was to try. First, Celine decided to let the magical power spread throughout her body and then simply pray for the boy's curse to disappear. The girl carefully took her friend's hand and tried to summon the power of the goddess. A pink glow appeared around the girl and her whole body seemed to burn, accompanied by severe pain at some point. The strange marks on the boy's body began to transfer to her own hand. The girl couldn't believe that her friend had been enduring such terrible pain all this time. Therefore, she decided to save him, no matter the cost. Celine continued to hold her friend's hand, trying to draw the entire curse out of him, although little by little, the curse weakened and the strange inscriptions on the boy's body disappeared. Celine didn't know how long she could last, as she hadn't yet learned to control her magic, but all she could do was radiate her power and pray. At that moment, the girl looked at her friend's face, who was lying unconscious before her. She tried to recall all the moments they had recently lived through together, their first lunch, their lessons together and their games in the garden. The girl sincerely wished for Will to be happy and asked God to grant her wish. Celine was lying in a clean bed and was just beginning to regain consciousness. The girl opened her eyes and saw her sister sitting next to her with tears in her eyes. The girl remembered that she had tried to save her friend from the curse and had reached her limit. The first thing she learned was that the boy was sleeping because he felt better. Only then was Celine able to relax, as she was incredibly happy that her plan had succeeded. However, Adele was angry that her older sister had used the goddess's power to heal the little boy. She was unhappy that the girl had expended a huge amount of power and even lost consciousness, and that all of this was very dangerous. Celine understood why her sister was angry, as the teacher had also said that she should be very careful, as depleting one's power was dangerous. Although she didn't yet know how to wield this power, it was already clear even now how strong it was. Adele explained that the maid had found the girl and run to her, so her father knew nothing about it. They also didn't tell anyone about the boy's condition, otherwise everyone would have found out that the girl had used her power. Celine was very grateful to her sister that such an honest girl had done such a thing and even lied to her father. However, Adele asked her to promise not to do anything dangerous again. Celine herself didn't want to make her beloved sister worry anymore, so she happily agreed. She also thanked the maid who had helped them with all of this. However, Jenna reminded the girl that it was time to get ready for the temple and that her father would be coming for her soon. Adele promised that she would look after Will and her sister could go about her business with a calm heart. Celine thought that the girl was a real angel and was glad that they had become friends. After the visit to the bishop, the family returned home somewhat dejected. An hour ago the high priest of the temple had explained that while there were traces of the goddess's power, there was almost no magical power left. Celine herself was surprised by his words, as she hadn't even figured out a way to get out of this. The bishop explained that the color of the goddess's magical power was special and clearly visible, but the girl did not have it. At that moment Celine realized it was all because she had exhausted all her energy during the night to heal the boy. The bishop noted that the girl was simply extremely weak and suggested that if the girl accumulated more magical power, she would be able to occasionally heal minor wounds. Her father was clearly not very happy with the priest's words, as he had hoped his daughter had awakened a great power within herself. On the way home the girl mentally apologized to her father, as she had not only lied to him but had also deceived him for the second time that day. However, she was glad that everything had ended this way, because now all that was left was to wait for the goddess's power to appear in her sister. After returning from the temple, Celine immediately rushed to see her friend. She hugged him, happy that the boy was awake and healthy. The girl broke the embrace and wanted to examine the boy from all sides to confirm his health. However, she was suddenly stopped by his golden eyes, which had previously been black. Celine remembered the maid's stories about golden eyes being proof of royal blood. The girl looked at her friend, not understanding why he suddenly had golden eyes. However, there could be no mistake here, as Louis's eyes were this exact color. Only now did the girl realize that her friend was the second prince. Celine simply couldn't believe it, because in the original novel, the only connection between the second prince and the villainess was the curse. The girl had not expected things to turn out this way, but now everything made sense. It was said that the eyes were most susceptible to magical power, which meant they had turned black because of the curse. The girl remembered all the times the prince had spoken ill of Louis. Even then, she had felt that the boy hated the prince, but it turned out he held a grudge against Louis. The girl realized that he had been fighting this feeling all this time and it was all because of Louis. Celine realized that her friend had known about his origins all along in the novel. The second prince's past was truly terrible, especially for a child. The girl's heart broke just thinking about everything Will had been through, with tears in her eyes. Celine apologized for not realizing how difficult it had been for the boy. She leaned down and gently hugged him, trying to calm herself. The boy also apologized to his girlfriend for not telling her about his origin sooner. Celine didn't blame him as he really had no other choice. If anyone had found out he was alive, he would have been in danger. so the boy was protecting himself. After that, the second prince looked into his girlfriend's eyes and confessed that his real name was Wilfried Percival. Only now did Celine remember the real name of the second prince from the novel and realize that everything had been obvious. The boy was worried that after all this his girlfriend would no longer like him. However, to Celine he was still the same Will, and she didn't care about his origins. The boy was glad that the girl's attitude towards him hadn't changed after all that had happened. He hugged her, cried, and admitted that he liked the girl very much. He even declared that he wanted to be with her forever. Celine confessed that she liked the boy too and that she would never leave him. The girl believed that she had to protect Will from repeating his fate from the novel. However, she asked the boy to keep his origins a secret from others, as now they should be careful. If others found out that it was she who had healed the second prince, they would immediately understand and know that she had used magic. Then the issue of her engagement to Louis would arise again. So the girl asked the boy not to show himself in public. However, she immediately understood that it would be very difficult to hide this from others. She would have to persevere to keep her and his secret. The girl noted that the boy didn't have to worry about anything and that she would protect him. However, late at night in her room, the girl admitted to herself that she had no idea what to do. She wondered what the royal family thought of the boy and whether they had ever tried to kill him. Celine understood that if others found out, they continued to hide the second prince in their home, then not only she but her entire family would be in trouble. The girl was tired of this, as she only wished for the boy to be happy. However, a lot had happened recently, so Celine decided to take a short break. The girl decided to think about everything that had happened with a clear head. The next day at this time, Will was lying in bed and realized that he wanted to see his girlfriend. He carefully got out of bed and put on a wide-brimmed hat to hide his eyes. As the boy walked down the corridor, he suddenly heard someone discussing his girlfriend behind a half-open door. Will heard that the girl had used up all her available goddess power to save him. Adele was upset because her sister's entire life depended on this power. She knew that Celine had deliberately not used the goddess's power, and now not only her sister but also her father would have to take responsibility for it. Adele was sad because if not for this, the girl could have become a queen loved by all the people. Will heard every word the girl said and tried to understand them. The boy realized that because of him, his beloved girlfriend was in big trouble. He didn't want the girl to hate him and hoped to help her in the future and become her favorite person. He also remembered her words that the girl hoped to one day meet a prince who would be only hers. Suddenly, he caught the word prince and a plan immediately formed in his head. After hearing all this, the boy took off his hat and continued down the corridor. The next day, Celine woke up a little later than usual due to fatigue and immediately went to her friend. She went to see Will and apologized for not visiting him for so long. However, she suddenly noticed that the boy was dressed in expensive clothes and the maids were bustling around him. The girl didn't understand why the boy was wearing such a suit and why no one else was surprised by the color of his eyes. However, everything became clear when the prince approached the girl and announced that he was going to the royal capital. Celine was completely unprepared for this and was not ready for such a big change overnight. She couldn't understand what could have happened in such a short time. She froze in fear, unable to move. Immediately after Will approached, the girl took her hand and confessed that he wanted to become a prince. That was why he had told his story and decided to go to the royal capital. Celine was worried because it was too risky and something could go wrong. However, the boy was confident that everything would be fine. The girl realized that the boy had already decided everything for himself, even though he had agreed with her just yesterday. Just as they were talking, they were interrupted and the girl's father entered the room. He promised that he would stand by the prince and that he would only go to the royal capital in 6 months. The girl didn't understand what was happening or why her father and friend were acting together. The boy came up from behind her gently, took her hand and apologized for what had happened. Afterward, the children went to a separate room to talk with the girl's father. Celine admitted she felt fine and apologized for the recent events. The two children sat on the sofa holding hands, both looking very sad. The father said that last night His Highness Wilfried came to his room and told him not only about himself but also how the girl had saved him with her goddess power. The man was very surprised to learn that an ordinary orphan was actually His Highness the Prince. However, when he saw the boy's golden eyes, he believed it immediately. Celine was upset that her father had found out she had deceived him. She immediately jumped up from her seat and bowed deeply in apology. The girl had hidden the fact that she used the goddess's power from her father and the bishop and understood that she would face punishment. However, she still did not regret saving her friend. The man ordered the girl to raise her head because, although her actions were reckless, it was she who had saved His Highness. Therefore, the man admitted that for this one time only he would turn a blind eye to the matter. He could understand why the girl had lied to him and admitted that he had not yet earned her trust. Celine was confused by these words and the fact that her father was genuinely trying to understand his daughter. The man asked the girl to be sure to tell him everything next time, as this was not just her personal problem. Celine hadn't expected the man to forgive her, as he was very pleased with the fact that she possessed the goddess's power. She knew that in the novel, the father always had complicated feelings for his eldest daughter. Therefore, the girl decided to confess to him, admitting that she possessed and could use the goddess's power. The father pointed out that problems would arise if others found out that the girl had deceived the bishop, as his power within the temple was comparable to the emperor's. Therefore, they needed to continue hiding her abilities. While Celine hoped that the engagement to the first prince could be cancelled, the father also added that the responsibility of protecting His Highness lay with him, so he would personally take him to the royal castle and act as the boy's guardian. He knew that if they started acting now, there was a chance others would discover the girl's power. So for the next 6 months His Highness would hide in their home. Then they would create the illusion that the curse had lifted on its own. Celine was grateful for this, as her father's life would be easier if everyone knew about it. However, she was curious about what would happen afterward, because if the boy returned to the royal castle, he would soon forget about them. She held his hand tightly, hoping they still had a little more time together. The boy apologized for acting on his own without consulting the girl. He pointed out that it was his life and he had the right to arrange it as he wished. She thought that, as the second prince, his days in the castle would be difficult. He would have to study hard to make up for everything he had missed and, moreover, he might face prejudice due to the curse. The boy noticed that the girl was very sad and promised that he would never give up. Celine thought to herself that she should never be sad when the boy was being so positive. However, she was curious why the boy had so suddenly changed his mind and decided to return to the castle. He started to say something, but changed his mind and fell silent. He hugged the girl instead, asking her to never forget him. They even agreed to write letters to each other and meet sometimes. Besides, there were still 6 months until the boy's departure, so they decided to spend as much time together as possible. Will wasn't very happy with this outcome, but he knew it was much better than what could have happened. The boy confessed that he really liked the girl and hoped his feelings were mutual. Celine looked at her friend, smiled gently and said that she really liked him too. The two children made a pinky promise that they would always be together. After that, a week passed. The doctor ordered eye drops from a neighboring country that could hide the color of the boy's eyes. Only the treatment of the boy changed now. He had a larger room and was assigned servants personally chosen by the girl's father. Adele was very surprised, as she couldn't imagine their little orphan looking like a real prince. However, she felt sad when she remembered that they only had 6 months left. Celine knew that her sister was not in danger now because, unlike the events in the novel, the second prince and she would never harm her. Although the boy still harbored resentment towards his older brother, this needed to change. First, a maid entered the boy's room and announced that their father had summoned Celine to him. The girl didn't understand what was happening, as no one was supposed to visit them that day. She went to her father and learned that His Highness the First Prince wanted to speak with her alone. The girl didn't know what to expect, so she carefully opened the door and looked into the room. Louis was sitting on the sofa. He apologized for his sudden arrival and explained that he needed to ask the girl something. Louis made Celine uneasy and she wondered what the prince wanted to know. The boy slowly sipped his tea, then smiled and asked the girl why she was deceiving everyone around her. She didn't quite understand what he was talking about, so she asked him to be clear. Louis knew that the girl possessed the goddess's power, but for some reason she was hiding it from everyone. The boy said he had seen with his own eyes the stone the girl had purified and the child whose wounds she had healed in the city. He couldn't believe that she had no power at all. Celine was worried because she didn't know Louis had seen all this. Therefore, the girl said that her power reserves were limited and her power was barely enough to heal a small scrape. Even the esteemed bishop said she had almost no power left. She didn't know what to do as the boy didn't seem to believe her words. But she had no more proof. However, she was most interested in why the young man was so angry about this. The prince was surprised that he looked angry in the girl's eyes. Celine knew that the boy was usually gentle and calm, but now he was very tense. The prince admitted that he was indeed nervous about what was currently happening. The thought that the girl was lying about her abilities because she didn't want to marry him made him sad. Celine also tried to reassure him, saying that it was completely wrong, although in her heart she thought the boy was right in some ways. However, she didn't understand why this matter affected him so much. She admitted that she considered the first prince to be a wonderful person. The boy had been very kind, even to the previous Celine, which already told her a lot. Louis was very happy to hear this. He even relaxed a little and smiled. The boy was so handsome that his smile made our heroine melt. However, she was very surprised when the prince said he would tell his father that he wanted to marry her. He added that the goddess's power was not important to her. He liked the girl even without them. Celine didn't understand why he chose her, as she hadn't done anything to attract him. She was curious why the boy chose her, so she asked him to tell her. The boy admitted that he couldn't take his eyes off her beautiful smile and that he also liked the girl's frankness and purposefulness. Celine had never heard so many sweet words addressed to her, so she quickly felt shy and blushed. She had heard such words from men so rarely that now she couldn't calm down. The queen always said that if a prince likes someone, there is no need to look for serious reasons to justify your feelings. Celine tried to remind him that the goddess's power might awaken in her sister. She couldn't admit that the girl would definitely awaken a power lest she expose herself. The girl thought she was not suitable to be the first prince's bride. Celine also said that she wanted to marry a man she loved, although it sounded foolish given her title. However, this did not bother the prince. He only believed that the girl was truly very lovely. Therefore, he promised that he would try to make the girl interested in him. The boy stepped forward, kissed a lock of Celine's hair and bid her farewell until next time. The girl felt very embarrassed, as it wasn't every day that a real prince kissed her. After that, the boy said goodbye and the heroine returned to her friends in the room. The girl still couldn't calm down after the last conversation and her heart felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. Adele wanted to know what her father wanted from her sister. However, Celine didn't want Will to know about the meeting with the first prince, so she pretended that nothing had happened. From that day on, the prince began to visit the girl frequently and spend time with her. He seemed to sense something and didn't leave the girl's side for a moment, while Adele, her beloved little sister, was as beautiful an angel as ever. And so the next 6 months passed and the day came when the second prince had to go to the castle. No one knew about his origins, nor that it was Celine who had lifted his curse. The father also arranged for the boy to be accepted as a member of the royal family. Will thanked the girl for everything she had done and was glad that he had met her. Celine was very sad. Even with 6 months she couldn't prepare for this moment. But in the end the second prince confessed again that he really liked his girlfriend. The girl felt both shy and happy at these words and responded to him in the same way. After that the boy got into the carriage and headed for the palace where his new life would begin. At that moment Will only thought about how to make the girl his as soon as possible. A whole month had passed since the prince's departure and they hadn't contacted the boy once. So Celine didn't know how he was doing. Although she was worried, she tried to believe her father's words that everything would be fine. Today the man was invited to the castle, so the girl would soon know some news. After a while the girl's father returned home and Celine ran to ask him about everything. The man explained that the boy looked cheerful and said that he was currently studying hard and had started practicing fencing and magic. The girl was happy to hear that her friend was doing well and was learning new things. She hoped to see her friend soon and asked her father about it. However, the man stopped in the middle of the corridor and admitted that the girl would not be able to meet with His Highness Wilfried. Celine was shocked to her core, as she had not expected this at all. The girl wanted to know what her father, the Duke, meant by that. The man explained that he was told it would be better if no one visited the prince, so it would be easier to hide him from others. Although the boy was accepted as the second prince, his existence would not be announced until he came of age. Therefore, the girl realized that she would not be able to see her friend until he was 18. However, the man added that he was promised the boy would be well taken care of during this time. He pointed out that the royal family had their own reasons for doing this. Celine understood this, but she still couldn't believe that they wouldn't be able to see each other for a whole 6 years. However, the girl was delighted when she learned that they were still allowed to exchange letters. She became very cheerful and promised that she would go back to her room to write a letter right away. The girl ran to her room, sat down at her desk and began to think about how to start her first letter. She was sure that the boy was very lonely in the castle, so she wanted to say that he was very precious to them. The girl wanted to support her friend and remind him that they never stopped thinking about him. 6 years is a rather long time, especially for a friendship between children. However, the girl was sure that no matter how much time passed, the boy would still be a precious person to them. The girl didn't want to write about sad things, so she intended to use her letter to encourage the boy. A few days later she went to the Marquis' estate for a small reception. She congratulated her friend Wilhelmina on her birthday. The girl looked gorgeous and was very happy that her friends had come to support her. She asked the girls to have fun and have a good time at this party. Celine was attending her friend's party for the first time, so she spent a whole 2 weeks choosing a gift. At this time, several more young ladies approached the girls. The heroine still felt people's gazes, but she had gradually begun to communicate with others. The girl was happy to communicate with people, but it tired her a little, so she wanted to go out for some fresh air. Adele wanted to go with her sister, but she asked her to stay inside. Celine carefully walked out onto the balcony and saw that Prince Louis was already standing there. She didn't understand why the boy was here. Although the celebration was held in a rather noble house, this was the first time the girl had seen the first prince since her friend's departure. The boy, just like our heroine, had gone out onto the balcony for some fresh air. Celine walked over to the first prince and noticed the magnificent view below. While the girl looked at the city with admiration, the first prince did not take his eyes off her. He wondered if the girl missed Wilfried. The girl admitted that she missed her friend very much, as they were always together. The prince couldn't believe that the boy the girl had accidentally picked up in the forest turned out to be his younger brother. However, he noted that this was not uncommon in the royal family. Louis was very smart for his age. If something like this had happened to the girl, she would have been very angry. The prince said that he and his brother had only met once, since his existence was hidden even within the castle. Celine realized that just because the boy was accepted by the royal family didn't mean his status would be the same as Louis's. However, the boy promised that if he heard any news he would be sure to pass it on to the girl. Celine admitted that Will was like a little brother to her at that moment. Louis remembered the look in the boy's eyes when he looked at his girlfriend. He wanted to tell her something, but at the last moment he changed his mind and suggested they go back to the hall after some time. The sisters were sitting in the garden drinking delicious tea. Just then a maid came over and brought a letter from Prince Wilfried. Celine was delighted to receive the first letter from her dear friend, with whom she had not been in contact for a long time. But this letter bore the royal family's coat of arms, as the boy was indeed the second prince. The boy talked about what he had learned and asked how his old friends were doing. Celine liked the letter very much. She even pressed it to her chest. The girl noticed that even from the boy's handwriting you could see his efforts, and his writing had become much better. She decided that she should go back to her room right now and write a reply to her friend. The girl knew that the next time she saw him she would try very hard to stand tall and proud with her head held high. After that Celine began to study magic and other subjects even more diligently. She also continued to exercise and diet to get her body back in shape. The girl managed to establish a friendly relationship with her sister, so they went out together more and more often. She also enjoyed corresponding with her friend regularly and receiving new news about his life. The boy also read his friend's letters and learned new things in the royal castle. And so a whole 6 years passed and a grown-up Adele headed to her sister's room. The maid admitted that the girl was very much looking forward to this special day, so she had prepared in advance. Celine had waited 6 years to finally see her friend. The maid approached her mistress, told her that the carriage was fully ready and had been brought to the entrance. Celine had been waiting for this moment for a long time, so she immediately turned around and promised to be down in a minute. For the past 6 years the boys had been exchanging letters and Celine knew that her friend was doing well. It seemed to her that he had even become smarter than her. His writing style had changed a lot during this time. According to the boy among his peers, he was the best at using both the sword and magic. The girl had also learned a lot during this time, but she still had room for improvement. But during this time her excess weight had completely disappeared. Her relationship with her parents improved, so the days passed peacefully. However, the relationship between Louis and Adele never moved beyond a stalemate. Adele's happiness came first, but in that case the girl wouldn't be able to see her favorite main couple and their romantic story, and the boy himself stopped hiding his affection for her. From those around him there were even rumors that they were engaged. Louis became more and more handsome, which could not but affect the girl's heart. Although her heart skipped a beat every time she saw him, she couldn't call it falling in love. The girl wondered if she could ever truly fall in love. The goddess's power had only increased during this time, and now the girl could use it without any problems. She couldn't wait to finally see her old friend. Last week the boy turned 18, and a grand evening party was to be held in the royal hall for this occasion. The girl was sure that the boy had grown a lot, and she was curious to know how much taller he had become. She had so many things she wanted to ask her friend, she didn't even know where to start. A few days later, Celine went to the castle to see the boy. She promised to be home late and would definitely tell him how things went. The girl got into the carriage and realized that she was unusually nervous about the upcoming meeting, although she felt from the letters that his feelings for her had not faded. But the heroine was already going crazy from the thoughts that flooded her head. After a while, a staff member peeked into the carriage and announced that they had arrived at the palace. The girl got out of the carriage and once again looked at the place where her friend had lived for the past 6 years. No matter how worried she was very happy about their upcoming meeting. A palace maid escorted the girl to the waiting room and asked her to take a seat on the sofa. She said that the gentleman was not available right now, so the girl would have to wait for him for a while. Yesterday, Celine thought so much about the first meeting that she couldn't fall asleep for a long time. They hadn't seen each other for 6 years, so the girl couldn't get a good night's sleep and was now very sleepy while waiting for the second prince. Celine fell asleep without realizing it. In her sleep, the girl felt someone standing in front of her calling her name. At first she thought it was happening in her head as part of a dream. However, the person did not leave and his voice did not stop. Celine opened her eyes and rushed to her friend who was leaning over her. The girl couldn't contain her joy and hugged the boy tightly by the shoulders. She immediately noticed that the boy's physique had changed. He had matured a lot. After a moment, the girl moved away from his shoulder and looked at her old friend's face. She was very shy because the boy in front of her was incredibly handsome. Now the prince himself hugged the girl, admitting that he had been very much looking forward to meeting her. Wilfried said that he had long dreamed of the day when they could finally meet. The boy leaned too close to the girl, and she even jumped back a little in surprise. The girl couldn't get close to her friend, so she stepped back a little. The boy was worried that she no longer liked him, so she was avoiding him. However, Celine immediately took his hand and tried to convince him that it wasn't like that. She admitted that she was very surprised at how handsome the young man had become. The boy wanted to know if he could become the ideal prince the girl had imagined as a child. Celine didn't quite understand what he was talking about. At that moment, however, the girl noticed that the boy did look great. It seemed to her that these words made her friend very happy. The boy admitted that he had imagined the girl every day. He wondered what she would look like at 19, but she still exceeded all expectations. Celine was unusually confused by the words spoken by this young and handsome boy. The boy asked for permission to look at the girl's face more closely, as it was so lovely. Celine felt that at that moment Will seemed like a complete stranger to her. Just then the maid returned with tea, which suddenly interrupted the conversation between the heroes and their friend. Celine was even glad for her arrival, as it gave her a little time to come to her senses. The girl was embarrassed by what had happened, so she tried to drink her tea to calm herself down a bit. Will held his girlfriend's hand, unable to believe that she was real. The boys admitted to each other that they had missed each other very much over the past 6 years. However, the prince was sure that the girl could not compare to him in this regard. Celine felt embarrassed, so she hoped the prince would let go of her hand. However, he only held her tighter, admitting that he wanted to sit like this forever. At that moment he reminded her of the little boy she had spent time with as a child. The boy looked into the girl's eyes and admitted that he really liked her. He repeated it over and over again, driving our heroine crazy. Although she understood that there was no deep meaning here, the expression on the boy's face when he said these words confused her. The girl said that Adele had asked her to tell him that she also wanted to see her friend. The prince said that his health was now in perfect order because the girl had healed him. These words made Celine very happy, as she had been worried about her friend all this time. She talked about what she had been doing for the past 6 years and who she had met during that time. The girl added that she had started attending social events more often. As a duke's daughter, she had to go, but she had managed to make friends with many people, so she even started to like it. Will wanted to know if boys would approach the girl, as she was very beautiful. The girl admitted that she was popular and that people often approached her for an introduction. Celine already had beautiful facial features, but after losing the extra weight she began to stand out even more and attract men. However, the girl never learned to control herself, so she tried to avoid their company. Fortunately, her sister Adele often came to her aid. If Prince Louis wasn't around the girl, there would be even more suitors like her. Will realized that the girl was surrounded by many arrogant people. However, Celine explained that she had never fallen in love during this time. The prince was glad when he heard these words from the girl's mouth. Celine was curious about what her friend had been doing besides writing letters. The prince explained that he had been doing the same thing, constantly working hard and not being lazy. He said so, but the girl thought he still had it harder than her. However, the prince added that it would have been much more difficult for him if he didn't have a clear goal. He said he had something he really wanted to get, and for that he was willing to do anything. Celine wondered what the prince desired so much. In addition, the boy added that her letters gave him strength. He admitted that he had read each letter more than 100 times for a whole 6 years. Not a day went by that he didn't think about the girl. She occupied his thoughts from morning until night. Celine was glad that the boy cherished her so much, but there was a feeling that he was very lonely in the castle. She pointed out that when he was officially introduced, the boy would start attending social events. Celine was sure that the second prince would be very popular. She even pointed out that beautiful ladies would set their sights on him. However, the prince noted that he was not interested in other girls. He only wanted to please his Celine. The young man directly stated that he was absolutely not interested in any kind of acquaintance. He knew that it was unavoidable because of his title, as he was a prince after all. Celine thought he was saying this because he was still wary of people. She was sure that as his circle grew, his thoughts would change. Just then the girl noticed her watch and realized it was time for her to go back. However, the young man did not want to let go of his girlfriend and held her hand tightly. Celine ruffled his hair, remembering that she used to do the same thing when he was a child. However, now he looked like a grown man and she had to get used to his touch and behavior all over again. Suddenly, the boy pulled away from her hand and asked the girl how she felt about him. He recalled that they had once made a promise together that they were supposed to keep. Back then they decided that they would be together for the rest of their lives. Celine smiled and pointed out that she still liked the young man and that her feelings would not change. After that the prince relaxed, hugged his girlfriend and admitted that he really liked her. Celine noticed that at first her heart was beating wildly from the unfamiliarity, but the boy was still the same. She hoped that they could spend time together again, just like before. However, at this point the young man explained that his affection was different from what the girl was experiencing. The girl didn't quite understand him, so she asked him to explain what he meant. The prince didn't want to confess so quickly and asked the girl to guess the meaning of his words. Celine began to think about how his feelings could be different from her own. The prince saw the confusion on his girlfriend's face and said that he would stop there. He promised to gradually convey his feelings to the girl and carefully kissed her on the cheek. Celine immediately jumped up from her seat and clutched the cheek that Will's lips had touched. The boy recalled that she used to kiss him on the cheek before bed. However, Celine understood that this was very different from the situation in childhood. She explained that it wasn't that she didn't like it. The prince was glad to hear these words and promised that he would kiss the girl like this more often. After that he hugged her tightly and confessed his feelings again. The way the boy couldn't keep his distance surprised the girl. She thought it was because he had grown up away from people, so he needed an explanation. Therefore, Celine said that the young man could only behave this way with her. The boy admitted that he would never do that to anyone else in his life. Although the boys were allowed to meet, it was only for a short time so that no problems would arise. So it was time for the girl to go home. The second prince apologized for not being able to see his girlfriend off. She thought everything was fine as they would see each other in a week. The young man held Celine's hand and admitted that he was sad about her departure. The girl understood this, but promised that now they would be able to see each other quite often, although they had to go through a difficult melody. Now they would be able to spend time together as they pleased. Celine admitted to herself that she would do anything for Will's happiness. However, it turned out that the boy was worried about something and there was a dark aura around him. However, as soon as the girl noticed him, the boy immediately smiled and everything disappeared. Will admitted that in any case, he would only be happy when the girl was by his side. After that he confessed his feelings to his friend again and said that he wanted to see her again as soon as possible. Celine said goodbye to her friend and headed for the palace exit. She was glad to have seen Will and now realized how precious he was to her, although she was quite surprised by his behavior and openness. On the way to the carriage the girl met the first Prince Louis. The young man was curious how the girl ended up in his palace. Celine secretly admitted that she was here to see Will. She was very happy to see him. After a whole 6 years, the girl was surprised at how much the boy had grown up. Louis wanted to know why the girl's face was so red after seeing his younger brother. Suddenly Celine became embarrassed and said that many interesting things had happened between them. Meeting the girl also accepted the crown prince's offer to escort her to the carriage. The young man hoped she would come to him in person next time because he would feel sad without her. Prince Louis was happy to have unexpectedly met his friend and spent time with her. Will watched all of this from the window of his room in the palace, seeing the two meet. He was clearly unhappy and admitted that his older brother was a real nuisance. In the evening, the heroine returned home and had dinner with her family. The girl talked about her trip, adding that the boy looked cheerful and had grown up a lot. The father was happy to hear that his daughter and her friend had a good time. Adele also dreamed of seeing the boy she used to play with as a child. The girls had all received invitations to the second prince's upcoming official birthday party, so they should be able to see him soon. Celine knew that Will was as important to her as any family member present. Meanwhile, in the palace, a servant fell to the ground with blood pouring from his mouth. The second prince sat on the sofa opposite him, watching without interest. Will was disappointed that even a large group of hired assassins could not complete their task. Recently, his enemies had begun sending more and more opponents against him as his official introduction ceremony as the second prince was approaching. Thanks to the duke's patronage, the boy received at least some attention. Although there had been more than one assassination attempt on him, the boy believed this was the work of the queen, who disliked his existence. The reason the boy survived was because the curse had caused a great power of dark magic to emerge within him. Ironically, the very thing that had nearly killed him was what ultimately saved him. Will dreamed of getting rid of all his enemies as soon as possible, as he would not forgive them for treating him this way. But he did not want Celine to see this dark side of him because she was so pure and flawless. He sincerely hoped the girl would fall in love with him for who he truly was. The second prince knew he would do anything to make his beloved happy. Jenna announced that her work was done and that the young mistress looked beautiful. The girl indeed looked stunning in the snow-white dress adorned with a blue bow on the side. The girl admired her reflection in the mirror and believed that these details were not written in the novel. Before the girl could come to her senses, the day of the party arrived, where her friend would be introduced to everyone. The boy was finally going to be recognized by society as the second prince, because in the novel he tried to kill Louis and Adele precisely because he was not recognized. Until the end of the story, however, what was happening now was different from the novel's plot, and the girl believed that everything would be fine. Afterwards, the girl went to her sister's room and saw Adele, who looked absolutely beautiful. Celine still adored the novel's heroine and was happy to be able to interact with her. Adele noted that her older sister was beautiful and promised to protect her. Throughout the evening, Celine noticed that her younger sister had become much more confident recently. Afterwards, the girls left the room to find their parents and go to the reception together. When the family arrived at the reception, they found they were a little late and the second prince had already been introduced to society. Celine couldn't believe they had run into traffic on such an important day. She wondered where her friend was now, as he was nowhere to be seen. After a moment, she noticed a large crowd gathered around the second prince. The girl was glad to see that the boy was no longer alone but surrounded by different people. Even Adele marveled at how wonderfully her childhood friend had grown up. Just then the second prince noticed the girls and caught their attention. Celine approached, curtsied and formally congratulated His Highness Wilfried on today's celebration. The girl was frustrated because she couldn't address him informally in front of others, as their friendship might cause strange rumors. The girl only hoped they could talk later in private. She bid the prince farewell and moved on, but the boy looked as if he didn't want to let her go. Adele admitted that their friend had changed a lot and had become a real handsome man. Not far from the girls stood their father, who was talking with Her Majesty the Queen. The lady noted that quite some time had passed since they last met. She did not want to recall the unpleasant past, but she was grateful that the Duke had taken care of the second prince. The man understood that all of this had a double meaning, but he played along with her game. Even Celine, from a bystander's perspective, realized that there was real hostility between the two. But because of this, the girl guessed that the queen was not particularly happy about the second prince's existence. She was Louis's mother, and although they looked very much alike, their auras seemed completely different. Afterwards, Her Majesty turned her attention to the girl standing nearby. She admitted that she had often heard about her from her son, Louis. The queen hoped that the girl would maintain a good relationship with her son in the future. Celine understood that she had no right to refuse the queen, so she agreed with everything she said. She didn't seem to like the girl, but she decided to be careful nonetheless. As the duke's family was heading to the next room, Will suddenly grabbed the girl and pulled her into a corner. The boy startled his friend, but he apologized, saying there was no other way for them to talk. Celine was worried that the man of the hour was staying on a balcony where no one could see him. The prince admitted that he was simply overwhelmed by everything that was happening and felt tired. Celine remembered that the boy had been alone for a long time and such a drastic change was difficult for him. She praised him for handling the large crowd so gracefully. Celine was glad that the boy was having fun and was safe. Suddenly the young man pulled the girl towards him and hugged her gently. He carefully rested his head on her shoulder and asked for permission to stay with her in this position for a while. Celine noticed that her friend was still as gentle as she remembered him from childhood. The girl was sure there would be difficulties ahead, but she was ready for them. The young people stood embracing on the balcony, not noticing that the Crown Prince Louis had walked out onto an adjacent balcony. The young man watched what was happening, clearly not pleased with the sight, and the second prince Will also noticed his older brother and was pleased that he had managed to get a rise out of him. The young men looked at each other. Only Celine did not understand what was happening around her. Although the celebration was not over, her family had to go home early because her father had to get up early. The girl apologized to her sister for disappearing for a while. Although the prince had promised he would only stand there for a short while, in the end he didn't want to let his friend go inside at all. The girl was lost in her thoughts and didn't notice that she had accidentally bumped into a young lady. The beautiful blonde lady apologized and asked if our heroine was hurt. Celine had never seen such a beautiful girl before. She looked like a real doll. She thanked her for her concern and promised to be more careful in the future. Although there were many beautiful women in this world, the girl knew that her beloved Adele was still number one. Meanwhile, the blonde lady, accompanied by her assistant, was heading to her room. The girl was sure that she was the most beautiful in the entire kingdom and even a stranger could not compare to her. However, she knew that she would soon be getting married and living in this country, so it wouldn't hurt her to make more friends. The girl intended to find out the name of the stranger in the hallway and try to get close to her. However, she decided to leave it for later and first go to see Prince Wilfried to meet her future husband. Some time later our heroine was sitting at her desk writing something. The girl admitted that Will had recently said he could come to see her next week, so she was writing him a reply after the celebration. The prince had many things to do, although until now no one knew that he had suffered from a curse his entire childhood. Besides telling him the latest news, the girl was racking her brain trying to figure out how to respond to his numerous letters full of declarations of love. She was happy about it and wanted to see him too, but she still felt a little embarrassed. The maid reported that Mr. Louis would be arriving soon. The girl was curious who would come with him, as this was the first time he had promised to bring a companion. A little later the prince arrived and the girl went to the audience chamber to meet him. Celine looked inside and saw that sitting next to the prince was the stranger she had recently met at the event, although she looked somewhat different. Now she would never mistake such a beautiful appearance. The girl immediately stood up from her seat, curtsied, and apologized again for what had happened last time. She announced that her name was Caroline, the second daughter of a duke from a neighboring country. Celine had noticed that the girl looked to be of noble birth, but she hadn't expected it to be that high. It was the heroine's turn to also curtsy and introduce herself. Afterwards Prince Louis explained that Caroline had only recently come to their country. She had complained to her brother that she had no friends here, so he decided to introduce her to one of his good friends. The prince admitted that among all his acquaintances Miss Celine was the most wonderful and kindest girl. So Caroline hoped to become friends with our heroine. When Celine agreed to be friends the girl was very cheerful and looked very happy. The girl couldn't take her eyes off her conversation partner and admitted that she was an incredible beauty. Caroline admitted that she had a good relationship with her brother since childhood, so she often heard about the girl from him. The prince seemed embarrassed by her words. Celine was curious how the girl came to be in their country. Perhaps she was here to study. However, Caroline admitted that she had come as the bride of the second prince, His Highness Wilfried. Celine was stunned as this was the first she had heard of it. Louis explained that it was still in the planning stages but it would become a reality sooner or later. Celine knew that Will was of the right age, but he could have told her about this. Caroline was very pleased with her future husband's appearance, especially his cold expression and demeanor. The girl's description was so different from what Celine knew that she doubted they were talking about the same person. The prince admitted that he couldn't say everything, but pointed out that Celine and Wilfried were very close. The young man explained that they were like brother and sister to each other. Caroline was happy to hear this and hoped to get confirmation of these words from the girl herself. Celine smiled and pointed out that Will was really like a little brother to her. Caroline hoped that one day she herself could call the girl her sister. At that moment Celine realized that she meant she would become Louis's bride. The girl added that even from the queen's behavior it was clear that she had been waiting impatiently for this day. Celine admitted to herself that she also felt this pressure from her father. She understood that due to her situation she couldn't refuse forever, but she was still in no hurry to do anything. After tea the girl went out to see her friends to their carriage. Even Prince Louis admitted that he couldn't wait much longer for her answer regarding the engagement. He admitted that he cared about her feelings but he definitely preferred for the girl to become his bride. After that the young man walked to the carriage, leaving the girl standing there alone feeling awkward. Some time later the day came for Will to visit the ducal house where he was reunited with all his old acquaintances. The boy noticed that the girl's room hadn't changed at all recently and he had missed her very much. Celine admitted that she was very surprised by the rumors of his engagement. The young man looked as if he was hearing what she said for the first time. Then the girl confessed that Mr. Louis and Caroline had recently visited and told her everything. Will was incredibly angry that he wanted to know if Celine minded that he had a fiancé. The boy was dying to know what else the crown prince had said to the girl. Celine remembered what had happened by the carriage and suddenly felt embarrassed, her cheeks flushing. The second prince realized what had happened and immediately pushed the girl down onto the sofa. He admitted that he was really very angry with her for her behavior. He asked if she knew why he had to leave his beloved and suddenly return to the royal castle. The boy admitted that he was not interested in social status or money. He only needed a title. Celine did not understand the reason why he would use his relationship with the king and accept the title of prince. The young man paused for a moment, then quietly confessed that he did it all because he wanted to have the girl. He finally admitted that he wanted to make Celine his, although Adele said it would take a long time for the girl to understand everything. She understood now more accurately. Her friend made her see what he meant. He loved her, and not just as a friend or family. From the look in the girl's eyes the young man realized that she had finally guessed the true nature of his feelings. The boy admitted he didn't want to rush his confession, but the situation had changed. At this point our heroine noticed that the young man looked completely unlike himself. For the first time the girl realized she was afraid to be with him. The boy noticed her confusion and immediately apologized. He had no intention of scaring her or worrying her in any way. Oh, he took her hand and admitted that he wanted her to always be smiling and happy. He confessed that he had liked the girl since childhood and always had. He called Celine the only lady in his heart, and then looked at the girl. Celine didn't know what to think, as she had never suspected his feelings before. He had always been just a younger brother to her. Although the boy had tried to convey his feelings to her, the girl realized that his sudden desire to return to the castle was to become a prince in order to be worthy of her status. Only now did she understand the true meaning of his words and the reason for his actions. The girl lowered her head and apologized for her carelessness. Even those around her had long been aware of it, but she had been blind for so long. He had loved her for 6 whole years. He had made a huge effort for her. Now Celine understood why he was so angry at the mention of an engagement to another girl. The young man apologized for not being able to control his jealousy. The boy really wanted to know if Celine liked his older brother or if she also just thought of him as a friend. The boy looked crazed as he talked about the girl marrying Louis and leaving him. The young man admitted that he didn't even want to think about that possibility. He knew he couldn't live in this world without the girl. Celine realized that her beloved friend Will was afraid of being alone. His own parents had tried to kill him and he had to endure the torment of a curse his entire childhood. Therefore, it was not surprising that the situation in the castle had not become worse and had not caused him more pain. Celine realized that the day she brought the boy home, she had changed more than just history. She had changed the boy's life, and for that she had to take responsibility. So the girl promised that she would never leave the boy, even if his feelings were slightly different from hers. However, the girl understood that they couldn't spoil her forever and indulge all her whims. Will knew there was a very big problem, as status played a huge role. Furthermore, Celine was worried that Lady Caroline had referred to Will as a groom-to-be. He instantly became serious and replied that he never intended to marry that girl. Celine understood this, but her father had told her that things were not that simple. In fact, members of the royal family did not have much more freedom than the nobles. Even Louis was allowed to pursue her only because she was the daughter of a marquis. Therefore, the girl was not sure if Will's plan would succeed. The prince was sure that if he had more power everything would be fine. Although he was smiling, his words had a double meaning and sounded threatening. Celine had a strange feeling, though she didn't understand what it meant. Just then a maid entered the room and announced that the second prince had an appointment. The young man helped his friend up and admitted that he was very serious about her. He promised to do everything he could to be with the girl. He even declared that he wanted to be the only man in her world. The boy added that he really liked the girl and kissed her on the cheek as he said goodbye, just like the first time. Celine was very embarrassed by this display of affection. At that moment the second prince extended his hand to her and casually offered to see her to the exit. Celine was very embarrassed, but she took his hand and let him lead her to the carriage. The girl went home and the prince went to take care of his important business so that he would be free. In the evening he had an appointment with a young man who was drinking wine in his room. It seemed this guest was very familiar to our hero, as he was so calm about his presence. The guest sat on the sofa opposite the prince and noted that he was being too cold to his old friend. It was Richard, a marquis whom the prince had met at a recent party. They had similar goals, so the two guys decided to join forces to achieve them together. The prince's influence was not yet enough, so now was not the time to quarrel over trifles. Richard noticed that the guy was in a good mood because he had recently seen his beloved. He repeated his words, which amused his old friend. He was a little annoyed because his older brother was getting in his way. The marquis did not understand how much longer the second prince would have to endure, as Louis had been circling his lady with that satisfied expression for so many years. Will was grateful to his brother for keeping anyone away from Celine while he was hiding in the shadows, but he didn't need him now. The marquis noted that the queen was now actively dealing with the crown prince's marriage. But Will had a plan. The boy smiled and pointed out that for the sake of their future it was worth destroying the entire country as soon as possible at this time. Celine returned home and told her sister about her meeting with the prince. Adele noticed that her sister had been absent-minded ever since she met Will. After the boy's confession, the girl's growing anxiety reached its limit. She couldn't stop thinking about his feelings and her future. Adele told her not to worry about it. She just sincerely wanted to help her beloved sister. Celine was very fond of the girl and was incredibly pleased that they could communicate so well. She had thought about it for a long time but still had no answer. So she wanted to consult with the girl. But she had already guessed everything. Celine didn't understand how Adele could have known that the prince had confessed to her. The younger sister commented that one would have to be blind not to notice the expression on his face. Recently she was sure that her father and mother had also noticed the relationship between them. Now Celine felt ashamed because only she had not realized it, because 6 years ago her mental age was 20, while the boy was 12. So it would have been strange if she had thought of him that way. But now he had matured, so the age gap was not felt. The girl said that the boy wanted her to see him as a man, but the crown prince was also eager to get engaged to her. Adele noted that two boys who were very attached to her were fighting for her sister's heart. It seemed that Louis would calm down over time, but in the end nothing had changed in 6 years. She admired him as a person, but the girl had no romantic feelings for him. No one had officially proposed to her, so it would be inappropriate to refuse and it could not be decided by her will alone. Adele asked what her sister really wanted. Celine admitted that she dreamed of marrying for love, but it would be better if she accepted an offer that was advantageous for the family, although right now she didn't want to leave Will at all. After all, they had only just been reunited. However, the girl understood that the boy was completely serious. She felt that she couldn't leave him alone right now. Well, not always, but just until the boy's condition improved. After all, he had a difficult childhood and not much had changed in these 6 years now. He had almost no acquaintances and friends, so he needed her more than anyone. Celine was not trying to imply that she doubted his feelings, but there was still a possibility that he was confusing attachment with infatuation. The girl believed that if his social circle expanded it would be easier for him to understand his feelings. What's more, she didn't know what would happen to Will if the engagement with Louis happened so soon. Besides, he still hated his older brother very much, although he did not intend to take his life. As in the novel, Adele noted that her sister had started to like Will a long time ago. She recalled that even as a child the girl cherished him and always wanted to be with him. They couldn't just tell their father and Mr. Lewis that his younger brother had confessed to her. It would have been fine if Will were still a younger brother, but the girl couldn't postpone the engagement any longer just because he had confessed to her. Adele also told her not to forget about Will's future bride, as it would be very difficult for the girl to be around them. Celine held her head in her hands because the more she thought about it, the more terrible her situation seemed. She just wanted to be with Will, but the situation now was different from 6 years ago. Adele promised that she would also think about it and try to find some way out. Celine was very happy that she had such a kind and understanding sister. The girl believed that there must be some way out, because right now she should be by Will's side some time later. Caroline, Lewis and Celine were having tea together. Caroline was acting very friendly and trying to communicate more with the very gloomy second prince. Celine felt awkward, but Lewis thought she was just cold. But then the young man touched the girl's hand and said they were cold. In fact, it was because the girl's heart had almost stopped beating from stress and tension. However, the young man did not know this, so he took off his jacket and draped it over our heroine's shoulders. This made Will even more gloomy. While Caroline was delighted at what a lovely couple her friends made, suddenly the cup in second prince Will's hand fell and shattered. Caroline even found it a little cute that her fiancé was a bit clumsy. Celine and Lewis understood perfectly well the reason for his bad mood, but they couldn't say anything. The girl didn't know how to handle all this without creating more problems. The young man reached for the broken cup, wanting to pick up the pieces. However, he accidentally cut his hand and blood trickled down his fingers. Celine also jumped up from her seat and approached the boy to check his hand. The cut was deeper than she thought, but the girl couldn't use the goddess's power in front of so many people, so she apologized to the prince and Caroline, saying she would take Will to see a healer. The prince remained silent and Caroline wished her fiancé well. The two retreated to a secluded place and the girl used her goddess power to heal her friend's wound. After a few seconds his hand was fine and Celine breathed a sigh of relief. The girl knew she needed to bandage the wound, otherwise the others would have questions about the sudden healing. She felt very uncomfortable sitting in that room with those people. It all started when Lady Caroline invited the girl for tea. Then the two princes, Will and Lewis, unexpectedly joined them. So the girl was curious how her friend ended up at a tea party with them and with his older brother no less. Will said that Caroline had mentioned Celine would be at the tea party, but said nothing about her brother. The heroine realized that her friend really didn't know anything because Caroline was unaware of their relationship and couldn't have anticipated it. After a while the boy's hand was carefully bandaged. Celine noticed that the cut was deep and to get at one would have to grab the shard with considerable force. However, Will reassured her, saying that his arm didn't hurt at all. He explained that what had happened earlier felt much more painful. He added that it was very unpleasant for him to watch his brother touch the girl. Celine remembered the moment the young man touched her hand and put his jacket over her shoulders. He wanted to purify his beloved's hand, so he took her palm and kissed it. Celine was very embarrassed and didn't understand where this boy had learned such seductive things. She didn't want to encourage his dependence on her, so she suggested he stop doing that. The boy thought she suggested it because she was starting to hate him. However, the girl explained that for his own good they should maintain some distance. The young man didn't understand what she meant, because for him just having her was enough. Celine noticed that the boy was losing his composure and asked him to calm down. At that moment there was a knock on the door and someone asked how second Prince Wilfried was feeling. The voice from behind the door said that his older brother was very worried about him, which was clearly a lie. However, there was no way around it and the two had to return to their friends. Will sincerely thanked the girl for healing his hand. After that, the two left the office and returned to their friends, who were already waiting for them. They looked friendly and didn't betray any sign of their recent strange conversation. Lewis said that next time they could call a good doctor instead of trying to treat it themselves. Celine felt a little embarrassed by these words, but agreed with the young man. She knew that a regular doctor would only clean the wound and bandage it and she didn't want Will to endure the pain. Caroline hoped that next month would come quickly so that her engagement to Mr. Wilfried could be officially announced. However, the young man was very annoyed and said that this was the first he had heard of it. That's when Caroline mentioned that the queen herself had told her about it. The girl hoped that Celine would come to congratulate her friends on their engagement. The girl didn't know what to do, as she could neither refuse nor agree. Then Prince Louis reminded her that they would be coming for the girl soon and that it was time for her to go. Celine was very grateful to him, as with these words he had literally saved her from having to explain herself. Finally, Caroline asked to be alone with her new friend for a moment. The girl noted that she had an important conversation to have with Celine. The heroine agreed, as she was interested in this important conversation. Will did not trust this girl, so he looked at her with suspicion. Caroline pointed out that she already had an escort, so there was no need for them to accompany her. Finally, Prince Louis said goodbye to his beloved and promised to contact her again. Will also wanted to say something to her at the end, but the girl quickly said goodbye to him and left. She followed Caroline through the palace garden. The girls walked a little further away, and then Caroline asked if Celine knew that Mr. Wilfried liked her. The girl noticed that it was easy to understand just from his expression. However, she was calm, as these feelings had arisen even before she appeared in his life. Still, Caroline said that she would continue to support the prince, so she asked Celine not to worry about her brother and to part with him peacefully. The girl took Celine's hands and said that she really liked her and hoped they could continue to have a good relationship. After that, Caroline quickly said her goodbyes and headed for her carriage. Celine watched her go, not understanding where this strange pain in her chest was coming from. The second prince wanted to return to his room, but Louis grabbed his hand. The boy unwrapped the bandage and saw that his brother's hand was completely unharmed. He immediately realized that it was Celine who had healed him. Will pulled his hand back and returned to his chambers, realizing that time was running out. Louis recalled the day's events, admiring the girl who seemed so sweet and innocent to him. However, no matter how hard she tried, he would not be fooled. The next day, the father called Celine to his side and told her that a letter had arrived from Louis inviting her to the royal castle next weekend. The guy specifically indicated that he only wanted the father and Celine herself to come. The man was sure that the conversation would be about her engagement to His Highness. Celine realized that she couldn't avoid this issue forever. The father noted that the girl's feelings would always be more important to him. Celine was grateful to him for saying that, even though it could damage their family's reputation. The man noted that the girl still had a little time to think and make a final decision. Celine knew that even if her father said so now, it didn't mean she had the right to refuse, as His Majesty had always been ruthless to those who went against his will. The girl realized that she was in a very strange situation in which Will, Louis, Lady Caroline and she herself were involved. The girl said that there was no way they could make everyone happy. At that moment a maid approached the girl who had accidentally knocked over a kettle and scalded her hand. Celine immediately rushed to the girl to check her wound. However, the maid told the mistress not to worry, as she was fine. Celine was worried because with her power she could have easily healed the poor girl. She had long felt that hiding her power was not entirely the right decision, as she could have saved many lives if she married Louis. She would no longer be able to hide her power. The fact that she had deceived the archbishop could be passed off as her magic suddenly becoming stronger. However, the girl needed to think carefully and make a decision in the near future. Adele watched her sister through the half-open door. After a while the girls went out into the city to have some dessert and improve their mood. Celine immediately realized that her sister had invited her for a walk to cheer her up, so she wanted to spend some happy time without any worries. The girls went shopping, visited cafes, and enjoyed the wonderful day. Suddenly they noticed Mr. Will nearby. The young man noticed the girls and immediately became very friendly and cheerful. He rushed to his beloved, hugged her tightly and greeted her. The young man couldn't believe they would meet in such an unexpected place. Celine noted that her friend could now also walk freely around the city and go about his business. Suddenly, another young and handsome man approached them, asking his friend not to leave him alone for too long. The Marquis saw how his friend treated his girlfriend and realized that it was as if another person was standing in front of him. Richard took the opportunity to introduce himself by his first and last name. He wanted to kiss the girl's hand in greeting and had even already bent down to her palm. However, Will and Adele separated them, preventing him from doing so. Richard just smiled and said that the girl was very popular. After that, Celine introduced herself and then her sister, Adele. Richard admitted that the girl was even more beautiful than the legends said. It was an honor for him to meet them. After that, the young man admitted that he was a very good friend of the second prince. Celine couldn't believe that Will had a friend and she was very happy about it. The girl even asked Richard to communicate more with Will in the future, as he was a very kind and good boy, although this meeting was unexpected for the prince himself. He believed that everything was going very well. The young man turned to his girlfriend and asked if she would mind taking a walk around the city together. The sister did not object, so the girl happily agreed to the offer. Richard noted that it was almost noon, so he suggested having lunch at a nice place nearby. Celine looked very happy and was glad to spend the day with her friends. After that, the whole group went to a restaurant and the girl noted that Richard was a very nice person. She hoped that over time Will would make more friends. She guessed that the young man was very popular with girls due to his character. However, he just joked that Miss Adele was his favorite. Although she did not react to this, Celine noted that her sister was not at all interested in this type of man. She didn't think much of it, as Will immediately called out to her, wanting to feed her a little something with a spoon. The girl thought that this behavior should not be encouraged, as she still had to tell him about the engagement with Louis. However, she did not want to spoil such a joyful atmosphere, and the boy himself was very sweet. So the girl decided to relax and carefully took a piece of cake from his hands and put it in her mouth. Richard and Adele just smiled at this. They noted the sweet atmosphere around the table. After dinner, Will asked Adele to take a short walk with him, as he had something to ask her for. Celine was happy about this, as it was the first time she had seen her friend invite her sister somewhere. However, it was clear from the young man's eyes that he was planning something. Richard took the hint and invited the girl for a walk nearby. Thus the two pairs separated and went in opposite directions. After a while, Celine and Richard came across a crowd of people who were looking at an accident. The girl had a very bad feeling, so she decided to get closer. Her intuition did not fail her, because right in the middle of the crowd, Will was lying on the ground covered in blood. Celine was terrified. She didn't want to lose her friend. Right after finding him again, the girl, regardless of the consequences, rushed forward to save her friend. However, at that moment she noticed that Adele was kneeling next to Will, healing him with divine power. This was definitely the power of the goddess that had awakened in her sister. The girl didn't notice, but at that moment, Will was smiling. His sister was healing his wounds and his older sister was kneeling beside him, worried about his well-being. The girl noted that in the time that had passed, the boy's wounds had almost completely healed. This could only mean that there was no mistake. This was indeed the power of the goddess. However, this was the first time the sister had used this power, so she looked very tired. Celine was worried that Adele wouldn't be able to handle it and would be very weak afterward. And that's exactly what happened, because a moment later the girl lost consciousness and began to fall. Fortunately, Mr. Richard was nearby and caught her before she hit the ground. He noted that Adele had simply fainted from fatigue and that nothing terrible had happened. Celine was relieved by this, but it meant that new problems had arisen. After being healed, Will regained consciousness and was even able to sit up on his own. However, he had lost a lot of blood, so the girl helped him to his feet. Richard suggested first taking the prince back to the castle and then escorting the girls to their estate. The young man noted that too many unnecessary eyes had gathered around them. The people around them were all discussing that the girl had used the power of the goddess and healed the wounded man. Celine was worried about what would happen next, but she needed to take care of her sister first. 2 days later, the main character and Will met again to discuss what had happened. The boy was injured in a carriage accident, but now his wounds were completely healed thanks to Adele's awakened power. However, the girl was frightened at the thought that things could have turned out much worse. She hugged her friend. While at that moment Will was incredibly happy that his plan had worked. The boys were glad that Adele had also awakened the power of the goddess. Although the girl had mentioned this possibility in her childhood, Celine was surprised that the young man remembered her story from 6 years ago. At that time the girl was completely sure that soon her sister, Adele, would also have such power. She was right, and after a while the power awakened in her when the girl needed it. Adele admitted that at that moment she was very scared and did not want to lose her dear friend. She herself did not understand what had happened and how she had acquired the power of the goddess. Adele only remembered that she really wanted to save Will and didn't even notice how the light poured out of her hands. Celine remembered that the power in her had also awakened when she wanted to save someone. Apparently, the desire to help someone activated the power of the goddess. The girl said that their father had gone to the royal castle where His Majesty had invited him. Adele had used her power in front of people, so now everyone was talking about it. Celine knew that her sister's life would now change a lot, which worried her. Adele was upset that her sister was worrying again. The girl was glad that she was like her sister and had the same power. After all, Adele was the main character, so Celine thought that everything would be fine. Will said that on his way to see the girl he happened to meet her sister. Celine said that the girl had been called to the castle to discuss what had happened. She noted that it was very likely that the girl would now become a new candidate. Now that Adele has divine power, it's logical that I will also start paying attention to her. She used to dream about this, but at the moment these thoughts were not so pleasant for her. She knew that there was no mutual love between Adele and Louis, and she herself and her father had never been to the castle. The girl was worried that this could now cause problems and confusion. Will noted that it was unlikely that Louis would agree to Adele becoming his bride. The guy was sure that things would not get to the point of an engagement. Celine didn't understand where her friend got this confidence from. However, Will knew that this would only buy him a little time. However, he admitted that he wished everything would progress to an engagement, because then no one else would bother them. The girl looked at her friend in surprise. Sometimes she didn't understand him at all. She didn't believe that the queen would change her mind so easily. The girl admitted that she herself wanted to be with Will. She realized that she would be happy if they could succeed. But now she remembered her conversation with Caroline and felt terrible. The young man noticed the confusion on the girl's face and tried to calm her down. He said that he wanted to spend all his free time with her and then he wouldn't need anything else, and these words sounded very sweet to our heroine. The girl was glad to see her friend in a good mood, but she didn't understand why her soul was so restless. After the girl left, Will met with his friend Richard. The guy was already starting to get annoyed that the second prince of the empire always talked only about his beloved. The young man noted that the guy had gone a little too far because he could have died. That time, however, Will noted that everything was under control, as he was very focused. If Adele hadn't awakened the divine power, Celine herself would have healed him. Richard was sure that the girl would not be happy if she found out that Will had orchestrated the accident completely. The young man didn't even want to admit the thought that this could one day be revealed. As Richard said, everything that happened was entirely part of his plan. After reading countless books from the royal and personal libraries related to the power of the goddess, the boy realized that it was mainly a strong desire to help someone that awakened it. He wondered if her power would awaken if he found himself dying in front of Adele. So the guy just believed what Celine had told him. In childhood, the young man knew that this girl was special, so he could trust her. Until now the girl had more than once accidentally predicted the future, so he was confident in her words, although he did not expect everything to go so smoothly. If Adele possessed the power of the goddess, the royal family would certainly try to get their hands on her and make her their bride. However, Will knew that his brother would resist, but the most important thing now was to postpone their engagement. From that moment on, he remembered the words of his beloved girl, who considered him a very kind boy. The guy didn't want to disappoint her, so he hoped she would never find out about it. He noted that it was simply pointless to imagine such a thing. He had experienced much more pain in his childhood, so this was just a trifle. The hero declared that he would do anything to get his beloved. Richard was surprised by his words and thought it was true love. Then he added that their scheme with the queen was going well and the guy would soon get what he wanted. Now all he had to do was deal with the engagement and Caroline. The hero knew that she was one of those people who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. The guy realized that in this regard, they were very similar. Richard noted that he would no longer be able to help him with this girl. However, the guy was very inspired and said that he really liked Adele. Our hero was not interested in Celine's sister, so he noted that his friend could do whatever he wanted with her. Night fell. Louis sat by the window in his office drinking wine. Caroline could tell from his face that he was not in good shape. She noted that everything had gone too smoothly. When his beloved sister gained the power of the goddess, Louis felt that he had reached a dead end, as it was unlikely that the accident had happened by chance. Recently, the queen had been disappointed that the second prince had killed all his assassins and managed to survive. Moreover, to his surprise, two people with the power of the goddess had appeared at once. At that moment, the guy remembered a conversation from his childhood when Celine had asked him about it. He remembered that when the girl learned that such cases had occurred, she was very happy and relieved. However, Louis knew that only God could know such things, and it was just a coincidence. The guy needed to understand how precious her goddess power was, because since ancient times, the owner was considered the protector of the country. On the other hand, if this power appeared in someone else's hands, then this could become a problem. The guy was sure that his parents would do everything to ensure that Adele became a member of the royal family, so it would be very difficult to convince them now, but he didn't care, because he only needed Celine anyway. He had no particular reason or basis for it. The young man just wanted the girl to smile only at him. Carolina was confident that the young man would solve all the problems. However, this did not negate the fact that Will was a terrible person, and the girl felt that she would soon be removed from his path. However, Louis was serious and did not intend to yield to his younger brother. He killed people without hesitation. Even his feelings for Celine were frightening. Louis knew that he had to separate them as soon as possible because that guy was too dangerous. Caroline noted that she really liked such a terrible and dangerous Will. The girl was happy because for the first time she had met such a person who was so remarkable to her. Adele returned from the reception and told how the royal family had tried to set her up with Prince Louis. However, she noted that the first prince did not agree to this arrangement. Will didn't want to talk about this guy anymore, so he asked them to stop. Celine wondered if it was normal for the second prince to visit him just like that. However, the guy noted that he had already finished all his chores so he could do whatever he wanted. In fact, Celine was embarrassed by Lady Caroline and also wanted to draw a line between them. However, because of the accident, the girl did not have the strength to push the young man away. He snuggled up to his beloved and just enjoyed the time with her. Celine did not understand why Louis would go to such lengths and defy his parents. Adele didn't want to say, but Louis noted that he was fine and the girl could do so. Then Adele noted that the first prince of their country wanted to marry Celine. The girl was surprised that Louis loved her so much. Will noticed the change in the girl's mood and thought it would have been better if she hadn't known about it. However, he asked Adele not to take her words to heart. At that moment Celine remembered that the royal family was going to have a hunting competition soon. This event was held once a year and all the sisters also participated in it. While the men were there, the noble girls drank tea behind the scenes waiting for their return. Then each participant presented their trophy to the lady of their choice, and the one who received the best trophy became the Queen of the Year. Last year Celine won this title thanks to Louis and his trophy. It was just that in the novel at this point, Will tried to kill him. Then Adele healed Louis with her goddess power. But now none of this should happen. After a while, a competition began in which there were many more people, especially girls. Adele guessed that it was because of the appearance of the second prince that she had attracted attention. However, Celine noted that most of the gazes were directed at her sister. A few days ago, the bishop had recognized Adele's goddess power at a ceremony. Now they had to start training her so that she could use it for the good of the country in the future. The girl sincerely wanted to help many people with her power. Celine was happy about this, because this was exactly what she expected from the main character. Suddenly, the girls were interrupted as Lady Caroline approached them. The girl was glad to see her friends and even hugged them. Celine felt guilty towards the girl because of Will. Caroline had heard that Lady Adele's goddess power had awakened. She sincerely congratulated her friend on this and was very happy for her. The girl noted that the hunting competition would start soon and expected it to be very interesting. Caroline hoped that Mr. Wilfried would present his trophy to her. At that moment, the girl's attention was drawn to a crowd of people who began to discuss something in unison. This was all caused by the appearance of the two princes, who immediately attracted everyone's attention. Celine was glad that he was finally gaining popularity among the people. Carolina also rushed to her future groom, took his arm and was glad to see him. Celine heard conversations in the crowd whispering that the couple looked great together. Because of this, the girl felt embarrassed and a strange feeling appeared in her chest. Adele looked at her sister and noticed that her mood had changed. However, before she could say anything, Prince Louis approached them. The young man announced that this year he would again do everything to make Celine his queen. He reminded her that his feelings for her were real and would not change even with the passage of time. After that, the young man let go of the girl's hand, promising that he would return to her later with a victory. Celine was sorry that she could not return his feelings, as he was a good person. Later the girls were sitting in a tent drinking tea when one of the maids noted that Will had asked for a girl to be called over. The young man put on a cloak to hide his identity and invited the girl for a short walk before the competition began. He asked her to walk with him to hide from prying eyes. It had been a long time since the young people had walked together in the forest like this. Will remembered that it was Celine who had found him unconscious in the forest a few years ago. The girl noted that accidents happened at the competition every year, so the guy should be careful. She had heard that Will was excellent at both magic and fencing, so she wanted to see him in action. The guy was not particularly worried, as he was sure that if he was injured the girl would heal him. Now that Adele had the power of the goddess, no one would be surprised if his wounds suddenly disappeared. However, the girl did not know if it was right to continue hiding her power as a goddess. Upon hearing these words, the young man immediately stopped and grabbed the girl's shoulders sharply. He looked at her with a terrible look and said that this was now a necessary condition. He was literally begging the girl not to reveal her abilities under any circumstances. The young man explained that this was necessary for them to be together. He hugged his girlfriend, but she tried to move away from him for a moment. However, the young man pulled her back again as he did not want to break contact. Celine didn't understand what was happening and why her heart was beating so fast. At some point, Will noted that he had become more and more greedy lately. He noted that he was no longer satisfied with what they had now. The guy looked into the girl's eyes and said that he wanted to be with her always. He wanted to touch her and even kiss her, but Celine closed her eyes. However, the guy pulled back, saying that he was just joking and that the girl needed to wait a little longer. After that, he held out his hand to her and invited her to return to the others. The heroine was very embarrassed by what was happening, so she just silently took the young man's hand and followed him. The girl knew that something strange was happening to her, because her heart was beating so fast, as if it was about to jump out of the window. The young people were returning to the competition grounds, not noticing that Carolina was watching them from a distance. The girl was disappointed, as she had already made her intentions very clear. She believed that it was wrong to take what belonged to others and that the person should be punished for it. After a while the competition began, but Celine looked very absent-minded. Adele noticed that her sister's face was very red and thought she had a fever. However, the girl reacted very sharply, saying that she was fine. She just explained that her heart had been acting strangely lately. The girl said that Will hugged her every time they met, but she couldn't take it calmly. Adele guessed that her sister felt a pang in her chest when she saw Will with Lady Carolina. Celine was very embarrassed that the girl had so easily described what was in her heart. Adele immediately guessed what it was and wanted to tell her sister, but they were interrupted. Lady Carolina approached the girls from behind and invited them to have tea with her. She explained that she had invited several other people, but she felt awkward sitting alone with them. As a result, Celine never found out what important thing Adele wanted to tell her. After that, the girls joined the tea party and chatted with the other young ladies. Everyone was guessing which of the two princes would win this year, as they were the main contenders. In fact, the girls didn't even consider that any other young gentleman would be the winner. However, from Carolina's conversation, Celine understood that she spent a lot of time with Will, so she was a little sad. At some point a stranger approached the girl and asked her to step away for a minute. She leaned over to the girl and whispered that she wanted to talk to her about His Highness Wilfried. Celine didn't know what was going on there. That couldn't be said at the public table, so she apologized to the ladies present and explained that she would be away for a while. The girl did not want to leave her sister, but still followed the stranger to talk to her for a while. Carolina looked very pleased, as her plan was working with clockwork precision. Celine was lying on the cold ground. Having just regained consciousness, the girl carefully tried to sit up and figure out what had happened. Celine couldn't remember how she had ended up alone in the forest. Then she remembered that the girl had called her to talk about the second prince. Celine followed her, and then someone came up from behind and covered her mouth with a cloth. At that time the girl thought that the conversation might be related to Will's past, so she let her security go without her. However, she did not understand who did it and why, and also left her in this particular forest where the participants were hunting. Whatever happened, the girl needed to get back as soon as possible. However, she didn't even know which way to go and the atmosphere around was quite eerie. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes behind her startled her. Celine looked around and saw some people in dark hoods that covered their faces. The girl thought they were participants in the competition and was glad. She turned to them and told them that she was lost in the forest and hoped for help. However, the men silently took out their bows and aimed them at the girl. The man released the bowstring and the arrow flew past our heroine's cheek. It left a shallow scratch on her cheek and also cut off a few strands of hair. The girl guessed intuitively that she needed to get as far away from these people as possible. She didn't understand what was happening and who these people were. In the novel this didn't happen. No one was supposed to hunt the villainess. Because of her uncomfortable dress and shoes, the girl stumbled and fell. A second later, an arrow landed right next to her head, deeply embedded in the ground. The girl guessed that the man had deliberately missed to scare her. At that moment the killers were talking cheerfully among themselves, laughing at the girl. Celine realized that the men were enjoying the show of hunting her. She managed to run a little further forward and hide behind a tree. The first thing the girl did was to heal her scratch so that no dirt would get in. She knew that she could use some magic, but it was not suitable for combat. She also couldn't constantly heal herself, as her strength would quickly run out. In any case, the girl had no choice but to keep running and call for help. She managed to evade the pursuit for a long time, but during this time the girl lost her shoes. After a while she got tired and fell helplessly to the ground. The girl could no longer run, her legs would not obey her and her breathing became difficult. Just then the men caught up with her and wanted to kill her quickly. But then they noticed how beautiful the girl was. They wanted to have some fun with her first, but then they remembered that if they didn't complete the task they would be killed. The men were sure that they could have fun with the girl's body even after the task was completed. At that moment one of the hunters aimed an arrow straight at our heroine and she thought she was going to die. In her past life, deep down, the girl didn't mind dying because no one would cry for her anyway. However, now her life was completely different. Now she had people who cherished her and cared for her. In addition, a person appeared whom she valued and was very grateful to. The girl especially did not want to say goodbye to Will. She didn't want to die. Celine closed her eyes in fear and silently prayed for her friend to come and save her. Suddenly, a terrible noise was heard around the girl and she opened her eyes. The girl noticed that Will was standing right in front of her, having already drawn his weapon. Celine saw the young man looking at his opponents with a strange and terrible look. She called his name and the guy immediately reached out to her, checking the girl's condition. His hands were warm, which meant that the young man had come to save her. He apologized for being late and for her having to endure that terrible chase. The guy hugged the girl, promising that everything would be all right now. Just then the hunters began to get angry that the guy had gotten involved in their fight. Celine said she was fine, as her wounds had almost all healed. The girl wanted to run away, but the prince noted that there was no need for that. He promised to quickly take care of everyone and then return to the girl's side. Afterward he picked up his weapon again and questioned the hunters about what they had done to his beloved. The men admitted they were just having fun and were hunting her. They were about to kill her for their later amusement, but the guy stopped them. Suddenly, Celine felt a suffocating fear and realized that the atmosphere around them had changed. Will was terrifying. He used magic and promised that all the hunters would have to die. Thereafter the opponents were engulfed in a strange purple flame which brought them pain. Seeing Will's magic for the first time, Celine was terrified. She felt nothing but coldness and true hatred emanating from the young man. The murderers fell to the ground as they could no longer endure the terrible pain. The guy commented that for people who dared to treat his girlfriend that way, their current state was too good and promised their deaths would be painful. However, he felt the hunters were too noisy, so he decided to kill one of them immediately. The man's blood splattered onto his face, but the young man continued to smile as if nothing had happened. The criminals begged for his forgiveness, hoping to escape from this bloodthirsty guy. Then he decided it would be a good idea to break the bones in the man's arm one by one. Will said that they were dying too soon, as they had to be punished for attempting to harm his beloved's life. Celine couldn't believe that the Will she knew was standing before her. This guy killed without hesitation and seemed to derive genuine pleasure from it. The young man now most resembled the second prince from the original novel. Celine couldn't bear it and asked the young man to stop the fight. A second later he smiled gently and turned to her as if nothing was wrong. He noted that due to his anger, he had lost a bit of control and gotten absorbed in the process. The guy approached his beloved and carefully tried to wipe the bloodstains from her face. He pointed out that it wasn't right to leave the girl in such a state, so he asked Celine to wait for him while he killed the remaining hunters. However, the girl didn't want to allow this, so she grabbed the guy's clothes and wouldn't let him leave. She was practically begging the young man not to kill these hunters. Will didn't understand why, as these men had intended to do the same to her. He just couldn't understand why he should forgive them and spare their lives. Celine was surprised that the young man truly didn't understand why this was so important. Then he suggested they needed to leave one alive so he could lead them to the mastermind. As he said this, the young man smiled, looking very pleased, which frightened Celine. The girl wondered if another person's life truly meant nothing to him. However, Will noted that these people's lives served no benefit. Then Celine realized that this was not the first time the young man had killed someone. The guy had nothing to say to this, but it was no longer necessary. The girl understood everything from the expression on his face. Celine knew nothing about Will and for some reason had thought things would turn out differently from the novel. However, the girl was wrong when she thought Will would become a different person. She had never even considered that he might not be able to forget all the pain he had experienced. Only now did the girl realize how numb and uncaring she had been towards the guy. The second prince didn't understand why the girl was apologizing to him and crying. He thought she was hurt somewhere or that he had upset her. Celine firmly believed that the Will she knew, the one she liked so much, was real. However, she knew this was not the time for tears. The girl pulled herself together, stood up and got down to business. First she approached one of the men who had attacked her and was horrified by the sight. Nevertheless, the girl composed herself, leaned over the man and began to heal his wounds. The second prince didn't understand why the girl was doing this, wasting her energy on such a terrible person. He recalled what these hunters had attempted to do to her not long ago. Will still didn't understand why the girl was saving these men. Celine carefully took his arm and admitted that she was very scared. This act didn't mean she forgave them, but that it wasn't their place to judge people, but the nation's government. The girl pointed out that the young man was under no obligation to kill these people. To protect her. Afterward she threw herself into the guy's arms and thanked him for saving her. She admitted that the moment she saw him come to her aid, she had calmed down immediately. Hearing this, the young man gently embraced his beloved and promised he would always protect her. After a while they calmed down and Celine asked the guy to help her hand the hunters over to the military police. In truth, she was still very frightened, but she held back her tears at the time. However, she couldn't let Will repeat his fate from the novel, so she promised herself to do everything she could to make him happy. A full 2 weeks had passed since the hunting competition. After the incident, the criminals were immediately handed over to the police and an investigation was launched. However, a restriction spell had been cast on the hunters which made it impossible for the criminals to say who their mastermind was. Furthermore, because the crime was against the Duke's daughter, the hunting competition was cancelled. Everyone was happy that the girl had returned home safely. Her parents were terrified and forbade her from leaving the house until the main culprit was found. Celine was very curious about who was really behind the attack. She had never encountered anything like this before, and the girl realized that when she first met Will, he had clearly never killed anyone. Celine realized that this all started after he moved into the castle, and although the royal family pretended to accept the guy, no one knew what really went on there. Just then, a maid entered the room and announced that the girl had a visitor. Celine was curious who it could be, as her father had forbidden anyone from coming to see her. The girl walked into the living room and saw that Will had come to see her. She thought something must be wrong. The young man looked very pale. He was dejected, thinking the young lady was now afraid of him. After the competition she hadn't even glanced at him and he hadn't received a single letter, even though she used to write to him every week. Moreover, the young man noticed that the girl hadn't replied to his letters for the past week. Celine's mind had been occupied by what had happened. Besides, she had received so many letters asking about her condition that she simply couldn't get through them all. So she apologized and explained that she just wanted to be alone for a bit to sort out her thoughts. The girl explained that it had nothing to do with her attitude towards the young man, but was merely about her own condition. He took the girl's hand, asking her to speak and look him straight in the eye. The guy was worried that she might be deceiving him or was just afraid to tell him the truth. Celine noticed that in this state the young man looked like an abandoned puppy. She reached out to his face, gently stroking his chin, and promised that everything she told him was the truth. He was very happy to hear this because he knew that if the girl stopped loving him he would die. The expression on his face at that moment truly frightened the girl, though she tried to hide it. Will asked if the girl was truly against him killing people. He promised to be careful in the future, so he didn't want Celine to hate him. He pointed out that in some situations there is no other way, so killing is necessary. After all, if he followed the girl's logic, he should just continue to endure suffering in order to eventually die. Thanks to these words, Celine realized that something had happened in the royal castle after all, and that murder was his only way to survive. Celine promised she would never hate her friend. She just hoped he wouldn't put himself in danger. The young man was glad they had cleared things up and hugged his girlfriend. Afterward they calmed down and went for a walk in the garden to get some fresh air. Celine wondered if the young man had encountered any danger after moving to the castle. The girl noticed that the young man didn't deny it, although he was in no hurry to tell her everything. He was just curious what would happen if he confirmed the girl's suspicions. He was afraid that if he answered the question, her attitude toward him would change. Will hadn't talked about this topic with the girl before, so she was sure there was a reason. He didn't want to tell her, and he certainly wouldn't like it if she tried to find out anything on her own. So the girl wanted to become his pillar of support. Celine expressed that she didn't have the strength to protect the guy from everything, but she still wanted to help him. The girl stated that she was willing to do anything to protect him. Will wasn't sure if the girl knew what she was saying, so he decided to tell her the truth. Since he left their estate, the queen's people had tried to kill him several times. He was threatened, poisoned, and even the servants who were kind to him ended up being traitors. However, the guy didn't want to worry the girl, so he never talked about it. He said that only her existence made him happy and that this feeling would stay with him until death. That's why he wanted the girl to always be on his side. However, he didn't like their current relationship. The guy admitted that he hoped for something more to develop between them. This was the first time Will had spoken to the heroine about a marriage contract. Celine was very surprised and didn't know how to respond to this proposal. The guy wanted a title so that he could openly stand by the girl's side and act as her fiancé. He pointed out that Caroline was just an outsider brought in by the queen, so it had nothing to do with him. He was surprised that Celine wanted him to enter into an unwilling marriage. The girl was worried that Will's situation would get worse as she didn't want him to be in danger again. Besides, considering recent events, it was better to stay away from Caroline. Will admitted that he suspected this girl of attempting to murder Celine. The heroine couldn't believe that girl was capable of such a crime. Will pointed out that Celine might not believe him, but he would find proof soon. The heroine still couldn't believe the possibility that Lady Caroline was involved in the attempted murder. They talked about how she had been close to Louis for years. Will noted that Caroline's feelings for him were not like love, so they didn't have to worry about that. The guy said that besides the girl he had no one he could open his heart to. Celine realized that Will cherished her even though he wasn't the person she thought he was. She promised to always support him, that she loved him too and wanted to be with him, but the guy just smiled, pointing out that her recent words sounded like a lie to him. The guy apologized for pressuring his girlfriend, as he knew their feelings for each other were different. After that, the young man said it was time for him to go home and hurried towards the door. Celine wanted to stop him, but she didn't know if she could keep him without being sure of her own feelings. Will's request didn't match the relationship they had so far, and the guy clearly wanted her to be his life partner. Her desire to be with Will wasn't false, but she wasn't ready for it yet. If she rejected him now, she might lose him forever, and the girl didn't want that. The girl didn't think she was capable of reciprocating his feelings right now. She was still very confused, but the guy was the most precious person to her in her mind. Celine reviewed all her memories related to the young man. After that, she made her decision and agreed to his proposal. Celine was curious about the exact meaning of the young man's words. However, she still promised to marry him. The girl added that she would be sure to get her father's consent. Will didn't want to rely on her word alone, so he wanted a full commitment from the girl. Celine had already made her decision, so she decided to see it through. As proof of her confidence and the seriousness of her intentions, the young man asked her to kiss him. Celine was very confused by his sudden request, as she had never done anything like that before. The young man took her hand and said he didn't intend to stop at just an engagement. He pointed out that he wanted to marry the girl and spend his whole life with her. Therefore, he had to understand if the girl was truly ready for this. Celine knew what he was getting at, but it was her first kiss, so she was nervous. No matter how embarrassed it made her, she wasn't against it, since she had already agreed to the engagement. There was no turning back. Therefore, the girl mentally prepared herself and agreed to this venture. Even Will seemed surprised by her determination and persistence. The girl admitted that this would be her first kiss, so she didn't know where to start. Her words drove the young man, who was not ready for this, crazy. He apologized for his actions as he had tried his best to control himself. He even promised to close his eyes to make it easier for Celine. The young man kept his promise and closed his eyes so as not to embarrass the girl. Celine couldn't stop admiring his handsome features. However, she knew that if she hesitated, the guy would think she didn't want to do it. So the girl approached the young man and stood on her tiptoes. She reached for him and gently pressed her lips to his. Immediately after, the girl jumped back as her heart was about to leap out of her chest. However, this was not enough for the young man. He approached the girl and looked her straight in the eyes. Celine thought that was the end of it, but she was greatly mistaken. Suddenly, the young man cupped her face with his hands and pulled her towards him. He pressed his lips to Celine's and kissed her forcefully. After that he let the girl go to let her rest and catch her breath. The guy apologized for his actions, as he simply couldn't resist such a temptation. Will thanked the girl for fulfilling his request and agreeing to marry him. The young man suggested that they cherish their relationship and continue to develop it. Celine couldn't look him in the eye as her heart was beating too fast in her chest. Will was even glad that he had caused such a strong reaction in the girl. Although Celine was embarrassed, she was glad that she had managed to resolve this issue. It would be great if she could be a pillar of support for the young man, even for a short while. Besides, being near the guy made her happy, even though she couldn't look him in the eye for the time being. In the evening, Will and Richard met at the prison to interrogate the criminals. The Marquis noticed that his friend was in a particularly good mood today. Richard was curious about what had happened between his friend and his beloved. However, Will didn't want to go into detail. He only said that the girl had agreed to the engagement. Richard noted that there was clearly an element of intimidation involved. He fully expected this from his friend, as he knew his true nature. He didn't think the girl's answer could be considered sincere, as he had surely taken advantage of her kindness. However, he understood why the guy would resort to extreme measures if he cherished the girl so much. He explained that he was afraid Celine would hate him and leave. He remembered the look the girl gave him when he killed people in front of her. At that moment the guy felt like a stranger again. The girl couldn't understand him. It was as if he was a stranger to her. The guy couldn't understand his own fear. The thought that she would hate him scared him more than death. It was necessary to catch Celine before she became completely disillusioned with him, so he played on her sympathy to keep her. Richard noted that his friend had always been crazy, but even he had a naive side when it came to his beloved. It would be bad if she found out what the guy was doing now. In any case, tired of talking, he wanted to quickly get the information out of the criminals and go home. The limitations of magic were little known, but they were not all powerful, as the moment of truth came just before death. The guy had noticed this while torturing one of the previous killers. You had to torture a person slowly and wait for the right moment, and that moment only lasted a second for you to find out the truth. This time he succeeded in his goal and found out that the mastermind was a black-haired, gray-eyed girl from a neighboring country. Will immediately realized they were talking about the main aide of his failed bride, Caroline. The guy was convinced of his guess, and after that there was no reason to keep the prisoner alive. Richard knew that a confession would be enough for proof. However, Will pointed out that such a statement from one person was not sufficient evidence and couldn't be proven. He didn't care, though, as the guy intended to kill anyone who coveted his beloved regardless. A week had passed since the engagement was announced. It was decided to wait until the rumors of an engagement with Caroline had died down before telling her father. So the girl did nothing, but something had changed. As Will's behavior became bolder, he confessed that he would think about the girl late into the night and even kiss her on the cheek. His demeanor changed and he no longer acted like a child. Celine felt drawn to her fiancé. At some point she realized that she also wanted to touch him. The young man took her silence as tacit consent and wanted to kiss her. However, Celine wasn't ready and asked the guy to wait. She thought it wasn't right, as they weren't officially engaged yet, although this was just a simple excuse due to shyness. Moreover, she was embarrassed because she didn't actually mind, but for the girl this was all a first, so Will decided not to rush things. However, he was flattered and promised to behave well if she would give him a kiss. The girl was completely defenseless before her fiancé, so she agreed to fulfill this request. She was very shy when the young man began to bring his face closer to hers. He carefully supported her neck and gently kissed her on the lips. Celine may have only agreed to one kiss, but her fiancé stole two. After that he kept kissing her until they were both tired. The prince looked very happy and pointed out that it was one long kiss, not several short ones. As the girl thought, he was very pleased with her, so he carefully hugged her. Celine couldn't help but be happy for her fiancé, so she hugged him back. The prince hoped that people would announce their engagement soon so they could do many other things afterward. Celine was very confused, as she was clearly thinking of something else. Afterward the young people went for a walk and the girl said she wanted to get out of the house. However, the culprit had not yet been caught, so she was forced to stay at home and wait for the investigation to end. The prince noted that murder was not enough to put the girl's mind at ease. He muttered this to himself but then pretended it was just a thought he had let slip, not worthy of attention. Celine noticed that during the time she was forced to stay at home she had gained a whole 5 kilograms. It wasn't very noticeable in a dress, but the girl gained weight easily, so I was upset. She said she wanted to start running and riding as soon as possible. The prince commented that there was no need for that as he would love her regardless. The Celine he met was the most beautiful girl in the world. At that moment he fell in love with her. The heroine remembered that the guy had been telling her how beautiful she was since childhood. Louis also complimented the girl, and in this the brothers were very similar. Celine decided she couldn't delay any longer and should tell the crown prince her decision. Will pointed out that even if the girl had no arms or legs he would still love her. Although a bit crude, the girl took it to mean that he loved her for her inner self. The prince admitted that the thought of the girl becoming even more beautiful made him uneasy as there would be many men around her. Then Celine was happy to hear these words from her fiancé. At this point the young man suggested the girl go on a short trip, as there were great places outside the capital. He was sure her father would allow it if she was accompanied by enough security. Celine liked the idea, as she had never been anywhere. The young man promised he would try to persuade the girl's father to let her go. At first Celine didn't believe the Duke would agree, but after a short persuasion he finally relented. The young man noted that the girl could really use a good rest. The prince promised he would never leave his bride's side and that they would protect her. Celine realized her father trusted Will, which is why he allowed her to go on the trip. She couldn't wait for the event, which was only a week away. The prince didn't tell anyone where they were going, so the girl was curious what kind of place it would be. Just then her sister, Adele, came home. The girl remembered that she had been invited to the castle to talk about her manifestation as a goddess. However, Adele did not return home alone. Prince Louis had come with her. Adele explained that the king and queen had asked to speak with them privately, but they were constantly being watched in the castle. From this conversation the girls realized that the prince's parents wanted Adele to be his bride. So Celine realized she had no more time to delay the conversation. She approached the young man and asked to speak with him alone. The girl found a secluded room where she and the prince sat opposite each other. The young man calmly drank his tea, waiting for the young duchess to start the conversation. The guy noted that this was the first time they had met since the hunting incident. He was glad the girl was in good condition and wondered what she wanted to talk to him about. Celine gathered her thoughts and thanked the young man for his attention to her. He had always been very kind to her, so she thanked him for that. He was a wonderful person. The girl realized that she really liked Louis as a good friend. However, despite this, she could not reciprocate his feelings, so the girl bowed her head deeply and offered the young man her sincere apologies. The prince was sad to see this, so he asked the girl to raise her head. He smiled and wondered what the reason for his rejection was. Celine didn't want to lie to someone who had always been honest with her. Therefore, the girl believed that everything would be fine if she told him the whole truth. Celine explained that she wanted to be with Will and that they had promised to be together. At these words, Louis's mood instantly changed and he didn't believe that the two of them would be happy together. This was the first time Celine had seen such an expression on his face and she was a little surprised. The guy said that she was very kind but that it looked more like self-sacrifice, and he thought the girl was confusing the concepts of love and pity. Celine was angered by these words and didn't want to listen. The young man recalled that the girl once said she dreamed of marrying for love. She tried to argue with the prince, saying that she really liked Will. However, in response the young man just smiled and didn't take her words seriously. He pointed out that the girl would be unhappy with him and that he was taking advantage of her kindness. The young man was curious to know what his brother had said to make the girl agree to marry him. Celine still didn't understand what the young man was talking about. Louis reminded her that his brother was no longer the little boy she had picked up a few years ago. The guy said that Wilfried was an inhuman, cruel and dangerous fellow that everyone should stay away from. The young man said that on the day of the competition the guy had shown his true face, a cold-blooded killer and manipulator. However, Celine was sure that he had done it only to save her. She knew that Will had not become like this of his own free will and she could not accuse Louis's parents without any evidence. The girl was sure that the guy knew nothing about what his parents and older brother had done to him. However, she was very surprised when Louis asked what would happen if his brother laid a hand on her family. He wasn't sure that something like that would never happen. Celine remembered that the Will from the original novel had tried to kill her sister Adele. However, her beloved was different from the prince in the novel. As they got along well now, at some point the girl wondered if she could really trust him. But then she remembered her promise to always be with him and that the guy was more important to her than her own happiness. Celine declared that she would be with the young man no matter what, because he was important to her. Louis told her that her beloved Wilfried had deceived her. However, everything was fine, as the young man intended to open her eyes to all his actions. Celine was frustrated that the crown prince wasn't listening to her at all. Just then the young man suddenly rose from his seat and walked over to the girl. Then he knelt before her on one knee and took her hand. He confessed his feelings to the girl, but she didn't react in any way. The guy admitted that he had been thinking about the girl all this time and cared about her happiness. Celine was glad that the young man sincerely cared for her. However, she was afraid that no matter how many times she told him everything would be fine, she wouldn't be able to convince him. Just then there was a knock at the door and the girl went to see who had come to see her. She had already reached the door and was about to open it when the prince caught up with her. He grabbed her by the shoulders from behind with both arms, stopping her. The young man pressed the girl tightly to him, not letting her escape from his embrace. Celine wanted him to let her go, but the prince wouldn't listen to her. From the voice behind the door the girl realized that Will had come to see her. The young man hated his brother, so the girl didn't want them to meet. The prince moved closer to her and whispered in the girl's ear asking her to send her fiancé away. The girl knew that if she started to resist, the noise might alert Will, so she stopped struggling. She realized that her fiancé didn't know she was with his brother, so she didn't want him to see them together. She said that she had fallen asleep, so she was getting ready now and would be in her room soon. The girl asked the young man to wait for her in another place. After his brother left, Prince Louis finally let go of his hands and released the girl. Celine was very unhappy with his behavior and demanded that the guy never do that again. Louis commented that one day the girl would have to break up with his brother. He found it strange that a magician as capable as his brother could have been seriously injured in the recent accident. The guy pointed out that if he had died then he wouldn't be here now. Celine guessed that Louis had already found out that Will had committed murder. The girl had only recently found out about this and could no longer turn a blind eye to it. Louis wanted to know if his brother had ever asked Adele about having the goddess's power in the future. Celine didn't understand why the young man was asking her such a question. The prince said that in the royal library which his brother often visited, there was a book that said a strong desire to save someone could awaken the goddess's power. Louis implied that his brother had orchestrated the accident to awaken Adele's power and make her a potential candidate for a bride. Celine knew that the groom himself had also suffered greatly, so she thought the prince was exaggerating. Afterwards the young man walked towards the exit, leaving the girl to think about his words. He said that he would visit her home again soon, so there was no need to see him off. After the crown prince left, the girl collapsed to her knees from exhaustion. After the conversation things had only gotten worse, as the prince hadn't even tried to understand her. Then the girl regained some of her composure and went to her fiancé who was waiting for her in another room. The young man was sitting opposite Adele and noticed that Celine's face had become very pale. He explained that he happened to have some business nearby and decided to stop by to see his fiancée and check on her. Celine carefully sat down next to her sister and Adele immediately moved closer. Adele said that she had made sure the two young men would not run into each other at their house. Celine was grateful to her sister, although she didn't like that the girl had lied for her. The young man looked at his bride and asked why she was sitting across from him on the sofa. The girl herself noticed that she usually sat next to her fiancé, but at that moment she felt awkward. She apologized to him and said that she had no hidden intentions. The young man gently hugged his girlfriend, saying that everything was fine. Adele was looking forward to their upcoming trip, happy to get away and rest. Celine supported her decision and was also looking forward to when they could embark on their journey. This was their first trip as a couple, so Adele wasn't sure if she could go with the boys. She was told that the engagement was based on the young people being in love, so she assumed they were going as a couple. Celine was embarrassed that Wilfried had said so much to her. His judgment was correct, but it was very unexpected. The prince was surprised that it was normal for a girl to kiss a man without being in any kind of relationship. Celine immediately tried to cover his mouth with her hand to prevent Adele from hearing. However, the girl was already embarrassed and pretended that none of this had happened. Celine was glad that even in this situation, her sister tried to smooth things over. While she was distracted by the girl, the young man gently bit her little finger. He wanted to know if the girl considered them a couple, because they had just announced their engagement. These tense experiences made the girl dizzy, so she admitted that they were indeed a couple, although it made her very embarrassed. The young man was delighted that in that case they could kiss non-stop. He couldn't wait for their trip together, because there they would be able to be together all the time. At that moment Celine felt safe and believed that Louis had just made it all up. Carolina was covered in blood, holding a small dagger in her hand. Prince Louis knocked on the girl's door and told her he had something to discuss with her. The girl promised she would finish her business and then come to talk to her brother immediately. She took off her bloody gloves and ordered the maid to leave. That girl was no stranger to handling dead bodies, so she calmly agreed to fulfill her mistress's request. Caroline felt incredibly bored because Mr. Wilfried didn't care about her at all. The only thing that amused her was hunting the young noblewoman Celine. However, because of this, the wedding date with her fiancé was postponed. The girl still needed a beloved and was prepared to wait for him to appear. She looked somewhat sad, knowing she couldn't find the meaning of life in mere killing. Richard thought it was a perfect day for a trip, while Adele remained expressionless. Celine was excited about the start of their journey together and was enjoying the good weather. It turned out that Mr. Richard would be going with them and the boys would be staying at his estate. The girl knew that the young man liked Adele, so inviting her along was a good idea. Richard pointed out that the news of his presence might not be the most pleasant for the girl. Adele said there was nothing wrong with it. She just wished she had known beforehand. The young man promised he would openly invite her next time. Adele decided to thank Richard for carrying her home when she fainted. The young man refused any thanks as he had read that anyone in his position would have done the same. He only asked the girl to take good care of herself. After some time the young people arrived at a territory near the capital. Celine pressed against the window as the surrounding natural scenery was simply too beautiful. After everything that had happened, Will was happy to see a smile on his bride's face. In her past life the girl had never traveled much, so this opportunity made her very happy. Richard invited the young people to his home and promised they could treat it as their own, using all the rooms. Celine wanted to meet the young man's parents to thank them for their warm hospitality. However, Richard pointed out that there was no need to worry about that, as he had no parents. He explained with a smile that because of this the young people could be as loud as they wanted all night. Afterwards the group went into a spacious room for tea to discuss their upcoming plans. Richard asked to be excused for a moment as he needed to finish some preparations. After he left, the prince noticed the girls looked a little sad because of Richard's story. The Marquis was always so cheerful, he never showed any signs of worry. The young man asked the maid to leave them alone until the master of the estate returned. After the girl left, the prince confessed that the Marquis's parents had been killed by the king. The incident was disguised as an accident, and when Richard learned it was the king's doing, he was threatened and silenced. The prince didn't want to cause any worry, so he couldn't say more. Celine found the story believable, as the prince himself had faced numerous assassination attempts. The young man admitted he didn't want to spoil the girl's mood, but he said it to make them wary of the royal family. Celine understood perfectly what the young man was saying, so she agreed. He also asked the girls not to tell anyone what he had just told them. The boys knew that if they sat there with sad expressions it would make Mr. Richard uncomfortable, so they tried to smile. After a while the Marquis returned, saying that all preparations for their tour of the mansion were complete. The evening was very eventful and the girls sat on the bed before sleep discussing the day's events. At one point Adele became very sad and Celine noticed this change in her sister. The girl admitted she was thinking about Richard, imagining him always being alone. Celine guessed there was a reason he had become a Marquis at such a young age, but she understood that he had a very difficult life. The girl noted that the Marquis was a wonderful person as he never gave them any reason to worry. Adele couldn't disagree, as the young man was indeed always cheerful and helpful. So the girls decided not to make him feel awkward and to enjoy their time. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and Will asked if he could come in. He apologized for interrupting the sisters' bedtime conversation. Adele immediately jumped up from her seat, saying she was just about to go to sleep. She wanted to leave the young couple alone, so she quickly left the room, wishing everyone a good night. Celine was confused that the girl had misunderstood everything. Will sat down on the bed next to his bride, saying he didn't feel like sleeping at all. He admitted that the girl couldn't even imagine how happy he was to be able to spend the whole day with her. For a while the young people sat side by side on the bed just talking about the day's events. Celine noticed it was getting late and they needed to go to bed to wake up on time. However, the young man didn't want to leave, as he wanted to stay with his bride a little longer. The girl just smiled at this, thinking the young man was just being willful. However, she was very surprised when the prince unexpectedly suggested sleeping with her. The girl had never slept in the same bed with a man before, so she was very embarrassed. Celine said they couldn't sleep in the same bed. The prince didn't understand why they couldn't sleep together now if they had always slept that way as children. However, the girl was confused because the situation was completely different now. The prince reminded her that once they returned to the capital they wouldn't be able to spend time together like this anymore. He looked very sad, saying he always felt lonely in the castle. Celine immediately pictured a little boy sitting alone on a bed in the dark, so she stroked his head and agreed that they could sleep together. The prince was very happy that he had gotten his wish. Afterwards, the young man got up to turn off the lights in the room. Then he returned to the bed and saw the girl already lying down covered with a blanket. The young man hugged her from behind and wished her good night, which made her very embarrassed. He said that he had been dreaming of sleeping like this for the entire week of their trip. After a while the girl fell asleep and the young man got out of bed. He carefully walked out the door and saw his friend Richard already waiting for him. Richard joked that they were supposed to be guests, yet they were still doing things like this. The prince ignored his teasing, knowing he was deliberately trying to provoke him. He planned to use teleportation magic to return to the royal palace. Although teleportation consumed a lot of mana, it wasn't a problem for him. The prince promised he would be back before morning and no one would even notice he was gone. Afterwards, the young man approached the magic sphere and commanded it to send him to the royal palace. Immediately, a magic circle appeared at the prince's feet, shining with a bright light. After the transfer, Will noticed that he had used more energy than usual due to the long distance. He knew that such teleportation devices were very precious and thus hard to find, and few people used them due to the immense energy consumption. After becoming a prince, his workload had increased and he even had to participate in expeditions to subjugate monsters. Although there were many troubles, his status was useful, so he had to do his job well. The young man looked at his watch and saw that he still had time for a short nap. The boy looked at the bear standing beside him and smiled. He knew that if all this was to build a future with his bride, he was willing to do anything. But the next day the group once again sat around the table for breakfast. Richard noted that Will and his fiancée's relationship was closer than he had thought, as they had even slept together. Adele was very embarrassed by these words, while Celine stated that they had only lain side by side in the same bed. Besides, when the girl woke up, the man was no longer there. After a wonderful breakfast, the young people changed their clothes and went for a walk in town. Celine noticed that the city streets were very beautiful and she really wanted to walk along them. Richard suggested they split into two groups, as he wanted to go on a date with Miss Adele. The girl was about to protest, but the man whispered that he wanted to help his friend be alone with his bride. Afterwards, the girl agreed to go sightseeing with him, leaving her sister alone with her groom. Celine was happy to see that Adele and Richard had found common interests. Afterwards, the girl and Will went shopping and looked at jewelry. The heroine asked for permission to buy cufflinks for her fiancé as a gift. The prince agreed and promised to cherish them for the rest of his life. The young people had a great time and enjoyed their walk. After a while they met up with the second couple and discussed everything they had seen during the walk. Adele learned that Mr. Richard was very popular among his people. When the prince returned, he invited the girl to hold his hand and walk together. Celine enjoyed the event and looked very happy. Richard and Adele were glad that their loved ones could finally rest the next evening. Will was worried that the girl might become suspicious, so he wanted to go back early. The boy was walking down the castle corridor when his brother, Louis, came around the corner. The young man thought his younger brother had gone on a trip with his fiancée. However, he didn't want to comment on it, noting that it was none of his business. Louis reminded him that the second prince couldn't take advantage of the girl's kindness forever. He noted that the girl was just confused about her feelings and that there was no trust in their relationship. He said that the man didn't know that the prince and Celine were dating. Louis said that the girl had recently sent her fiancé away to be alone with him. Will was furious when he heard these words from his brother. The second prince thought for a moment and realized when this situation could have happened. Louis said that he held the girl tightly while his younger brother stood outside the door. These words enraged the second prince and he intended to kill his brother. The boy immediately used magic, preparing to attack the crown prince with dark energy. However, the prince was no weakling either and protected himself by erecting a barrier. He had deliberately provoked his younger brother to attack him inside the castle. However, at that moment Will remembered his bride's kind smile and calmed down. He really wanted to kill his brother, but he knew that would only be playing into his hands. Louis was surprised that the young man had calmed down so quickly and stopped the fight. Will promised that sooner or later he would definitely kill his brother. After that he turned to go about his business as the maids hearing the noise came running. Celine woke up in the middle of the night because she felt someone watching her. The girl opened her eyes and saw her fiancé leaning over her, crying. The young man looked very upset and couldn't control his emotions. The girl also sat up in bed and asked what had happened. Will confessed that the girl was too cruel and that she had lied to him. This was the first time Celine had seen her fiancé in such a state. She asked him to explain what he meant by those words. The prince admitted that the girl had sent him away to be with Louis. Celine immediately guessed that her fiancé was talking about the day he was with his brother. He even suggested that her words about them being together forever were a lie. The young man pinned the girl to the bed and demanded that she explain what had happened. Celine said that she just didn't want the brothers to fight over what happened. The girl noticed that the groom knew some details that she hadn't told anyone, so she suspected it was Louis. She thought that the young man had told him what happened to hurt his younger brother. He didn't understand why the girl would betray him if she was going to marry him. Celine realized that she had no choice but to do anything in that situation, even though she had decided to go and talk to Louis herself. However, she denied kissing anyone other than her fiancé. The young man hated his brother and was literally going crazy over it. Celine didn't know what to do or how to act in this situation. She tried to comfort him with different words to calm him down, but nothing helped. Suddenly, the young man looked her straight in the eye and asked her to kiss him. Celine wasn't sure if it was appropriate to do so in this situation. However, Will saw her hesitation and thought that the girl no longer loved him. He had long known that she was too good for him and he feared the moment she would want to leave. Celine understood that he was saying this because he cherished her and was afraid of losing her. The prince noticed that the heroine had no real feelings for him, as she couldn't fulfill his request. The girl wasn't sure what she was doing, but she decided to follow her heart. She raised her hand and gently stroked her boyfriend's face. Celine cupped the prince's head in her hands, pushed herself up in bed and pressed her lips to his. The boy didn't expect her to actually grant his request, but then he relaxed and calmed down. He asked the girl to confess her feelings for him. Celine no longer understood what was right and what was wrong, but she cherished her fiancé very much. The girl promised that she would not let any other man touch her again. After that, the young man laid the girl back on the pillow and began to kiss her more forcefully. Adele was worried because it was almost time for dinner and her sister and Will had not yet left their room. Richard asked not to worry, as it was normal for a couple who had just started dating to have a fight. No sooner had he said this than the young man opened the door and entered the room. The second prince said that Celine had remained in her room and that he had come to give a heads up. The young man asked them to give them some time alone. Richard realized that his friend wanted him to distract Celine's sister. The young man realized that the lovers wanted to be alone, so he suggested that Adele go on a date to give them some time. Celine sat on the sofa not understanding why Louis had decided to tell his younger brother what had happened. She didn't even understand how they could have met if they were in different castles. The girl remembered the evening's events and realized that her heart was breaking from her fiancé's tears. She realized that she couldn't make such a mistake again, and the thought of it scared her. At that moment, the young man returned to the girl and carefully sat down next to her. The first question the couple asked was how they felt after their evening conversation. The second prince thought that after what had happened, he had begun to distance himself from his bride. However, the girl said that this was not the case and promised that from now on she would tell him everything. However, she admitted that she was very concerned about his attitude towards what was happening now. The young man saw that he was very important to his bride, but he didn't understand why. At first the girl just felt sorry for him. She saw in him her former self, who had suffered from illness and loneliness. The girl was glad that the man was gradually opening up to her. Celine was sensitive to his feelings and tried to support him in everything. She found his jealousy cute, and the prince was always very passionate with her. The girl thought it was because she herself wanted to be someone's number one. Soon the young man became the person who loved her the most. So the girl admitted that he was important to her because he was the one who loved her more than anyone else. The prince agreed with this and said that he would never give his bride to anyone. The young man took her hand and promised that she was the only one he would ever love. Therefore, the young man sincerely hoped that his feelings were mutual. He apologized for yesterday's situation and said that Louis's words had hurt him deeply. Celine was sure that it was indeed the crown prince and wanted to deal with him. After the trip, the young couple discussed all the details in private and then went to their loved ones. After that, the whole company continued to have a good time, and it seemed that the conflict had been resolved. They had to go back tomorrow. Time flew by. Richard was glad that he had managed to become friends with Adele over the past time. He noted that Celine was really very kind, because if it were him he would have hated his friend long ago. However, the prince thought that even this was not enough. He remembered what had happened with his brother and realized that he wanted to be the girl's first priority in any situation. The more pity he could arouse, the less likely she would be to leave him. After returning to the capital, they would again see each other very rarely, and it would not be easy for the girl to leave the estate. Therefore, he first planned to get rid of Carolina and free the girl from her confinement. Then he had to deal with the royal family who were causing them trouble. The last thing the young man wanted to do was to deal with his brother, who was always getting in the way. Richard couldn't believe that his friend could so easily get rid of everyone who bothered him. Will knew that simply killing his fiancée would not calm him down. There had to be some way for everyone to know that Carolina was the culprit. The guy didn't understand why they were hunting the girl, because if they weren't so much trouble, they would have killed her for sure. He knew that Carolina was the type of person who enjoyed killing, and the bodies in the castle were her handiwork. Thanks to this, the young man had an idea of how to get rid of his rival. After returning home, Adele gave her sister a beautiful bracelet. Celine apologized for not bringing anything in return. Adele didn't think it was important, as it would be strange to exchange gifts from their trip together. However, the bracelet was very beautiful, so the girl began to envy his good taste. Adele admitted that it was Mr. Richard who helped her choose this bracelet. At that moment the girl realized she had said too much, so she blushed. She said that on the day her sister and her fiancé were sorting things out, they had gone to town together. Then Mr. Richard helped her buy this bracelet as a gift for the girl. Celine noticed that the girl's earrings matched her pink hair very well. Adele admitted that these earrings were also a gift from Mr. Richard. During the trip previously, various men had given the girl many gifts, but this was the first time she had worn any of them. Celine noticed that her sister and Mr. Richard had become friends and was happy about it. The girl admitted that the young man was very important to her and that she wanted to be with him. At first she just liked him as a person and considered him a good friend, but then he showed a new side of himself. She thought it was just a passing fancy and didn't expect her feelings to develop so deeply. Celine felt she should give her sister some advice, but the girl herself knew little about matters of love. Adele admitted that she was not yet sure about the young man's feelings. Celine knew that if the girl was worried it meant she had feelings for Richard, otherwise she wouldn't care. She admitted that she thought the young man was an honest person, although at first she was a little scared by his persistence. In social circles Mr. Richard had never been known as a frivolous person, so she was sure that Adele was his first love. The sister was happy with the girl's words of support and agreed with her. She thought that Mr. Richard was an unusual person. Sometimes he seemed like a child and other times like a completely different person. Celine looked at her sister and realized that she had never seen her so in love. Originally, Mr. Richard was not among the characters in the novel and was never mentioned. So the girl realized that they were heading towards a completely different future and the original script was becoming less and less important. She admitted that, thanks to the conversation with her sister, she could look forward to a more positive future. Adele admitted that Richard had asked her out on a date next week and the girl intended to accept the invitation. At first, Celine was worried that she would interfere with Adele and Louis's relationship and was afraid that because of her actions they would not have a happy future. However, now the girl sincerely wished for her sister's happiness. At that moment, a maid came over and told them that a letter had arrived. The friend Wilhelmina wrote to Celine suggesting they meet soon. After some time, the girl went to meet her friend, realizing that the last time they had seen each other was 3 years ago. During this time Wilhelmina had grown up and turned into a real beauty. The girl had gone to study in a neighboring country and during this time they had been communicating through letters. The criminal had not yet been caught, but given the girl's status and their friendship, her father allowed her to come for a visit. Celine already thought her friend was beautiful, but now she simply couldn't take her eyes off her. Wilhelmina admitted that she had heard rumors about her friend having a boyfriend. Celine admitted that she didn't want their relationship to be described that way. However, she confessed that she had promised a man she cherished very much that she would get engaged to him. Wilhelmina was happy for her friend and asked her to tell her everything in detail. The girl admitted that she had heard rumors that the prince had previously been engaged to Caroline. Suddenly, Wilhelmina became very serious and looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping. The girl leaned over to her friend and quietly asked her to be very careful if Lady Caroline was involved. She explained that in the neighboring country she had heard enough rumors about her. Celine was surprised by this conversation and was interested to know what people were saying about her. Wilhelmina said that everyone who got close to Lady Caroline died. Soon after, in the middle of the forest, stood a small house, hidden from the eyes of passers-by. Inside, a young prince sat at a wooden table with a lamp. Lady Caroline opened the door and went inside to talk to Will. She never expected that a man would one day ask her out. The girl was very curious about what he wanted to do with her in such a dense forest. Carolina hugged the man from behind, admitting that she couldn't contain her excitement. However, the young man was only concerned with whether the girl had really tried to kill his bride in that forest. Caroline didn't like the way the prince talked about other girls when they were alone. However, she noted that Celine was really beautiful that day and regretted that they had been interrupted. She saw that the prince had become very angry in a second and asked him why he had called her to this cabin. The next second, the young man held a dagger to her throat and promised that he had come here to get rid of the girl. However, what appeared on Carolina's face was not fear but genuine pleasure. Wilhelmina said that Carolina had a complex personality and that there were quite a few cases of murder she was suspected of. She said that people were tortured more like a madman was playing. These were just rumors, but the girl believed that they should not be blindly ignored. She also admitted that she had heard about what happened at the hunting competition. At that moment, Celine remembered Will's words about his suspicions of Caroline's involvement. At that moment the girl realized that her fiancé might have been right after all. She initially found it strange that the queen, who wanted the prince dead, would decide to set him up with a duke's daughter from a neighboring country, which would be to his advantage. However, the girl noticed that her fiancé was madly in love with her and now she had a bad feeling. The girl wanted to see her fiancé. She even came to the royal palace, but the maid said that he was busy right now. Celine understood that it was against etiquette to show up at the kingdom's castle uninvited, but she couldn't calm her agitation. She had even left home without permission. The girl wondered what important business her fiancé was doing that she couldn't see him. Celine was so lost in her thoughts that she didn't notice Louis approaching her and saying hello. After everything that had happened, the girl was completely unprepared to see him. She knew that they hadn't seen each other since the day he had forcibly hugged her, although she wanted to talk to him. She felt that everything had turned out for the best. The girl looked the young man in the eye and admitted that she had come to see Will. However, Louis noted that since the girl was standing in the corridor, it meant she had failed. Celine asked why the crown prince had told her fiancé what had happened that time. At that time the girl had sent the man away, but the prince told him that they had hugged behind the door. Louis decided not to pretend he didn't understand her words, so he confirmed her guess. However, the girl didn't understand why the young man would do such a thing and tell on her. Louis pointed out that he had no reason to continue hiding what had happened. Celine realized that the prince had deliberately told his brother about it to make them fight. The prince in the novel was a noble man. Everyone envied his loyalty and innocence. So the girl wondered what had influenced him so much, whether it was Will's change or the fact that he liked her instead of Adele. The prince asked the girl not to make that face because in reality he was just trying to protect her. Celine was surprised that the prince really thought Will was a threat to her, which was why they couldn't come to an agreement. Suddenly they were interrupted by a terrible scream coming from the end of the corridor. They turned around and saw a maid running towards them. The prince, realizing the gravity of the situation, ordered the girl to tell him what had happened. The handmaiden screamed in terror that something had happened to Prince Wilfried. Hearing her fiancé's name, Celine immediately began to worry that something had happened to him. The girl and the prince followed the handmaiden and entered the younger prince's room. There they saw the young man lying on the floor while Carolina had plunged a dagger straight into his chest. The young people were so surprised by what was happening before their eyes that they froze in place, dumbfounded. Will turned his head and only then noticed his fiancée standing and watching everything unfold. At that moment Carolina pulled the dagger from his chest, looking as if she was enjoying it all, even in the cabin. The girl had said she wouldn't mind dying at the prince's hands, but then he would lose everything. The girl was sure his dear fiancé would not approve of such an action. Caroline reminded him that she was a rather clever young lady, so she would never have entered the forest alone. However, the prince chuckled and pointed out that he had never intended to kill the girl. He simply remarked that he wanted to keep Carolina away from him and his fiancé. The young prince used his power, forcing the girl to grip the dagger in her hand. Carolina didn't understand what was happening to her, as her body was moving against her will. The girl looked at the prince and realized that, far from being afraid, he wore a smile of pleasure. The girl still couldn't control her body. She pushed the young man to the ground and then sat on top of him. Carolina raised her hands about to stab the prince in the chest. She realized that everything that was happening was the second prince's plan. Afterwards her hands came down abruptly, plunging the dagger straight into the young man's chest. Droplets of his blood splattered onto her cheeks and clothes, spreading across the fabric. Immediately after, the young man used a portal ordering the magic sphere to send them to the royal capital. A huge teleportation circle appeared on the floor beneath his feet and lit up. Carolina hadn't expected the young man to use a portal, so she was frightened. However, in almost an instant they found themselves in his room in the palace. Carolina turned around and saw a handmaiden walk into the office, looking at what was happening. Afterwards, the girl ran out in terror to call for help. Will pointed out that after this incident the girl would be charged with assault, and he also had several pieces of evidence regarding her previous murders. He pointed out that even as a duke's daughter, the best she could hope for was life imprisonment and the worst was the death penalty. However, unexpectedly, what the young man saw was not fear but Carolina throwing her head back and laughing. The girl confessed that with every meeting she grew to like the young man more and more. She had fallen into his trap so easily. She had been so afraid for her life before that she couldn't have imagined such a scenario. She realized that all of this was to remove her from the position of a candidate for his fiancé. The guy noted that all of this was to appease the only girl who truly loved him. Carolina was surprised and pointed out that the young man was the biggest madman she had ever met in her life. The girl admitted that people are usually happy for the happiness of the one they love. However, she herself felt pleasure from the pained expression on his face. She believed that fear was the strongest feeling and, on the verge of life and death, everyone's faces would turn only to her. What she loved most was when all of a person's emotions were directed at her, which was why she had committed so many murders. Even Will was disgusted to hear this, as the girl killed for pleasure. Carolina thought the prince was very much like her, as he didn't hesitate to take the lives of others. That was why she thought the young man would surely want to kill her. The prince was still holding her in place with his magic, so the handmaiden should be arriving with the guards soon. Just then, it wasn't the guards who burst into the room, but Celine and the elder Prince Louis, which was not part of the young man's plan. Carolina noticed the confusion on the prince's face and realized something had gone wrong. Afterwards, the girl pulled the dagger from his chest, leaving him to bleed to death. Furthermore, she noted that the guy had made another mistake, as death was not part of his plan. The girl raised the dagger above her head, intending to finish the young man off. The prince realized he couldn't use his magic and his body was immobilized. Carolina pointed out that if the enemy had caught her off guard, then she had earned the chance to take away his freedom. The prince realized he could have easily dealt with her, but teleporting two people over such a long distance had consumed too much of his power. Carolina bid farewell to her beloved, promising they would surely meet again after death. Seeing that the girl was about to finish off, her fiancé, Celine, tried to stop her. The next second, a pink ball of light burst from her hand and shot towards Carolina. It was this magical energy that made the culprit stop. The current was so strong that it threw the girl in the opposite direction. Celine herself didn't understand what she had just done. Even Louis was surprised to see the girl use the power of the Saintess for the first time. Celine immediately rushed to her fiancé trying to help him. Just then, the guards burst into the room and ordered the arrest of Lady Carolina. They put magic handcuffs on her and surrounded her from all sides. Celine wanted to use her magic to heal her fiancé. However, the young man grabbed her hand and stopped her. He reminded her that there could be trouble if others found out about her power and, besides, they needed evidence against the culprit. However, the girl thought her fiancé's life was more important than all of that. She tried to heal him, but the prince used his dark energy to repel her magic. Celine didn't understand why he was being so stubborn and putting his own life in danger. The prince confessed that he wanted to spend his life with this girl, so he begged her not to do anything. Celine realized the guy was serious and her actions would only make things worse. However, she still couldn't accept that she couldn't help him in any way. The prince watched everything that was happening from the side and did nothing. Later, Adele and Richard came to the palace to support their friend. Thanks to her abilities, the girl's younger sister helped heal the prince's wounds. During this time, Carolina was detained and thrown into prison. The girl was insane to try to kill the prince in front of everyone. Celine was glad the guy was okay now, even if she wasn't the one who saved him. Adele watched her sister from the side, realizing she was very worried. Richard promised he would take care of his friend and suggested the girls go get some rest. He reminded them that if their condition worsened, the prince would blame his friend for not looking after them. The young man took advantage of Adele's sympathy to persuade the girls to go home. Before leaving, Celine went to her fiancé's bedside to say goodbye. She gently stroked his cheek, not understanding why this young man had to suffer so much misfortune. Afterwards, the girls carefully walked to the exit and opened the door. Richard bid them farewell, waving carefully so as not to wake the prince. Celine was sure that if she hadn't been able to stop Carolina, she wouldn't have been able to bear the blow of her fiancé's death. In moments like these, she realized how much she cherished the young man. The girl could only save him with the help of her sacred power and worried that she wouldn't be able to study at the temple. She didn't want to be burdened with responsibilities beyond her abilities, but she wanted to help people. On one hand, she could gain power, but on the other she would lose her freedom. Celine didn't know which choice would bring her happiness, so the girl didn't know what to choose. She thought for a long time and finally made a certain decision. Richard, listening to the footsteps outside the door, told the boy they had gone far. The young man noted that his friend was a real masochist, harming himself like this every time. The prince sat up in bed and admitted that he wanted to kill Carolina with his own hands. He wondered how on earth his fiancée had gotten into the castle to see such a situation. Richard said that the girl had heard bad rumors about Carolina and had come to see him. Although things didn't go according to plan, they got what they wanted, and now Carolina would be sentenced to death. The prince admitted that he had deliberately lured the girl into the forest just to make everything go smoothly. Richard was glad it was over, but he hoped his friend wouldn't take such risks again. The prince disliked this cloyingly sweet concern, but the Marquis just laughed it off. He admitted he had been worried and Celine hadn't had it easy either. The prince understood that they would soon be able to be together and he would sort out the rest of the matters within the next 2 years. Will wanted to make the girl happy so that he could spend the rest of his life with her. A few days later, Celine came to visit her fiancé during his recovery. The girl was very embarrassed and worried as she proposed to the young man. Even Will was surprised by her unexpected proposal. Celine's father admitted that he had heard the girl had left home without permission, so he was worried. After talking with her friends, the girl went to the royal palace because she had a bad feeling. The man didn't believe that Lady Carolina was the culprit, but now his daughter could move freely on the streets. The girl thanked the man for lifting his ban and forgiving her. The man was also glad that the second prince was not harmed. After the incident, he promised to do his best, but the king's opinion of the boy was still not the best. Celine knew her beloved had few allies. However, she had made up her mind and said she had a request. The girl asked her father if he would agree to her marriage with Will. Afterwards, Celine went to the palace to visit her fiancé. The young man was happy to see the girl, as he had missed her very much. He took the flowers and apologized for making her worry. The young man didn't expect the girl to embrace him first. Celine confessed that she was so glad the young man had survived. The prince was happy to hear the girl show him sympathy and worry for him. The young man thanked the girl for her help and apologized for leaving her alone. He admitted that he was in pain and afraid that he would be killed, leaving Celine all alone. After a moment, the girl released the hug and sat opposite her fiancé. She knew the young man was very important to her, so she said they needed to have a serious talk. The girl took his hand in hers and looked into the young man's eyes. She smiled and suggested they get married as soon as possible. At first the guy was surprised, but then a sliver of doubt crept into his mind. Celine pointed out that she wanted to be with him forever because after that incident all talk of Carolina and the prince's engagement had stopped. The girl believed that if they married, Will's problems would be solved and she would no longer need to hide her powers. As divorce was unacceptable, she knew she had to get married anyway, so it didn't matter. When Celine admitted she didn't want to hide her powers because it was with them that she could protect her close friends, the girl had thought it over carefully before coming here to make such a proposal to the guy. She possessed the power of the goddess, so people would have to change their attitude towards the prince. However, even after learning that the girl's father had given his consent, Will was not happy. Celine pointed out that not even the king and queen could stop them. If they signed the papers now, the girl could go to the temple to get the documents herself. She noted that when the young man recovered they could have the wedding ceremony. However, to the girl's surprise, the young man looked up and said he didn't want to get married. Celine was surprised to hear that the prince didn't want to get married right away. She didn't understand why he refused, since he himself had said he wanted to live with her for the rest of his life. Just then, Richard entered the room announcing that he had bought what he was asked to buy. The young man saw the girl and thought he had interrupted a conversation between the couple. However, Celine stood up from her seat, apologized for saying something foolish and headed for the exit. She promised to come back to see her fiancé later afterwards. The girl practically ran out of the room, leaving the two young men behind. The prince held his head in his hands and Richard wondered what had happened between the couple. He was shocked when he heard that the girl had proposed and the prince had refused. The prince confessed that he became scared because he couldn't control his desire to have the girl. He thought that when the time came he would be able to part with her without hesitation. However, he didn't want to see her look so sad. Richard laughed, pointing out that his friend had some humanity left in him. He noted that the young man truly loved his fiancée. The guy knew his friend was selfish and when he said he would make her happy, he was only thinking of getting the girl for himself. However, now that Celine had chosen him, he suddenly tucked his tail and ran. He patted his friend on the head, saying that being considerate of others was a sign of character growth. The prince admitted that everything was supposed to be completely different. Afterwards, Richard realized it was time for his older brother to step in. Celine lay in bed thinking about what had happened to her during the day. The girl couldn't even imagine that the guy would refuse to marry her. She was ashamed that she hadn't even considered the possibility of being rejected. The girl knew the guy still loved her, but she was afraid that this love might disappear. She tried to understand why she was so upset about their conversation. After a while, Richard and Adele came to visit their friend. Celine realized she had had enough time to be sad, so she decided to greet her guests. Richard sat opposite the girl and admitted he had something to talk to her about. He revealed that he had actually found a beautiful girl for Wilfried. Adele tried to object, saying this wasn't what they had discussed. However, the guy cut her off and told her to be quiet for a moment. Richard continued talking about what a wonderful girl he had found for his friend, since they didn't want to get married. He hoped Celine would support Will and they could continue to communicate like family. This marriage would make the prince look respectable and would solve the problems between the couple. Richard commented that it was very convenient and would only be better for the prince. He noticed that Celine was not happy with the proposal and that something was bothering the girl. He reminded her that they could remain family, but the prince would have reliable support. Celine had no idea if she should be worried about his proposal. These were indeed very good conditions for her Prince Wilfried. However, she couldn't even imagine him with any other bride. At this thought, the Duchess's chest ached. She finally realized that she had been in love with Wilfried since childhood. However, now that the girl was grown up, her love was different from what it was then. That's why she confessed to Richard that she didn't want to play house with the prince anymore. The young man didn't let it go and asked her why she had decided that. Celine looked him straight in the eye and said that she loved Prince Wilfried. She didn't know when exactly it had started, but it had been going on for quite some time. That's why she didn't want the second prince to marry anyone else. Adele was moved by her words and was glad her sister had admitted her feelings. Richard immediately stopped his act and clapped his hands. Happily he admitted it was all a lie and that the girl should forget his words. The guy had to lie so that Celine could finally realize her feelings, and he knew that Wilfried would never marry another girl. Celine was embarrassed for being deceived and having her feelings exposed. Richard apologized to Adele because she was so cute when she was angry. Celine thanked the guy because it was thanks to him that she realized her feelings. Both the sister and Richard were surprised that the girl reacted so calmly to the lie. The guy suggested that the second prince repeat all these words, as he himself did not yet understand. Celine promised to go to him right away and confess her feelings to him. She realized that all this time she had been in love with her childhood friend, Wilfried. Richard pointed out that she should go straight to the guy, as he would cry with happiness. He speculated that this was exactly why the hero had refused to marry her. Will always showed his feelings, so the girl should also confess before proposing marriage. She thanked her friends for their help and said goodbye to them. The girl ran down the corridor, wanting to get to the prince as soon as possible to confess everything to him. The prison was dark and damp and huge rats were everywhere. Carolina noted that her older brother, Louis, had come to see her for the first time since her arrest. The guy just wanted to know why the girl did something so stupid. He wanted to know why Caroline had decided to make an attempt on Celine's life. The girl noted that her brother shouldn't worry, and even then she didn't try to stop. The young prince didn't like that the girl wasn't answering his question, so he pressed her. She said that she was engaged to Wilfried and did not intend to break up with him. Caroline liked Celine. She was beautiful, charming, naive, and had a sweet expression on her face when she cried. The elder prince, Louis, was furious that the girl was ignoring him and continuing to talk nonsense. The culprit told her brother not to be surprised that she had become a murderer. Louis said that rumors about it had already started, so his mother had arranged their engagement. However, the girl continued to create problems. Perhaps she even hoped for the support of their family, but in the end it would have been enough if she had killed Will. The girl just smiled at his words and said that she planned to hone her skills during this time. However, she surprised the prince by saying that it was Will who had deceived her. She explained that there was no evidence, so she kept silent, afraid that no one would believe her. Afterwards, the girl told everything that had happened in the forest and how they had ended up in the castle. The prince didn't believe the story he heard, but agreed that it was dangerous to leave his brother alive. Carolina was calm as she understood that she would most likely be executed. After this, Louis agreed, as the girl had committed too many murders, so evidence would surely be found. The young man admitted that he had not hated Carolina all this time, after which he said goodbye to her and headed for the prison exit. The girl admitted that she had lived a rather happy life, so she was ready to say goodbye to it. Celine was worried, although she had told her fiancé that she loved him many times before. When she realized it was love, she began to feel embarrassed and found it difficult to calm down. The girl was sitting in the castle waiting for her beloved, but instead of him she noticed his older brother. Prince Louis heard that the girl had come to the palace and asked her to talk for a moment. Celine could not refuse the crown prince, so she agreed to spare a little time. The first thing Louis did was bow and officially apologize on behalf of Carolina. It wasn't the young man's fault, so the girl asked him to raise his head. Louis was worried about introducing the girls to each other. However, Celine said that they had actually met before that. Louis admitted that the girl was very kind, which was why he was so worried about her. He said he had just seen Caroline and she had explained to him that the attempted murder was Will's doing. Caroline was indeed the culprit, but the prince didn't think the girl was lying, as he could have easily deceived her. He said that the servant could not just enter the room and Caroline was possessed by the prince's magic, which forced her to act. Carolina hinted that the whole thing was a setup to win the girl's sympathy. The young man noticed an expression of distrust on the girl's face. He understood that she had been deceived and poisoned, but she knew nothing about it. Then the prince asked if the girl could firmly deny these accusations. Celine remembered how strong the young man had been during the hunting competition. Louis continued to talk about his younger brother's strange behavior. However, Celine interrupted him and admitted that she would accept her fiancé no matter what. The prince smiled condescendingly as he believed the girl was still playing house with him. However, he was surprised when the young lady admitted that Will was the only man she loved. The prince realized that the girl had accepted her feelings and was no longer hiding them. Celine admitted that she was being sincere. They were even planning to get married soon. Prince Louis was displeased that time was slipping away from him. The girl knew that deep down Louis must hate his brother. Although she had come here to see her fiancé, his brother had appeared instead, which she found strange. So the girl stood up from her seat and said goodbye to the prince, preparing to leave. However, the young man rolled out of his seat and grabbed her hand, trying to keep her there. Celine continued to struggle, demanding that the prince let her go. However, the young man instead just pushed the girl against the wall. He tried to confess his love to her, but the girl didn't want to listen. Then the prince roughly grabbed her hands and kissed her hard on the lips. After a few seconds he felt the girl's resistance and let her go to catch her breath. However, immediately after he tried to kiss her again, Louis felt that something was wrong. So he took a step back and looked at the girl. He saw that she had stopped resisting because she was crying. The young man tried to explain his actions, but the girl would not listen to him. She said that she had trusted the young man, but she could no longer do so. Celine covered her face with her hands and ran out of the room, leaving the prince alone. The handmaiden knocked on the door and asked if her young mistress was awake. She knew the girl hadn't eaten in days, so she left some small snacks for her outside the door. Adele came to visit her sister, who had locked herself in her room after returning and had not come out for 3 days. The girl returned and reported that nothing had changed. She explained to the boys that 3 days ago her sister had left the room and after returning she had not come out again and, moreover, she had not eaten anything. Richard remembered that the girl had left after their conversation, but she had never met her fiancé. The prince also admitted that he had not seen his fiancée since that day. The boys looked at each other trying to understand what could have happened during this time. Richard suggested that his friend go and talk to the girl. They knew it wasn't his fault that he hadn't come to her that time and this could be the reason. Celine knew she was worrying her sister and the others, but she was so upset in her heart that she didn't want to see anyone right now. The girl had not even thought that Louis would suddenly do such a thing. Even when being hugged, the young man was in great pain. The girl lay in bed, lost in thought. When there was another knock on the door, Celine heard that it was Wilfried who had come to talk to her. The prince apologized as he had not intended for things to turn out that way. The guy was happy when he heard the words about the wedding and sincerely wanted to live with the girl. He selfishly thought that he just wanted to be with her forever. But soon he became afraid that he would be tying her to him simply because of her compliance and kindness. The girl remembered his pitiful expression at that moment as he thought she was marrying him out of pity. Will admitted that he wanted to be with the girl under any circumstances. He remembered that he had made her make a promise, but he still hoped that the young man apologized for his behavior as he loved his fiancée very much. His words touched the girl as she also loved him very much. However, she cried, understanding that she could no longer appear before him today. The young man heard the girl apologizing and crying through the door. He asked for permission to enter her room to talk face to face. Celine was happy to hear his voice, but she didn't want him to see her in such a state. However, the young man could not leave these questions unresolved, so he apologized and entered the room. He saw his beloved fiancée sitting on the bed, her face covered in tears. The prince knelt before the girl and asked who had dared to bully her. He wanted to know why she kept apologizing. The girl was afraid of completely ruining the relationship between the two brothers, but she understood that it would be dishonest to remain silent. So she said that 3 days ago she had gone to the castle to see a young man. The prince admitted he didn't know about it, as his brother had intercepted the girl before then. He guessed that Celine had met Louis, which was why they hadn't met. The girl explained that the elder prince had an important conversation with her and then the unfortunate incident happened. The girl confessed that she had talked with Louis and then he had pushed her against the wall and kissed her. Will was so stunned by what he heard that he couldn't move for a moment. The girl cried and apologized to her beloved. As the engagement was not yet official, the prince already understood what she was worried about and told her that he had no intention of breaking up with her. He pointed out that the girl had done nothing wrong so she didn't need to apologize. Celine admitted that she didn't like the kiss at all and that she was very worried about it. Then Will smiled and said that in that case everything was fine. He noted that he loved the girl very much and had no intention of breaking up with her over such a trifle. Celine was so happy with his reaction that she threw herself on the guy's chest and hugged him. She cried while the young man stroked her back to soothe her. The girl was glad that Will's feelings for her had not changed. However, at this moment the expression on the prince's face showed that he was not going to let this go. After a while the girl calmed down and the young people were able to talk. Celine was confused when the young man asked her why she had gone to the castle in the first place. The guy was very surprised that such a simple question embarrassed the girl. The girl was a little disappointed as she wanted to tell the young man about her love for him in a proper setting. However, she was sure that he would be happy with her words anyway. So she decided to act. Celine took the young man's hand, looked him in the eye and confessed her love. She explained that at first she loved him like family and a good older brother, but now everything had changed. The girl only wanted to touch him and would be sad if the young man found another bride. Celine apologized for realizing it so late, but she had gone to the castle precisely to confess this. The girl noticed that the young man was frozen and did not react to her words. He couldn't believe that the girl was telling the truth and really loved him as a man. The young man hoped that she was not saying this out of pity. Celine understood his feelings, but this time she was confident in her decision. The prince was ecstatic that his love was no longer unrequited. To prove her confidence in her words, Celine took his face in her hands and kissed him. After a while, when the boys had kissed their fill, they let each other go. It turned out Will was very sentimental and didn't want to let go of his beloved. The two continued to confess their love for each other and kissed for a while. After a while, the young man confessed that he had been desperately thinking if there was a way to be with the girl forever. However, now she noticed that he no longer had this need. To the prince, all of this was like a dream. He still couldn't fully believe what was happening. The young people were happy that they had finally cleared up their feelings for each other and could be together forever. Celine dreamed of being with him forever from now on. After a while, the girl finally calmed down and left the room to find her sister. They spent the rest of the day together, and in the evening the prince returned to his own room. He was beside himself with rage, throwing things everywhere to calm himself down a little. The man couldn't understand how his brother could do this to that girl. At one point Will was so angry he kicked over a table. He even slammed his hand against the wall until it bled. The prince couldn't understand how Louis dared to covet his bride. His head ached with anger and the desire to kill his brother. If he gave in to these emotions and killed the crown prince, he would be no different from Caroline. The young man knew that doing so would mean losing his future with Celine, but he understood that things had gone too far. He remembered the girl's words that she loved him and wanted to spend the rest of her life with him. He had thought she loved him only out of affection or pity. However, it was now clear that she truly saw him as a man. He had longed for this moment for a long time, but when it actually happened he felt scared. He was afraid that she would fall for someone else in the future, because he was sure he would never find a girl as beautiful as her again. First he had to do something to protect the girl. The young man summoned his servant to give instructions. He had come up with a plan, and for that he needed to see the king. After some time, the prince came to the duke's house bringing an engagement document bearing the king's seal. He did this to show the seriousness of his intentions. The girl's father carefully examined the document and confirmed that it was indeed His Majesty the King's signature. The prince announced that if they had no objection, the young couple would be engaged and married in 6 months. Celine was delighted that all the problems were finally over and that they would be married in 6 months. Now all that was left was for the girl's parents to make a decision. The man pointed out that they loved their daughter very much and wanted her to be happy. For them, it was important that her man could promise to take care of his wife for the rest of his life. The prince promised that to him the girl was the most precious creature in the world and that he would protect her. Celine was very happy to hear these words. She placed her hand on the prince and smiled at him. The father was happy because he saw that the feelings between the young people were genuine, so he decided to give his blessing to the young couple and allow them to marry. The prince and Celine bowed deeply to the duke, thanking him for his trust. Afterwards, the young people left the office trying to calm their emotions. Celine was very worried. In fact, it was because the girl was so happy and emotional. She once again felt that she was important to the people around her. Now the couple was engaged, so everything felt like it was unreal. After the incident with Caroline, they decided not to have an engagement party, but the rumors would spread quickly anyway. The girl was lost in thought and was surprised when the young man took her hand. He confessed that he would try to be a good husband to her and make her life happy. Celine also wished for her beloved to be incredibly happy and was glad for it. However, now she began to feel a little sad because the time they could be together would soon be cut short. The young man was worried about the girl and asked her to be accompanied by guards wherever she went. Celine didn't quite understand why he was so serious, but she promised to fulfill his request. The girl also planned to visit the king and queen to receive their official blessing. She noticed that the young man was not enthusiastic about the idea, but she still insisted on her own way. The prince admitted that the girl would find out sooner or later, so it was better to tell her now. He confessed that in exchange for the king's permission to marry, which he received today, he had made them a promise, Will had to go on an expedition to fight monsters. Celine was terrified and asked him to tell her what those words really meant. The man explained that a dragon had been found in the forest near the village. For now it was deep in the forest, but no one knew when it might decide to come out. Therefore, as the second prince, he had no choice but to go on the expedition and lead it. The girl had read as a child that dragons have thick scales and possess a dangerously potent poison. She knew that the kingdom had an army and that the plan for this expedition belonged to His Majesty. The girl begged the young man to stay and not go anywhere because it was too dangerous. However, he reassured her and reminded her that he was strong, so nothing would happen. The protagonist pointed out that their marriage was approved from today, so he needed to fulfill his part of the deal. Celine couldn't believe that the young man had to go through all this for her. The prince said that preparation for this matter was important, so they would set out in 2 weeks. Celine said she wanted to go too, as she could treat the wounded. However, the prince objected because this was not a walk in the park after all. The man noted that the girl did not have enough stamina to last in a fight and he could not always be around. It would take a long time to create an antidote stronger than the dragon's poison. It all depended on the situation and many people could die. But the power of the goddess could have healed everyone quickly. The prince begged the girl to listen to him and stay at home. He noticed that Celine's feelings were very strong at times like this. Even he felt overwhelmed. However, the girl insisted on her own way and did not intend to back down. So the prince leaned in and said that if she didn't understand him he would have to lock her up somewhere safe. Then he pretended it was a joke, but Celine didn't believe him. The prince hugged the girl, reminding her that they had just gotten engaged, so he didn't want to argue with her. Celine agreed but still thought it was time for the prince to stop going on such dangerous expeditions. In the royal castle a maid was slapped and fell to the floor. The furious queen stood before her and the girl begged her for forgiveness. The queen didn't listen to her at all and swung again for another blow. Suddenly, Prince Louis approached the woman, grabbed her and made her stop. The queen was furious, saying she had no reason to remain calm. Louis reminded her that if gossip spread, his mother would be in a difficult position. The queen looked around and saw several other people watching her beat the maid. Only after these words did she calm down a little, move to the side and sit on a luxurious sofa. The girl was angry because the evidence had been found recently. Evidence of the queen's past crimes had been found. It seemed that Prince Wilfried had collected this evidence and given it to the king. This situation could be dangerous for the heir, so the father was very angry. Although Wilfried was afraid of his mother, he had the courage to show the evidence to the king. The queen was worried because His Majesty the king might also be monitoring her. The woman was angry because she had dirtied her hands to make her son the king and he was not interested in it. However, the young man knew that in fact the woman did all this for herself to ascend to the throne. Louis knew that before he ascended the throne he wanted to be an ordinary person and seize power by defeating that woman. In this struggle, he also had his eye on Celine, but he didn't expect her to choose a monster like his brother. The prince reminded him that the engagement had just happened, so it was still unclear how everything would turn out. He also recalled that the king had sent his younger brother on an expedition against the dragon. The queen was happy about this and hinted that death awaited everyone who went on this expedition. The young bride and groom went to the city to spend time together. The young man remembered that today was the day of Caroline's execution. That girl had tried to kill the prince and besides, she had killed many other people. However, the girls had spent a lot of time together, so Celine was worried. The prince pointed out that there was no particular problem. Everything was over, so she didn't have to worry. Will reminded her that Caroline had committed so many crimes that even the death penalty was not enough to atone for them. In the morning, everything was already set up in the main square for the execution of the female prisoner. The girl was wearing a simple white dress. When she saw that even Mr. Wilfried had come to say goodbye to her, she knew he had come to make sure she was executed. Carolina asked the young man to watch her die carefully. In the end, the girl smiled brightly and confessed that she would love the young man until the last moment of her life. After that, they took her to the gallows, put the noose around her neck and then pulled the floor out from under her feet. The execution was complete and as Wilfried was about to leave, he noticed his brother. The young man was furious about what had happened to his bride, so he pushed the guy against the wall. He recalled that the guy had recently committed an unforgivable act, so he had no right to be indignant. He swore that one day he would definitely find a way to get rid of his brother. The prince knew that Louis would never stop interfering with them and their shared happiness. However, the older brother was sure that he was a monster, but it didn't matter, because Celine loved him and they were getting married. Will reminded him that, unlike his brother, the girl loved him and even initiated a kiss with him. After that, Louis pushed the prince's hand away and moved away from the wall. The young men hated each other, but they were not going to have such a stupid fight in front of everyone. The protagonist was lost in thought and for a moment forgot where he was. Celine called his name. She wanted to talk to the young man about the expedition. Celine said she was allowed to use a large number of knights, so there was no need to worry about her. The young man had no choice but to compromise on the girl's desire to go with him. He understood that she would follow him even if he didn't stop her. So they decided to come up with a plan together to ensure the girl's safety. Celine was happy to have reached an agreement and to go with her fiancé. she knew that no matter what they faced, he would be safe with her there. After having lunch together, they drove to the girl's house to say goodbye. The prince hugged his bride and found that he didn't want to be separated from her. At first the girl was nervous about the engagement, but nothing had changed between them. The young people suddenly looked at each other and realized they wanted the same thing. They hugged and kissed because they had feelings for each other. The prince was glad that the girl no longer stopped him. After just one kiss he realized that she also enjoyed being with him, so he no longer held back. The young people sat for a while hugging each other and enjoying each other's company. At some point the young man deepened the kiss, which made the girl pull back. Celine realized that everything was happening too fast and that she was wrong to think that nothing had changed. The man sighed and asked when they could take things further. He confessed that he wanted to kiss the girl and wanted to go further, to possess her completely. However, Celine was very embarrassed and said that this could only happen after they were married. The girl was so embarrassed that she got out of the carriage and went home to the groom. The bride was very cute. The prince did not intend to wait until the wedding but decided to listen to her. Soon, Richard, Adele and the protagonist couple gathered to discuss strategy. Adele announced that she would also go on the expedition with her sister. Celine was strongly against it because it was very, very dangerous. However, the girl reminded her that she also possessed the power of the goddess and that it would be much easier for everyone together. The older sister had nothing to say to this, but she still hoped that Adele would wait for her at home. But the girl insisted on her own way. She was going with her sister to help. Celine hoped that at least Richard could stop the girl and bring her to her senses. However, the man admitted that he had already tried on the way here, but Adele had such a cute expression on her face that he couldn't insist any longer. Celine turned to her fiancé for help, but he was not interested. The man pointed out that Richard could go with them and protect Adele. The young man agreed and promised to do his best. Celine knew that her sister was absolutely not afraid of danger. At times like this she was very stubborn. Returning to the topic of the expedition, the prince thought it would be over quickly, so there would be no problem. Besides, it would be too selfish if only Celine's entourage went. The girl knew that she and Adele were very similar, so she needed to find someone to distract her. She agreed to go on the expedition together, but asked her sister to stay behind. Adele was happy to get permission to go with Celine. Richard pointed out that the four of them got along well, which meant they could deal with the monster. They had already discussed a lot and now he needed to go back to his own business. He said he had a lot to prepare, so he would contact everyone later. Adele also decided to take a walk with the young man and see him to the exit. Celine was about to go with them, but the young man grabbed her hand and asked her to stay. He reminded her that they had been with everyone all day, so he wanted to be alone with the girl for a while. They had been getting along well recently, so Celine happily stayed. They said goodbye to their friends, hoping everything would go well. Celine noticed that she was indeed very sentimental and worried about what was happening. However, instead of continuing the conversation, the young man pulled the girl towards him and kissed her. He confessed that he wanted to be alone with her as soon as possible. He knew they wouldn't be able to spend time together during the expedition, so he wanted to be with her as much as possible now. He carefully moved the girl onto his lap, saying that he wished he could spend the rest of his life like this. Only a few people volunteered to go against the powerful dragon. It was said that the suffering of those who came into contact with its venom was simply unbearable. The girl couldn't help but worry about her beloved fiancé, the second prince. However, she promised that she would do whatever he asked. The man took advantage of this and asked her to allow him to continue from where they left off after the expedition was over. He reminded her that he was referring to the moment they kissed in the carriage. Celine immediately remembered what he had said to her and told him to stop. The prince was glad that they were on the same page on this issue. Although the girl was very embarrassed, she still agreed. She didn't even know what to say now. To avoid misunderstanding, however, the prince pointed out that it was just a request, not an order, so she could refuse at any time. The weather was gloomy and crows circled over the forest looking for their prey. The prince was seriously injured and could not stand up. He had to lean against a tree. The man saw blood dripping from his mouth and realized that the situation was really bad. This time, a group of friends dressed in hiking attire entered the forest where the dragon lived. Although it was daytime, it was so dark here that it was as if night had suddenly fallen. Adele walked up to a girl in a hood and called her name Brenda. As Celine had promised, she disguised herself so that no one would recognize her. The girl put on a pair of magic glasses to prevent her from being discovered. She also thought of another name for herself and was surrounded by guards. A detachment of ducal knights joined them on the expedition. There was also a whole detachment that was supposed to escort Prince Will. His Majesty the King assigned a whole detachment of knights to protect Adele. In addition, Mr. Richard also went with them and brought his own men. The young man intended to stay with Adele all the time to protect her. The man admitted that he wished the girl could not participate in this stage of the expedition. However, he did note that he really liked how Adele looked in this outfit. The girl was embarrassed and Celine noticed that her sister was not indifferent to this man. The young lady wished her beloved all the best. This time the prince took a different route because he was playing the role of commander. After they caught up with the main force, they would sit in the rear as their task was to quickly heal Will if he was injured. The boys reassured the girls, reminding them that even if the prince suffered a fatal wound, thanks to their power he would recover quickly. Suddenly, a green monster jumped out of the bushes and attacked the expedition. Richard immediately grabbed Adele, pulled her to him and protected her from the attack. Then the young man used magic and easily destroyed the monster. Everything happened so quickly and unexpectedly that the royal knights didn't even have time to react properly. Richard comforted Adele and promised to protect her like this throughout the journey. Celine was surprised by his power, and now she could stop worrying about her sister. Then monsters kept appearing and the knights of their squad dealt with them so they could move on. However, no matter how much time passed, the main force that had already entered the forest was still nowhere to be seen. After a while they took a short break and decided to rest. Adele thanked Richard for being so helpful and protective along the way. The young man decided to flirt a little and asked if the girl had fallen in love with him again. However, Adele was not the shy type and admitted that he was right. Richard didn't expect such an answer, so he felt very embarrassed and flustered. The man was happy about this, but he couldn't hide his feelings, so he turned away. Celine noticed that Adele and Richard looked good together, and it was only a matter of time before they got together. The girl had a good reputation and a high status, so she believed her father would not object. Richard noted that the prince's group and the dragon itself were still nowhere to be seen, which was strange. They went deep into the forest even though they were all following his troops. Richard pointed out that it would be strange if Will had already dealt with the dragon. Adele stood up from her seat and said she was going to find out the situation overnight. He replied to the girl that everything was going according to plan. There was nothing strange about them not having met yet, but it was possible that something had happened to the main force. Richard knew that different squads had to use special magic tools to communicate, but he couldn't contact the prince. Celine immediately realized that something strange was happening on the expedition. Richard also realized this and suggested splitting into two groups for better efficiency. However, the knights had intended to act differently and were in no hurry to split up. The man was about to leave the resting place, but the knights wouldn't even let them do that. They surrounded the group of friends and wouldn't let them move. The knight advised against taking unauthorized actions, as it would clearly become a problem if something happened to the lady. Richard realized that this was not a warning but a real threat. At that moment the Duke's personal guards noticed what was happening to their mistress. However, the girl ordered them to stay where they were and not to interfere. Richard pointed out that he was just Adele's assistant, so his actions had to be arbitrary. However, even he noticed that they had encountered some problems that prevented them from meeting up with the main force. The commander did not react to this in any way and continued to remain silent. Celine found this strange and thought he was hiding something. Richard observed the knights for a while and noticed that their main goal was to separate their Adele from the prince. Celine guessed that the knights planned to use the victory over the monster as an opportunity to attack Will, and Adele would not be able to heal him. Richard pointed out that in that case it would be better for them to stay here and fight everyone. They could only pray that the prince was safe and sound. Celine promised that she would do everything to ensure that not a single knight could harm her beloved or her sister. Richard agreed with the girl in this situation and promised to do his best to help her. The young lady confessed that she intended to go find her beloved alone. She was sure that if an ordinary servant disappeared from the knight's sight, no one would be alarmed. Richard noted that they were in a situation where it would be very dangerous to be separated from Adele. Celine understood this, because if the knights found out that someone had gone to the prince, then everyone else could be in danger. So she explained that Richard and Adele should stay where they were and protect each other. The sister watched as Celine and Richard argued with each other. It was a very difficult decision for her to make, but the girl agreed to her sister's proposal. Even Richard was surprised that the girl agreed to this idea. Adele promised to draw the knight's attention to herself until Celine left. She promised to cover for her friends after she left. However, the girl said that she would only forgive her sister if she returned with the prince. They decided to do so, then wished each other good luck and hugged. After that, Adele ordered the knights to escort her to the second prince's detachment. Richard followed her to draw as much attention as possible. The king's knights followed the girl to prevent them from meeting. Meanwhile, our heroine hid behind a tree to get a chance to escape. Unexpectedly for the girl, her fiancé's personal bodyguard decided to go with her. Celine knew this man could be trusted, so she agreed. After that, the young people went deep into the forest, hoping that the prince was safe and sound. After a while, they came to a clearing and saw a terrible sight. The dragon lay dead on the ground surrounded by the bodies of knights. The prince's bodyguard wouldn't let the girl get any closer so as not to get their blood on her. A few hours ago, a detachment of knights, commanded by the prince, was making its way through the dragon's forest. The young man wanted to finish everything before his bride's squad met him. A knight reported that they were approaching the place where they would meet the dragon. With so many soldiers and the prince's magic, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat the dragon. The young man was afraid of the queen's minions, as there was no better time to kill him. After a while, the squad reached the place where the dragon had decided to stop. The young man looked at the monster and realized that it was much larger than he had imagined. The dragon was huge. All its scales were green. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth. The prince ordered the knights to attack and he himself rushed forward to attack the monster. He jumped up from the ground and delivered a powerful blow to the dragon's head. However, the monster did not want to fight, so at the first opportunity it spread its wings and flew away. The prince looked carefully at the others to make sure no one was hurt. The young man did not despair and prepared to fight the dragon at their next meeting. It wasn't long before they met the monster again a little further down the road. The prince was about to attack the monster but realized that the knights were plotting something behind his back. At the last moment, Will managed to turn around and repel their attack. The prince jumped back from the knights to a safe distance to be able to fight back. Then the young man stood up and rushed at his opponents, trying to neutralize them. However, an arrow flew past his face, causing him to freeze in place. The young man looked at the knights and couldn't understand how they dared to attack him. He had expected the queen to try to harm him, but there were too many people for him alone. The young man was not going to spare them, so he immediately used his magic. Dark energy enveloped the knights, driving them mad and tearing them apart with pain. But the prince had foreseen this move from the queen, so he had ordered his loyal companions to follow him secretly and come to his aid at the right moment. As a result, the battle ended quickly and all the knights were killed. Celine and the guard came across the bodies of those who had attacked the prince. The girl was worried about her fiancé and walked among the dead trying to find him on the ground. The girl was sure that none of these people were breathing. They were all dead. However, she was relieved when she realized that her Will was not among them. The bodyguard bent over a knight and noticed it wasn't the dragon that killed him. The man explained that this was man-made, partly with Mr. Will's magic. He speculated that Lord Wilfried and his companions fought the knights and won. Celine couldn't understand why he would fight the knights who were sent to help them. However, the girl knew this man wouldn't kill without reason, so she guessed the knights tried to assassinate him. The bodyguard pointed out that everyone who went with Mr. Wilfried met the same fate in the end, but there was also a trail of someone's blood nearby, so it was possible that his master was still alive. However, Celine noticed that there was too much blood on the ground, which meant the person was in danger. She was worried that her fiancé was left alone in a forest full of monsters with such a serious injury. She realized that she couldn't stop and needed to follow his trail to find Will. The bodyguard and Celine followed the trail of blood left on the ground. After a while the girl noticed the prince under a tree ahead, seriously injured and sitting on the ground. She immediately rushed to him to check the young man's condition and help him. The girl carefully touched the prince, listening to his heartbeat. The girl realized that he was still alive, so she immediately used her goddess power and began to heal the prince's wounds. Celine carefully went over all his scratches and cuts, healing them one by one. The bodyguard noted that the young man had lost a lot of blood, so even treatment might not be enough. He added that a blood transfusion could only be done back in the capital, so they needed to stop the bleeding and get out of this forest as soon as possible. Celine performed a disinfection. The wound was small, so it was necessary to return to the capital as soon as possible. While the girl was performing the treatment, the bodyguard noticed some noise approaching them. The young man ordered the girl to hide and not come out until he spoke. However, they didn't have time to do so because literally a moment later, a squad of knights appeared from the nearby bushes. They noticed that the second prince was weak and unconscious, so he had to be dealt with. The squad leader ordered Will, the woman, and the bodyguard to be killed. The young man wanted to ask Celine to run, but he realized it would be problematic. The royal knights took aim at the prince. They were surrounded and could be captured at any moment. The bodyguard tried to buy some time attacking the knights to protect his master. However, he alone was not enough to deal with all of them, these people. Celine understood that even if the knights found out she was the duke's daughter, it would be meaningless as they were acting on the royal family's orders. The girl understood she needed to come up with something urgently because the bodyguard was already exhausted from the fight and was taking on more attacks. At one point the young man could no longer stand and the knight ordered an attack on the woman and the prince. The girl saw the man in armor coming towards them, wanting to harm them. The knights themselves didn't want to kill innocent people, but it was their order. The bodyguard lay on the ground, understanding that he could no longer help his master in any way. Celine was finally able to confess to Will, and they promised each other to spend their lives together, but this happiness was now threatened with an end. The girl had just found her happiness and did not intend to lose it in this forest. The knight raised his sword and was about to bring it down on the victim's head when the girl screamed loudly. She stretched out her hands and a huge stream of energy pushed the knight aside. The man lay on the ground trying to come to his senses and figure out what had happened. The energy was so powerful that the whole forest began to hum and the trees swayed in different directions. The bodyguard suddenly realized that, thanks to this energy, all his wounds had healed in an instant. Celine knelt before the prince, trying to protect him and not let anyone near. The girl didn't know what was happening, but she hoped that now they would be saved. A moment later, Adele and Richard came running from the other side of the forest. The young people didn't understand what was happening and were worried about their friends. Celine saw that they were safe now, so she didn't have to worry about the prince anymore. She asked them to save her fiancé, after which she passed out. The girl woke up to find herself in a bed in her parents' house. The maid, Jenna, was glad that her lady had regained consciousness. She explained that the girl had been injured during the dragon-slaying expedition and had been unconscious for 3 days. Hearing her words, Celine's eyes widened as she remembered why she was in the forest. The girl immediately turned to her maid and asked what had happened to the prince. Jenna explained that the boy was unconscious, his life was not in danger, but he was in a safe place within the royal palace. Celine shed tears of happiness, as she had been very worried about her beloved. Afterwards she asked how the expedition had ended and what had happened to her friends. The girl was horrified to learn that, because of what happened in the forest, everyone knew that she also possessed the power of the goddess. This was the first time 2 people had the goddess's power at the same time, so everyone was very excited about this fact. Celine found this unexpected, but she had used her power in front of so many people, so it wasn't surprising. She didn't regret anything. The most important thing was that she was able to save her fiancé. Just then, Adele burst into the room, glad that her older sister had regained her senses. The girl approached and admitted that she had been very worried. Adele scolded Celine and reminded her that she always put herself in danger. The older sister apologized for making her younger sister worry. She was grateful that Adele and Richard had saved them from that situation. Afterwards, Adele told her everything that had happened since the moment she lost consciousness, and the 3 of them were immediately sent to the hospital. Will was bleeding more heavily, but thanks to her magic, the bleeding stopped and he felt much better. Adele said that the man had woken up briefly, and the first thing he asked was how his fiancé was feeling. Jenna noted that her mistress had also done the same thing, first, asking about her fiancé. Celine was glad that her beloved was all right and that he was now safe. The bodyguard was recovering at Mr. Richard's mansion, although he himself claimed to be in perfect health. The girl was grateful to him because if it weren't for him, they both would have surely died long ago. As soon as the prince defeated the dragon, the royal knights attacked him, but failed. The knights who attacked them were detained by the duke's forces. During the interrogation, all of them unanimously claimed that they were acting on the queen's orders. The queen denied any involvement, but the girl's father was furious and had already taken action, so her situation was very precarious. Will provided a detailed testimony, so such a bold attempt would be difficult to cover up. Celine was angry that the queen had used the battle with the monster to send so many people to kill her fiancé, Adele, admitted that she had tried her best to keep her sister's secret, but one of the knights spoke of the girl's power. Celine knew it wasn't her sister's fault, but from now on her situation was going to change. She was already engaged to the second prince. The queen's position was greatly shaken, so the girl didn't think anyone would force her to marry Louis. However, she couldn't continue to let the queen do as she pleased, so she was also prepared to testify. The girl knew she couldn't visit the prince until he regained consciousness, so she intended to wait patiently for him and pray for his well-being. 5 days had passed since then, and the girl stated that this incident had awakened the goddess's power within her. The archbishop reassessed her abilities, and it turned out that her power was even stronger than Adele's. This news spread quickly, and the girl felt that from that moment on many things would change. The queen still denied any connection to the assassination attempt on the prince, and without conclusive evidence a member of the royal family could not be held accountable. Celine went to the royal palace to visit her fiancé and was glad that he had finally woken up. The girl entered the room and saw that Will was in perfect health and looked wonderful. She immediately threw herself at his neck as she had missed him very much and wanted to hug him. The heroine admitted that during this time she had been very worried about his health. She was more afraid of losing him than of dying in battle in that terrible forest. Will admitted that he suspected the queen might launch an attack and had even made preparations in advance. But the young man had not expected all the members of the expedition to attack him at once. He confessed that he didn't care about anyone. He just wanted to be strong. During the battle with the dragon, the young man made sure that the others were not injured, but in the end he had to kill everyone with his own hands. Celine understood that the man did not enjoy any of this, so she did not blame him. The prince rested his head on the girl's shoulder and admitted that he was ready to accept death. Celine gently hugged the young man, letting him know that she was there for him. It was also difficult for her, but she understood that his pain was incomparable to hers. The young people had finally gotten through the difficult times and could now be together. Will admitted that he was afraid he would never see his fiancée again. Overwhelmed with emotion from their forced separation, the two could not pull away from each other. At one point Will couldn't hold back and pushed the girl onto the sofa. Celine looked very surprised, as they had never gone this far. The young man confessed that he wanted to be with her forever and always feel her by his side. Celine carefully wrapped her arms around her fiancé's neck and admitted that she wanted the same thing. They both knew their feelings were mutual, so they were not afraid to express them. The young people kissed passionately, not noticing the moment. They became too engrossed in what was happening. Will pulled away from his bride's lips and confessed that he loved her and wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. The girl was still too embarrassed, but she wanted to be closer to Will, so she leaned forward, wrapped her arms around his neck and continued what they had left unfinished. After a while, the young people calmed down and sat close together on the sofa. They continued to confess their love for each other, enjoying the moment. Will apologized for not being able to protect his bride in the woods. However, he promised that sooner or later he would get rid of all their enemies and the girl would be safe. Celine realized that Will intended to deal with the queen and his majesty himself. She wondered how much pain they had caused him in the past for the young man to be unable to forget. Even if she didn't like it, she had no right to tell him directly to give up the idea. Will pointed out that after what had happened, an attack from the queen was only a matter of time. He promised that he would definitely create a world where they could live happily. Celine knew that for her it was enough just to be by her beloved's side. The girl told him that her goddess power had been exposed and that she would have to attend a party because of it. Since the simultaneous appearance of two possessors of this power was unprecedented, they decided to establish a national holiday to honor them. The more secure the girl's position became, the stronger her fiancé Will's position also became. Celine wanted to learn how to use the goddess's power as a barrier. After the recent events, the girl no longer felt shy and acted more freely with her fiancé. She made him promise her that he would get some proper rest first. Celine hoped to be able to protect Will in the future, and for that she needed to become stronger. The queen was furious and smashed a glass of water against the wall. She was one step away from killing Will, and that damned Celine had ruined everything. The queen realized that the girl was obviously hiding her abilities, as her goddess power turned out to be even stronger than Adele's. Most of her knights were killed, the rest had abandoned her, and His Majesty didn't want to see her at all. The queen knew that if she didn't do something soon, her death was near. Louis watched all this, listening to her complain that she would soon be thrown out. The queen noted that Will had even snatched his bride from his hands. Then she showed him a small vial containing a very expensive potion brought from abroad, which had magical properties. Although not for long, it could easily make any fact a reality. The queen suggested using it on Celine, wanting to see how disappointed Will would be. The queen hated the girl, but once she had a child she could tolerate Celine as a concubine. Louis was furious and said he didn't need such a potion. He added that Will could do whatever he wanted, but if the queen laid a finger on the girl he would not remain silent. After that the young man left his mother alone and left the room. The queen was furious, remembering that she had destroyed everyone who stood in her way, so she knew she could get rid of a few troublesome pawns as well. Soon the celebration in honor of the two sisters with the goddess's power arrived. People came up and sincerely congratulated and thanked the girls. One lady even said that no one's heart was as beautiful as Celine's. It was announced at the party that Will would not be attending social events, including this one, for the time being, as his injuries had not yet healed. Everyone knew that Celine's fiancé had single-handedly defeated the evil dragon and thought he was worthy of the girl with the goddess's power. Will had earned everyone's respect for defeating the dragon, but the fact of the knight's deaths was carefully hidden. Adele noticed that her sister didn't look very comfortable and suggested they take a break. The girl said she was fine but wanted to go out for some fresh air. She went out onto the balcony and saw the first Prince Louis standing there. The girl didn't expect to see him, but she understood that he had to be present at this celebration. This was the first time she had seen Louis since the day he kissed her. The girl didn't want to see him, so she turned to leave the balcony. The young man grabbed her hand and asked her to stop. He bowed his head and admitted that he sincerely regretted what had happened before. The young man realized that he had hurt the girl with his selfish feelings, and he really had no excuse. Celine agreed with him and asked the prince to raise his head. She wasn't sure if she could ever trust the young man again, and their relationship could never go back to the way it was. Louis was an excellent and kind young man. He had always been good to her and the girl had cherished him as a friend. But if she turned a blind eye to what had happened, it was very likely that it would all happen again, and then the responsibility would fall on her to this day. Will was the most important person in her life and Celine didn't want to hurt his heart again with her reckless actions. Therefore, the girl announced that from that moment on, she and the prince were just ordinary acquaintances and nothing more. Louis, worried that he would never have a chance to change any of this. Celine stood her ground, admitting that she was now Will's future wife. After that, the girl turned and left the balcony. Louis at first jerked to stop her, but restrained himself, as he had no right to do so. He wished he could turn back time, but he knew he couldn't just give up. After the festival, the sisters returned to their respective homes to rest. The evening went smoothly because they had been supporting each other. After their conversation, Celine never saw the first prince again. In addition, she had not been able to see the king or queen either. Adele suggested calling Richard and Will to go for a picnic in the park and spend time together. Before the girl could finish her sentence, she noticed blood trickling from the corner of her sister's mouth. A second later, Celine was lying unconscious on the cold floor. Adele tried to heal her, but for some reason her goddess power didn't work. The girl noticed that she couldn't help her sister in any way and realized she needed to act quickly. She turned to the servants and ordered them to bring a doctor as soon as possible. The next day Will rushed into the girl's room because he was worried about her. Celine was sitting on the bed looking as if nothing had happened. She felt fine and apologized for making her fiancé worry. The girl speculated that she had been given a slow-acting poison during the party. Magic couldn't remove it, but the doctors quickly created an antidote and they barely managed to save her. Will guessed it was the handiwork of Her Majesty the Queen. He had been given the same poison before when he went to the royal palace. Usually the queen left no evidence and dealing with the aftermath was not easy. But this time she had dared to touch the girl. So Will wanted to handle this matter personally. He said the queen was the type to drive people into a corner and then slowly suck the life out of them so that no one would suspect her involvement. Now Celine posed a huge threat to the queen, but her father and the knights were investigating the attempted murder in the forest. The girl didn't know what to do, but she promised to figure it out. He asked for permission to visit the girl at night, as he was often attacked. At that time Celine was worried, not even about the current situation, but about what the prince had to go through alone in the palace. Will suggested they stay in the same room at night so that he could be sure of the girl's safety and protect her at any moment if necessary. Celine was happy, but she felt it was somewhat unnecessary. Then Will told her about teleportation magic. He explained that he used to move between the royal palace and Lord Richard's mansion. Although the magic consumed a lot of energy, the young man had plenty. He suggested sleeping in her room and teleporting back to his own place in the morning. The girl hesitated a bit but agreed to the proposal, on the condition that the boy promised not to be too forward. Will was happy to be able to spend more time with his bride and didn't pay attention to any trifles. However, he asked Celine not to tell anyone about this, not even her sister. After that he kissed the girl's hand and said that from this day on they would share a bed. Hearing these words from him, the girl suddenly became even more nervous. Celine sat in her room waiting for Will, who was about to arrive. The clock struck exactly 11 p.m. and at that moment a teleportation circle appeared on the floor. The girl thanked her fiancé for coming to her today. Celine admitted that she didn't want to sleep, knowing the boy was busy and she couldn't bring herself to go to bed. However, the young man had already finished all his business and had come to her. He guessed that the girl was nervous because they could now share a bed. Hearing his words, Celine blushed and jumped up from the sofa. The two lay in bed reminiscing about their childhood. When the boy was tormented by nightmares, he would sneak into her room and they would spend the night together. The girl wondered if the young man was still tormented by nightmares. Hearing this, the prince smiled and admitted that nightmares had never tormented him. He said it was all an excuse to spend more time with the girl. The young man confessed that even back in his childhood he was already in love with his future bride. As a child, Celine would get nervous that they might be caught together. And now, although she didn't seem to be doing anything unnatural, the anxiety remained. Even though Will was only there to protect her, they were still adults in love. At that moment the young man moved closer to her and asked if he could go further. Immediately after the lovers embraced and began to kiss. The young man admitted that he wanted more, but the girl was already falling asleep, so he decided to limit himself to this. Celine pulled the blanket up to her eyes to hide her embarrassment. The prince wished the girl good night and promised to guard her sweet dreams. After a while the girl fell asleep, looking very peaceful. After that, the young man got out of bed and went to his desk. He was busy with documents and periodically looked back to admire his bride's sleeping face. In the morning, Celine woke up and realized that Will had already left her room. Thanks to the young man, she was able to sleep peacefully and was ready to attend to her own affairs. From that night on, the prince came to her room every day, while in the morning the girl practiced using the divine power. She received training from the royal family because she was the fiancée of the second prince. One day, the main character admitted that Richard's affections were starting to get on his nerves. Celine knew that Adele intended to confess her feelings to the young man. Next week, Will said that the king had no intention of breaking Adele's engagement and would not allow her to be with Richard. The girl began to be summoned to the castle more often, as the king was concerned that the second prince's bride possessed the power of a goddess. Will noted that the girl didn't have to worry about the queen. After that, he gently hugged his bride and suggested she get ready for bed. In the middle of the night the girl suddenly woke up and found that she was alone in bed. The moon was shining brightly and Celine went out onto the balcony to enjoy the night air. The girl noticed that there were bloodstains on the floor of her room that hadn't been there the night before. Will's letter said that he was busy, but as soon as he took care of all his affairs he would definitely come to see the girl. 4 days had passed since that night and the bloodstains alarmed Celine. Even though Will wrote that everything was fine, she was still worried about him. The girl said that the teacher would be coming soon, so it was time for her to go back after what happened in the forest. Will's servant had earned his trust and was serving as his bride's personal bodyguard. They were heading towards the office and noticed Adele and Richard walking in a nearby corridor. Celine wanted to call out to them, but she heard them talking about the young man being offered to marry the Marquis's daughter. She didn't want to interrupt their conversation, so she hid behind a column. Richard confirmed that the assumption was true. However, he noted that the girl had absolutely no need to worry here. He wondered why she was asking and if she was starting to worry about who he would end up with. Adele decided not to hide her feelings anymore and said that she cared because she loved Richard. She apologized for not responding to his intentions right away, but noted that she didn't want him to belong to another girl. She wanted to confess earlier, but she had been too scared and couldn't gather the courage. Richard quickly bent down and hugged his knees. He apologized that his legs were shaking and couldn't support him at all. The boy admitted that he felt like he would die of happiness. He admitted that he had already guessed it from the girl's reaction. However, as an adult young man, he hadn't even taken the first step, for which he was very sorry. The young man admitted that he also loved the girl and that now his feelings were mutual. He remembered falling in love with her during their very first meeting. At first he thought it was just a simple crush, but over time the feeling only grew stronger. Richard asked if he had the right to consider the girl his beloved from that day on. Adele was a little disappointed, as she had hoped the young man would make her his bride. The boy admitted that he really wanted to do that. He just didn't want to pressure her so soon. The young people hugged and confessed to each other that they wanted to spend their whole lives together. Celine was glad that her sister had found her happiness and was able to explain herself to her beloved. Later that evening, Will finally finished his business and appeared in the girl's room. He apologized for being away for a few days, as he would need to be away for a while longer. He didn't think assassins would enter the girl's room again, but he introduced the bodyguard to her just in case. The boy said that he had had very busy days, but everything had gone quite smoothly. Celine remembered that in 3 months she would become the wife of her beloved. Will said that the girl would be the most beautiful bride in the history of the kingdom. He also considered buying a mansion in the capital, as it would be dangerous for the girl to live in the castle. This was the first time Celine had heard that a prince and princess would not live in the royal palace. Will didn't care what others thought, and besides, he himself had been kicked out of the palace as a child. He intended to come home every day, so he suggested buying a small mansion just for the two of them. The boy even suggested moving in next month, which surprised Celine. She wanted to move after the wedding, as the mansion was far from the venue, it would be late to return and the girl wouldn't get a good night's sleep. The young man said they could stay anywhere, but that he wouldn't let her sleep that day. The prince admitted that he had been holding back for a long time and asked not to be deprived of the pleasure of enjoying their first wedding. It was only at that moment that Celine remembered they would become husband and wife, and it would be natural for them to do such things. The girl needed to prepare.